Destiny to get this one in. Might be pretty good for it, also. Is in position, Molotov in hand. Yeah, but 3 players alive for Panda, and they're still not into the circle. They just lost 2. Unicorns alive out of badge.
Trying to make it happen. Talon Brand got out. The kills are going to be delivered.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League EMEA Championships that are kicking off today. And it's going to be an action-packed 4 days of incredible action for all of you to watch. And not only will it be me that's delivering this action, but also a couple of wonderful gentlemen I have by the side of me. I've got Froz, I've got Copter. And Froz, it's been a while since I've seen you, man. How you doing? You ready for this?
I'm all good. I'm so ready for this. I mean, everyone has been waiting for this moment to see all these teams clashing together here. It's been a long time since we saw them all together. And yeah, it's going to be some amazing few days we have in front of us here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited about this whole event. I think it's going to be some great matches, 4 days of full packed action, and we'll just have to wait and see how the event's going to be folding down.
And there's a lot of money on the line, right, when it comes to these teams here, of what they're fighting for. $150,000 prize pool up for grabs here. And for right now, when you're looking at this and what these teams can do and fight for, there's a big difference, right, on how this will be split out in there.
Yeah, I mean, not only do you have the place, but you can't forget about the MVP award as well. That is an important one because that's going to go to one player, and, you know, it's always exciting to see who's going to have the potential to go for that one already from day 1. You'll start seeing some of the players getting a lot of kills and so on, but it's more than just kills to get the MVP.
It is, right? You've got to be like ultra skilled in terms of not just getting the kills, but like how you spend your time, what you want to do within the map, and how you want to play games out, right? But you also have to have a good team alongside you in order to be able to do that, because it may be an MVP award, but a lot of teams enable these players to step it up.
Yeah, and there's definitely, I mean, also the pressure is huge. I mean, if you're going to be performing well on the first day, the second day, but there's going to be other players who's going to be, of course, trying to get that prize pool away as well. So it's going to be like almost like a side game on the side of the whole matches.
It certainly is. Now, when we've come into the EMEA, right, there is a lot of skilled teams from many different regions we have here. We've got EU West in there, CIS, Middle East, and Africa as well. Now, I'm really excited when I'm looking at the African region because I got to cover these guys during the PMCO, and a lot of people may have not expected them to come with such strong teams, but I feel like maybe if they're a team that's less studied in this, you know, there might be a chance. Is there a particular region that you're favoring here?
Honestly, I'm not really sure, but I'm looking forward to see the Arabian region. I want to see what they can bring to the table here because they have 5 teams here as well. That's a lot of teams, and one of the big things with that is that you already know 4 of the other teams that you'll be competing up against. So you don't need to study about what they're going to be doing, how they play the game, because you already know this in the back of your head. And because of that, they have a little bit of an upper hand compared to the other team, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Arabian region is very interesting, to be honest. I mean, of course, we have some, well, very well-known teams from there as well, but we do have some, like, teams which are not so well-known, and this is going to be the time when they can actually shine and show what they actually have on that region. Arab region definitely very interesting, but also, of course, we can't be talking without talking about the CIS region. That's also, like, very heavy region. And of course, they have, like, some very heavy hitters on the lobby as well.
Now, one thing, right, guys, it's been a while since we've been back in the studio as well. It's just nice, isn't it? Like, we're here, we're close, we're actually here to be able to do it all properly. It's after being online for so long, it makes a big difference. When was the last time you were in the studio for us?
Ooh, it was a year ago, actually.
Damn.
It was the PMWL.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes, all right. Well, we're going to take a look at the prize pool, right, and give that breakdown and have a look at it all because we touched on it earlier. And it is a good breakdown that we have here for all of the players. First place walking away with $40,000 from the $150,000 total we have out here and split down across the rest of the 16 teams. Now, what's nice, right, every team will get a chance. Okay, you don't want to be in last place, but, you know, you've done incredibly well to get to the EMEA Championships in the first place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of course, like 40,000 for the winner, that's going to be huge, but still there's going to be money for all the teams available. And, of course, when you get all the down on the, let's say, on the 10th place, then of course it's going to be like more stabilizing the amount of money. But the top 8, I mean, definitely they want to be there, they want to grab that money. And it's, just like I mentioned, it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money up for grabs for sure. Now, we were mentioning about studio time, right? It's nice to be back here and to be able to be in this wonderful setting and be able to deliver this, but I'm just most excited for the games that we've got in our hands here, because when it comes to these games, these teams, like you mentioned already, they may know each other from some of these regions as well, but I'm always looking at the smaller details and what adaptation we can see from a lot of the teams, because one thing I feel that we kind of miss out on a lot of the time when it comes to PUBG Mobile is that some of these teams don't adapt enough, right? They maybe focus too heavy on kills, or they don't want to change up their rotations enough, and they find themselves kind of falling short in many of the ways here, right?
Yeah, and it's a big part of the whole game to actually be able to adapt on the spot, because you never know what's going to happen, who you're going to be up against when you're dropping and stuff like that, who's going to be close to you, and yeah, throughout the whole game.
And this is the point system we know and love, Copter, right? This is the one where we've broken down 1 point per kill, first place gets 15, and then it dwindles all the way down. But if you hit that 13th to 16th place, 0 points. Imagine if you hit that, right? You're one of the teams that go out early, you don't get any kills alongside it. That's a painful start to any of a game that you'll have here.
I really love this system. I mean, just 1 point per kill, of course, but then also like getting the 15 points from the victory, then like a smallish gap on the second place, like plus 1 point, so it's like 2 points since then all the way till we get to the 7th place, and still it's going to be the teams from the 8th all the way till 12th place who's going to be getting the points as well. So it's pretty fair, and it's a format that we love.
It is a format that we love. But let's start to get to know some of the teams we know and love and see who some of the heavy hitters are going to be throughout this. Now, when it comes to these teams, right, straight away, I got to touch on Natus Vincere, good old Navi from the CIS region. These guys qualified all the way back last year in November, which means they've been chilling for a while, right? And we don't know exactly what they might be able to deliver. They could come in with some surprise changes.
Well, we saw them in the PMPL CIS, where they actually got themselves a 3rd place. But what's most important and impressive from their side during the PMPL CIS is that their top win or top kill in one game was 23 kills alone. Ooh. That was with the 2nd place though, and the highest score they scored was that, and it was 35 points in one game. If you can start off with a game like that, oh man, it's going to be rough for the other teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have so much raw talent on that team that they can just get that kind of results. Getting 35 points, that's like, it's a big deal, definitely, and that's going to be a game changer. I mean, if you get that kind of a result from one match, it can change the whole tournament.
And one thing here, right, obviously, I live out in Kiev. Will you go and see this? Old boy, he was the MVP, right, last time around. When you go to Kiev now, you get to see him on billboard. Like, you go to the airport, there is a huge billboard there. Old boy's on the front of it. He's the face of this team right now, and he's the one that we certainly should be looking at to see if he can deliver an MVP performance again.
It's just impressive to always see him playing that well. Like, we're not just talking about recent, but it's been for like over 2 years. He's been on the top the whole time, and we see him perform time after time after time. And it's just amazing to see. I'm expecting a lot from him, and I think a lot of people at home is as well.
Yeah, they have a lot of history as well. I mean, the whole team, the roster have been playing together. They have some histories from the previous rosters as well. So definitely, I mean, there's definitely a storyline building here.
And then, of course, you have Kitsune, who joined recently, or in the end of 2020, but he came in from after playing in the NA region with Cloud9, so it's a huge pickup there as well for that team.
Now going on to our next set of teams that we've got here, and I want to start with the boys on Destiny, because I had the pleasure of covering a lot with these guys. I also got to do some interviews with Mihi, their in-game leader, and this team right now, they maybe not be so happy with what they did back in the EU West PMPL, but now they know they got there in the end. It's time for them to shine and really deliver in a big way here. But there is a huge amount of pressure on some of these guys' shoulders.
Yeah, but they have been playing a long time together, so they have some similar kind of qualities as Navi, as a team. They have a lot of like strength in the team. They have been like integrating for a long time. So I think that they definitely have a good chance to like shine here as well. They of course have some surprises there as well. They have a lot of like young talents, and they have some more like players which can be a little bit like a popping on the middle of the match or middle of the tournament. So they might be like starting a little bit low, but they might have a chance to like gain momentum while during being on the tournament.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be looking at, see what changes they can make. And obviously, they're fielding here a 6-man squad in case they do need to make any changes. We know before with Mihi, for example, he was at times playing from his car when he was on his way home from work, you know, trying to do it on the road. That's the beauty of mobile gaming when it comes to it. Now, I would say, though, when it comes to all of this, right, for you're looking at a team that you talk about like Destiny. Yes, okay, they're in a position where they want to do better, but right now, just even getting this far and being ahead so far is a very important thing. Now we look at the next 4 teams coming up into this, and I don't know, right, we probably got to start with GUNZ here, right, Frost?
Yeah, they're one of my favorites coming into this, actually. Winning the PMPL Arabia by miles ahead of other teams, and what we saw from them is, it's just like, it's so good. They had 11 top five placements out of 18 games they played. And why I'm saying that is because the top 5, it's so much points. It's such an important factor that we're going to be talking a lot about that throughout the 4 upcoming days here. We're going to see whoever's going to be towards the top. They might not have a lot of wins, but they're going to have a lot of top 5s. And GUNZ, they have a lot of potential to be up there.
Certainly do. Now, Panda as well is a team we need to touch on. This is an interesting story for these guys. They dominated the EU West side of things, and now I actually think they come in here as maybe one of the key favorites overall, because the individuals on this team can pop off at any point, but they are not a team that changes too much. They stick to their guns, they know what they want to do within a lobby, and they just execute well. Yeah,
definitely. The Panda has been kind of like, of course, like a showing up now in 2021, so they kind of like formed the whole roster, then they came and they really showed that they have what it takes. And I think in many papers, whoever's going to be reading them, this is going to be definitely one of the favorites for the tournament to win.
Well, I would say as well, right, when it comes to that Panda lineup as well, the most interesting part is that there are some Chinese people who have now moved over to Europe and they've got to compete in it as well, right? And they've come and said, okay, well, we were in a very tough region. We'll come on over and see what we can deliver on this one as well. Now, squad rosters when it comes into this one. Conqueror, not a new name. If you look at the player names, you think, wait a sec, has that changed? They did used to be called GUNZ. They're now down as Conqueror. And this was a team that started so slow in the PMPL. We'll get there in the end. And they did not deliver to the standard that they expected, as they came in as key favorites. But at the very end, they stepped it up just when it mattered most.
Yeah, they stepped it up and they made it all the way over here. And that's the first step, right? You got to get here, and that's where you can prove yourself now against all of the other teams here. I want to see them keep on playing the game that they did towards the end there, because they learned a lot on how to play with each other, like who's gonna do what, who's gonna do the flank, who's gonna be supporting, because a lot of times we do see them sub out the players as well. Someone's not feeling 100% this time, well, we'll sub someone else in instead, and I want to see them be on point with those kind of subs as well.
Yeah, and they also have a lot of experience. I mean, they are one of the most experienced teams still on the European Union region, so definitely they have what it takes. We have seen that they have been, of course, having some, well, let's say stable performance lately, but still they made it all the way here, and I think they're now trying to kind of find some kind of redemption from the games in the past.
Now, I do want to touch on one team as well that was at the end there, is Slime 4KT, the team that's coming out of the African region, and they can come through potentially as these underdogs overall with it.
Yeah, I feel like people are going to put them as an underdog. They're not going to maybe respect them as much because they come from a PMCO qualifier as well, not a PMPL, which all the other teams are coming from. So it might be a little bit worse for them.
I'm going to stop you there because real quick, we need to get to an interview that we've got one of the GUNZ esports players ahead of the tournament.
Well, I'm pretty excited, obviously, because it's been almost a year since we competed against them. And back then we had a kind of different roster, and we changed a little bit since then, and we've been working a lot on so many stuff, and obviously our results have changed a lot since then. So I'm pretty excited to see how it's gonna turn out against them again this time.
So, Freak, why don't you tell us, what are your expectations for the team's performance across the 4 days of the tournament?
Well, obviously, I'm pretty confident of my team. We've been doing great lately, and we've been preparing a lot, and we've studied the teams very good. So I see our team in top 3, I think.
Tell me, with the playstyle that GUNZ usually plays, we know that you guys take a couple of days, a couple of games to get to your full strength. How do you think this will affect the performance of your team in the EMEA Championship, considering that you're going to be going up against some really heavy-hitting teams like Futbolist, Panda, and Navi?
Well, I think it's probably gonna affect us in a bad way, but like I hope that that doesn't turn out to be that bad, because obviously they're one of the top teams in the world, and especially Futbolist, Navi, I would say they're really consistent. So each time you miss those 1 or 2 first or second matches in each day, it's gonna take away some points from us. So hopefully it's not gonna turn out that bad. And as well, as you said before, that after that 1 or 2 matches, we're gonna be bumped up and do our best. So it helps us mentally in some way, but at the same time it takes away 1 match point every day.
And I'm glad he was touching on the mentality when it comes to that, right? Because that's all important. One thing we always talk about when it comes to PUBG Mobile is it's got to be about the consistency and it's got to be about the mentality going into it. Even if you start off really bad, there are multiple ways you can fight back in if you're a good enough team, and you can never give up.
I mean, you have to be able to reset your mindset before every game. It doesn't matter if you did a good or a bad game, because if you can go in with a mindset of, this is the start, we need to have a good start. A good start will let us have a good tournament. If you can go in with that mindset every game and make sure that you get that good game, you're going to be doing really good in this tournament.
And confidence is key, right? You generally play better if you're more confident with it all.
Yeah, and that's why I also like these like multiple days tournaments, because we can see teams having some kind of a performance, of course, and if they have some issues, they want to fix something, they kind of like still have time, so they can like prepare for the next day, they can scout what the others have been doing, and even if they don't start with the best foot, they can still improve. They have a lot of time to do it, and now when we have 4 days of games, that's going to be meaning that there's going to be teams going up and down, most probably, as they will be trying to adjust on the strategies, and then the other one will be like counter-adjusting later on.
Yeah, certainly, right? It's all about those little adjustments you can make and improvements. And I do want to see that if a team who maybe should be maybe one of the more favourites in there, right? A team we expect to do very well here, does get off to a bad start. I want to be able to see them shake it off, because that's the true test of a true professional player.
And that's when you want to see them. Maybe if someone's not feeling 100%, sub him out, get someone else in, and if they can get that momentum going, then switch back to the normal lineup you have and keep on going with that momentum. That's what you want to see. You want to utilize those subs as much as possible to full extent.
Yeah, that's what I really love with PUBG Mobile, because you can have like multiple players who can be like watching from the side, and you know, when they notice like this is not working, well, yeah, we do have this kind of firepower just waiting here to be unleashed.
Now here we have our schedule for today. It's 6 games every single day for these teams. A bit of a grind for some of them if they're used to playing out the 4 matches each day. An extra 2 on there. They need to save that energy, save that strength. Maybe that's where the sub players come in. So we will get Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel at the very end there. Now, what do you think here, Mr. Froz, about your Sanhoks when it comes into play?
Well, Sanhok is going to be a big part of it, so you have to be able to perform on Sanhok. Now, you have some teams that we know will do some kind of strategies. I'm talking about Panda, for example.
Yep.
We know that they like to be in the blue, they like to heal it out, and that's a good strategy because they know that they're going to get a lot of points from doing that. So if they can do that, they know that they're going to get a lot of points, and they play very well on both Miramar and Erangel, except for that. It's all going to be fine. It's going to work out for them.
So is this you coming in with like a little hot prediction early on? You're like, oh.
I mean, everyone knows about it. Even the teams knows about it. But it's also hard to counter because if they are already very far out in the blue, you can't really go out there and look for them because it's such a big radius that you have no clue where they could be. And if that's the case, you just got to be able to fight your way inside the circle and make sure that you get the first place instead.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the team who's going to be hiding there on the blue, they will be, of course, getting late inside of the circle, so that's sure. So then the teams who are actually inside, they will have to make sure that they will just try to block all the angles, all the entrances, and the teams who are going to be, of course, staying there on the blue, that it's not going to be easy anymore to get out of there. So, it's, of course, the best possible result for the other team is that those guys will stay on the blue forever.
And that is one thing we saw a lot right when they were playing through the PMPL. But I also want to see if some teams start to already understand where they go. We mentioned this already, that when it comes to a team like Panda, one thing I noticed on their rotations, they were oh so predictable, but they didn't care. They were like, we know what we're doing, we stick to our game plan, and they went for it. I'd like to see maybe some of these other teams from different regions actually go out and challenge them a little bit and see how they deal with them, because that could be a true test of it, right? The real big guns clashing.
You want to see that, but at the same time, you got to think about the other teams. They want to play their own game. They don't want to be trying to adapt to something just to get rid of one of the teams, because that might hurt them in the long run, because then they can't continue with how they normally would play the game with their normal rotations and who they're up against, because they might have studied another route where they know that, all right, if we do our normal thing, these are the teams we're going to be up against. We know how they play. But if we try to stop someone like Panda, we might need to go somewhere else to do that. And if we do that, we don't have our normal plan, and it might hurt them in the long run.
And also regarding the scouting of the strategies and like studying the teams, a lot of things could have changed. We know that some of the teams have like earned their spot on the final like very early, and that's like a long time when we haven't seen them playing. So of course, when the teams are preparing, they use the material which they have, but some things could have changed, and I think there's going to be a lot of question marks about the strategies in general.
Well, let's get some of these questions answered, because it's time for us to bring in our commentators for match 1 of today. We've got Imperium and we've got Maxman. Look at their beautiful smiling faces as they're ready to kick things off here for day 1. Lads, how are you doing? You ready for this?
Oh, man, I'm super ready for this one, man. We're back into the PMPL finally with some of the best teams in the EMEA region, so I'm intrigued. And Frost said, got to start off with a good start, so I'm intrigued to see who's going to be the first team to take that win.
Oh man, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Of course, we're not in the studio unlike those boys, so there's a little bit of, you know, sadness there, but either way, we are casting from the comfort of our own homes, and we still get to enjoy all the action that's going to unfold. Game 1, Max. Who's going to start off with a bang? Who's really going to, like, set the standard here in the EMEA Championship?
We talked already about a few teams like the likes of Panda, that can start very strong into this tournament. Of course, we're going to be maybe a little bit biased towards the Western European teams to see if they can start off the best foot possible. But I'm also looking at other contenders, and one of those actually being from PMPL Arabia in the name of GUNZ. They are one of the favorite from their region coming into this, and I'm extremely intrigued to see if they can now perform on the international stage. They're one of the big names entering this tournament with the likes of Navi. So there's so many good teams coming into this Imperium that anyone can really take it on this first game to set expectations and set the bar as to what we could see in the next 4 days to come.
Yeah, if there is one Arabic team that I expect to shine massively, as in get that top 3 position, even take that #1 spot, it has to be GUNZ, right? But that they're coming into this knowing that, right? They're coming into the EMEA Championship finals with a lot of pressure, but we're already saying this game kickoff, and what a way for it to start. Sway with the first kill of the game on the 12-18 upon these drops. Okay, look, you know what? Can't argue with that one.
Man, you start the PMPL, okay? EMEA Championship Season 1 by getting flexed on because he got double killed with also McLaren. That I did not get, by the way. Extremely unlucky on that end. But yeah, that's going to be a good little start. 12-18, get himself a few more kills. But you know what? Seemed like he might have a little bit of a restart on this game, unfortunately. So, but that's fine. We're just going to try and tense it up a little bit. We're going to have the pressure for these teams, so we might have to take a little bit more time before we actually dive right back into the action. Imperium going to be shown back his head. Yeah, okay. I think that, you know what? 12-18 are going to be very happy about that one, Imperium. They're going to have a little bit of a restart coming into that game. And hopefully, no McLarens are going to squish their heads next time around.
Well, hey, look, they'll be able to learn from, of course, that playing path was over on towards the eastern side. We didn't quite get to show it on broadcast as quickly because our beautiful faces were talking. It was over onto the east, and that did cause a little bit more traffic in place. But it's nice to see, honestly, with Conqueror, even though it's having to be restarted, sending that tiny bit of a message, right? Saying that they're not going to run away from the early game interaction. They're not going to run away. And that could put them in a spot of trouble if they do keep it up, because you can't get punished. But in terms of for the very first game of the day, it's safe to say that Conqueror coming into this with a massive intention to really send that message to the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think every team is clearly coming into this with the objective to win.
Fair.
You know, you got $150,000 on the board. First place is going to be taking home 40,000 of those. So it's definitely going to be a race for the top to see who can end up #1 at the very end. And you got some new teams, right? That this is going to be their very first international experience with a lot of the teams from CIS, Turkey, Western Europe, and also from Arabia. And one of the few teams that I'm intrigued to see what's going to be their take on this current landscape of the game and of this entire PMPL. It's going to be Slime 4KT, the only team from Africa. These guys have never played on something this high. They directly qualified throughout PMCU Africa. It was myself and Banks that covered that tournament. And I can tell you, and I'm sure Banks can also agree, that this is an extremely talented team with especially Storm and Aimer that play extremely well the game. Though, and I talked to Mamba, the manager of the team, they are currently, they got butterfly in their stomach, just quoting his word right there. They are a little bit stressed entering this. But you know what? They might be a big surprise. We saw Zeus surprise the entire world of PUBG Mobile Esports back in the PMGC, and Slime 4KT might just be that team, but on the European scale.
Well, yeah, of course. To break them down a little bit in the sense of they are coming from PMCO right to the EMEA Championship. So unlike every single other team that's gone through a PMPL, this is a big leap. So from an experience and a nerve standpoint, they're falling behind, right? In that, not falling behind, but that's really gonna back them up. They're coming into this, you know, with little massively competitive experience. But on the other hand, like you talk about with the surprise factor, because they're not a massively known team, they're probably not going to be studied as heavily, right? They're not really going to be targeted as heavily by the teams around them. So that does give them an element of surprise. Plus, the fact at the end of the day is that they're here. They're part of the 16 teams in the EMEA Championship, and they have every much of a chance as any of the other teams to grab a win, to grab a good game, to grab a good run of games. And hey, top 8, top 5, I know it's going to be tough, but it is still possible for them.
Yeah, I mean, as we said already, there's going to be a big chunk of money. Every single position you win extra coming your way is going to be some extra dollars coming into the bank. So that's going to be the main objective for these teams. We'll see later on, of course, if that's going to have any kind of influence on the PMGC at the end of the year. We do not know as of yet, but right now you're just trying to get the extra flex points for yourself, not only by getting the McLaren, but also by trying to end up in that top 3 if you can. But you know what? I talked about a team that, in my eyes, could be a surprise coming into it, and I talked about the Slime 4KT. In your eyes, Imperium, which would be the teams that maybe are not expected to be very high, but that could very easily surprise the masses entering this PMPL?
12-18, to be honest.
As they just died there. That's a good pick, you know?
I know. That's why I kind of chuckled to myself. But 12-18 simply put because they've been part of that kind of top-level competitive scene within CIS for the last year and a half. But they've unfortunately haven't really gone to that next step, right? They haven't really gone to the global stage. This is, to me, this is their year to make it happen. Kind of has to be within reason, but this is their year to make it happen. They're coming into this with a lot to prove. They finished up in second place in the PMPL CAS against the likes of Unique, Navi, Konina Power. That says something. That says the weight, the strength of their team. So to me, they're coming into this as a team that could easily finish top 3.
Yeah, I agree. There's a team that has been a little bit all over the place as of recently. They had a few months off the competitive circuit, and now we're finally seeing them come back. So I do agree 12-18 could be one of those big surprises. We got so much talent coming into this. It might be individual talent, it might be team-wide talent, but at the end, we're trying to expect all these teams to rise up as a 4, 5 or 6-man squad. We've got to count the subs too, of course, coming into this event. One of the teams that I'm expecting big things from, that would be Futbolist. You know, they just qualified, and actually they were the last place team to qualify in from the Turkish PMPL, which I found very surprising. Like, this is us now talking about Futbolist that came into every single tournament they played so far with very big expectations. Let's remember, middle of last year, I think it was June, July, it's quite a while back, for PMWL West, and they arrived first, and we were like, okay, this is the European representative. Exactly. These are the guys that are going to represent Europe on all the big tournaments in the PMWLs, the PMGCs, such and such. But after that, they kind of, I have the impression, fizzled out Imperium, and I think this is going to be an opportunity for Futbolist to show that they haven't lost it, they're back on their high horse, and hopefully they're going to be hoping to get to that top 5 position at the very end of the event.
Yeah, of course, with Futbolist, after that PMWL win, their performances overall started to slip to me. There was that level of underperformance. There was that maybe the expectations were too high to a certain extent, and that got to them. They didn't even make it to the last year's EMEA finals, to be fair. They only got the PMGC because they deservedly won the PMWL. But even then in the PMGC, did they really consistently light things up? They showed sparkle. They showed that Futbolist way. Sulke Sunday, can't forget about it, in the words of Mustache Dave. But they did end the year on a bit of a poor note. Now, coming into this year, coming into the PMPL, yeah, okay, it wasn't the strongest of results, scraping by. But to me, with the addition of Koski as their coach, there's a level of stability there that we haven't seen in quite a while. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how that shows. Hell, I was talking to Koski for today's games, and the team are very well prepared. They're well rested. They are in the right mindset to go out and put on a hell of a show for all their fans out there.
I mean, one hell of a show is going to be going on for now 4 days, 6 games every single day. And you know what? I was checking out my map feed and I was like, yeah, we're going to get in game very, very soon. Way better playing path. I enjoyed this one a lot better, Imperium. So we're going to have a second attempt. 12-18, going to be a little bit careful how they decide to roam their way around the map of Erangel. But game number 1 of the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1 Imperium, we are finally going to be making history. There's all these absolutely talented teams that made it through their respective PMPLs. Some of them, once again, very first international kind of experience. And so some of them, they made it through the PMCO, through their PMPL, and they made it here too. It's a great adventure, and now we're actually starting to build and construct the stories from a lot of these teams and individual players that I just can't wait to dive into. Man, I'm telling you, PMPL, way better than Harry Potter. Storytelling, on point.
Okay. Like I don't know why, but I actually miss casting with you, man. The comparison Harry Potter to PMPL. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? But of course, it's very centralized. Okay, that was actually a good one. Very centralized playing path allows these teams to pretty much get to where they want to, whether it's on the west, whether on the east. So I'm expecting a pretty even spread across the board. Konina Power going to her normal Milta drop spot. Conqueror going to be in farm. They're used to each other across this area. And with this phase one, Max, it's healthy. A bit more to the north than some teams would like because of that river in play. But for the most part, there's a lot of strong areas to control. The fact that it complements the playing path will allow for overall a bit of a calmer early game in my eyes.
Oh, of course. You got yourself a very good playing path. Panda was a very good phase one circle, so we shouldn't have too much of a hectic start. And also, we do have to mention this. I find it very interesting and important to say. We've had, yes, stay hidden. But we had a lot of community run events happening. Recently, he's going to be jumping out with a handgun, actually. Gets himself a few nice bullets, switches over to the shotgun, doesn't quite hit the shot. And Vincere will be able to take off in that car, make it back towards the rest of his team. Yes, he's very spread. This is typically where they drop, but on the first game, you've got to be cautious how you position.
Well, I know when it came towards the end of the PMPL, Panda were sending 2 players in school and 2 players in Rozhok because they had that area free with NASR Esports now having that split drop between apartments and school. They're just going to have to be a little bit cautious of each other. But that's some nice little bit of early, somewhat aggression from Panda to say, hey, get off my lawn across this region. This is ours to control. You're not going to get past us that easily. Team Unique going to their normal Lipovka drop swap, but they have stopped along the way to do a little bit of looting. That's quite healthy. It means their rotational path line should be a little bit quicker. Plus, they have to be aware of like World of Wonders in Yasnaya, Panda, and NASR, as we've just seen between Rozhok and School. So for Team Unique, I would say that their rotational pathline will be on the north of Yasnaya coming in from underneath Stalbar and probably set themselves up on the tadpole tip of the river.
I do want to say, and I think it'll pop up potentially in a few seconds. There you go. That's going to be it. Ralph did die to the water to the northern side. Not sure what really happened on his end of things, but hopefully things could get sorted out throughout the rest of today's series. They're still going to be up as a 3-man crew. Yeah, it's very unfortunate to start it off like that, but hopefully things will be ironed out as the day goes on. Other teams that I think are very important to mention here, and we saw one especially in Yasnaya Polyana. We remember that drop back in EMEA League when we were with Kolaris, John Blank. We had World of Wonders drop there consistently, and they could be such a dominant force coming into this event. But the main issue I have with World of Wonders, and we touched upon this in Pyram before actually jumping into the show, they're very inconsistent. They will come into the league stage, arrive second position right behind Na'Vi, upsetting a lot of the big teams and thinking 12-18, Konina Power back in the day. And then the few days after into the finals of the EMEA League, they drop off so heavily. We're like, is this the same team? I did not know what was happening. So
yeah, that's fair.
Because this is such a short-term tournament, I'm expecting World of Wonders hopefully to start a good day one. And if they can do so, we could see them be pretty high up. I would not put them in top 3, but I think that this is a team that has very good potential, right? I think the first part of the standings is possible. Top 3 might be a little bit hard for them to achieve. Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Definitely more that we'll be able to talk about with World of Wonders as this game and the next games go on. For Slime 4 KT, they've gone for a little bit of an early rotation across the Western Bridge. It's a really solid start for them because with that Western Bridge being even outside the circle or barely on the southern tip, they know that no team is really going to camp that hill above Ferry Pier, but they thread it with a bit of caution, right? They did scout going across the bridge, so they are aware that, hey, they can't presume too much, and I'm really happy to see that with this Slime 4 KT side. They're aware that, hey, they are, the small fish coming into the big pond of this EMEA Championship, and every mistake that they make compared to their local tournaments are going to be punished so much more heavily, and they're working with that quite nicely. For next, Rüya on this split drop there in pretty much the dead center of this phase 1 circle, so they barely have to move at all, my friend. Just to touch upon what you said on Slime 4KT, they're the Magic Cup about to become a Gyarados. There you go. We'll see if they can potentially get himself a Waterstone, and the evolution will happen. Hey, man, I love it.
Okay.
Hey, Pokemon a good franchise,
somebody,
man. Love it.
Can somebody in chat just keep account of how many like anime references Max makes across?
Too much. You can't keep count. It's not going to happen,
Championship.
Yeah. Okay. Though Destiny, they are already going to be in a really strong spot. There's not many teams that typically drop towards the likes of Severny. And also, something I wanted to touch upon at the very start of the show is we had quite a few community-run tournaments and also scrims happening. So you might say, well, this is the first day. We're expecting hot drops, teams not knowing where each another like to drop. Well, that's not going to happen because there was such a wide opportunity for teams to learn beforehand that, okay, this compound is taken, this rotation is not going to work. So this is already teams on a way better performance than what they might have done in their PMPL, where they might have a little bit less time to train, right? And I think that that's definitely something to take into account, is that hot drops should not be happening throughout the entirety of today. Might happen on the last day, though, Imperium, if you want to try and ruin chances of other teams to get access to the higher ground position in the leaderboards. We saw it happen.
Oh,
hey,
boy.
Navi Konina Power.
Yes, we did.
Comes through.
Oh, yes, it does. You got to do what you got to do. Now, Futbolist, they did go into the cube compound by the side of the river. Very good starting point for them in towards this phase one. We're halfway through this phase closing in. And, you know, like I predicted, with such a solid playing path, with such a solid phase one circle, we are seeing quite a passive early game. And it's even complemented by the fact that this is the very first game of the EMEA Championship. So all of the teams will be a little bit more cautious, right? They want to, you know, warm themselves up. They want to kind of feel each other out because, yes, scrims and some scrim tournaments in the lead up to this championship will help, but it's not the true test, right? It is not the true test compared to being in this actual championship. So teams are feeling each other out coming into this game one.
Yeah, they're trying to see, is it going to be more aggressive lobby? Is it going to be more chill? Because an extra thing to take into account is there's a big divergence when it comes to meta between these regions. I'm thinking especially back to Slime 4KT, we touched upon them. I remember with Banks when we were casting the African PMCO, we would mention and we would say that the African utility was extremely strong and they play around smokes, Molotovs, flashbangs a little bit rarer. They did use it from time to time, but also grenades is really predominant. Then you have other regions like CIS, they're all about taking those team fights, breaching compounds, getting access to strong positions. And then you have Western Europe, which is a lot more, I would say, scouting and rotation focused. So there's going to be a little bit of a clash and it might fuse almost metas throughout these 4 days. So well, that's what I also like of this, is not to see which team is the best, but also which meta sets itself apart of the rest of the teams. As phase 2 circle pops, hey, not too hard. Nice and center. Na'Vi are going to be in a really good position on the east of Northern George Pole. I do not hate this. I love this. And for first game, it's a good testament as of how good these teams have potentially improved for the past few weeks.
There's also very little excuse as well in terms of, hard shift or painful circle. Like, this is a fantastic circle. Yes, the river's still in place, so committing yourself to the north or south of the river is something that the teams need to be aware of. For Konina Power, they've gone for that standard Konina Power kind of later rotation in the early parts of the game, plus maybe being aware that SUDOR Esports do like to drop in Nova and they can possibly catch them out. It hasn't been the case. SK-Ton has rotated away along with the rest of the team, getting ahead of Konina Power, more importantly, Max. And that could spell a little bit of trouble because you also have Conqueror on the southeastern edge of the circle. You have NASR Esports still there, and even World of Wonders gatekeeping the very eastern edge of the circle. So, you know, this isn't necessarily the absolute best start for Konina Power, but I'm sure they'll be aware of that.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be able to find a way through eventually. It's going to be fine. As we said, it's not a hard circle shift whatsoever. It's though that river is going to be having to take pretty heavily into account by these teams.
Exactly.
You got that 50, I would say 50-50. Of course, I'm really bad in math. If you guys are unaware, then check out PMPL Western Europe. My math is, I would say, relatively off from time to time. So do not trust me. You want to trust Imperium when we bring up some numbers. But there's going to be that clear shift as to if it does go north, if it goes down south, you're going to have some gatekeeping and teams maybe rotating into the blue. And that might create a little bit of a few issues for some of the teams in this lobby right now. And you mentioned especially World of Wonders, right? They were trying to gatekeep the more eastern side, northeastern side of this circle. You got two teams such as Konina Power and also Team Unique trying to wrap around, avoid that skirmish, and enter through the south of Savernia itself. So it's good to see that Unique and also Konina Power, the two CIS teams here, are going to be aware of their surroundings to make sure that they don't try and cross the bridge. Otherwise, that could have been a very early squad wipe going in favor of World of Wonders. So you want to be cautious, and the scouting seems like it's pretty on point for the CIS teams.
Destiny, a very healthy position on the northern half of the river, just south of the shooting range hill. They have information and access, plus a little bit of a compound. They're not relying fully on the compound. They have Mihi, the IGL, doing a bit of scouting, so it's a nice 3-1 split for the time being. Big hopes for this Destiny side. German representatives in the PMCO got to the PMPL, stood out in the league stages, but they did fall down a little bit when it came down to the Super Weekends, and then in the finals, they left it till the final day to really show up, grabbing 2 chicken dinners. Can they repeat that success, right? Can they follow that momentum? I'm excited to see if Mazzaro, who I regard as the firecracker of the team, can really, you know, let go and really, like, kind of not literally, but blow up in the sense of, you know, stand out against the other teams and really send a message to the likes of Frozen, the 2 Frozens who were MVP in their respective PMPLs.
Too many Frozens, man. They both take MVP. I found that very interesting when I was doing my research like a week or 2 ago. I was like, wait a minute. Is this like cross data that just went wrong? No, it's actually 2 different players called Frozen, and they both got MVP. So congrats to those 2. And that's a great circle for Destiny. And you know what happens, Imperium, when Destiny get a strong circle pretty early on? They go for typically a little bit of a wider spread and take full ownership of that position. Though, can't say Soke is in full ownership of his Destiny, as he's going to be encountering the likes of GUNZ. Lord going to be trying to confirm himself that kill with that Scar. And hopefully we'll get in a few seconds. But yeah, unfortunate. They tried to rotate. Good shots from over the river, actually, from Futbolist. They're currently in that box compound to hold on to. It could be good, but Soulcade, it's just no way Imperium that he's brought back.
Yeah, it was that 3-1 split from Futbolist, and I think maybe holding on to a 3-1 split for just a little bit too long in the game has been the reason why Soulcade got caught out. Good play, good opportunistic movements by Frag. Couple of wild rotations on the western side of this map, though, across that North George Pool River. Slime 4KT going for that, hoping that it works out. However, Navi, Tixie, he's a little bit too wise. He predicted that. He was able to get 1 kill on the Storm, and that is going to be a confirmation coming on through. So good start from Navi. I like that Slime 4KT went for that wide rotation, but sometimes what looks to be unorthodox is quite obvious to some other teams and can allow yourself to get caught out.
Yeah, it is especially unfortunate for 4KT because they lose themselves Storm, that I would say is definitely the star player from him and Africa in general. So that's definitely going to hurt them pretty heavily coming into this game. Hopefully the rest of the team can try and wrap around, get some good scouting coming their way. But the circle's pretty small now, so you might have some encounters. Oh, RICO Infinity, Prestige, got to be careful. Oh boy, he's going to be prone down, wait for him to slow down, and that's going to be the spray. That's the connection, and he just gets the knock for now. But though, Ragnar on the other side did get knocked down, so there's not going to be that big surround around Old Boy. He's just going to be on his own tippity top of the mountain, and Hero is there to try and take him down off that pedestal. Matic trying to join up onto the party too. The rest of the team is going to try and converge on this high ground position, as Kitsune is still assisting from a distance, confirming that kill onto Prestige, because kills are going to be points, and points are prizes in the world of PUBG. You want to capitalize on every opportunity. You've got a great off angle. Matic gets it done through the smoke, and that is what you want to see from Na'Vi. The synergy is on point, and RICO Infinity lose himself 3 players with only NASR left remaining. He's spotted away though on the side by Matic himself. They know exactly where the last player is pinpoint. He's going to be into the blue. There is no escape for NASR in this game.
That was already a very tricky position for RICO to even rotate to, because they could have been caught out by one of the teams on the outside or on the very edge of the circle from the south side of the river. And the fact that they got caught out by Navi shows that there's a real kind of lack of leadership in how they were rotating. Good awareness by Navi, great by Old Boy, but even just that little bit of, you know, play by Matic to join up with Old Boy to make sure that nobody was lost for Navi in the early parts of the game. Integral star for Navi as they rack up the points, the kills, a little bit of leadership as this next phase pops up. It's a centralized position, and Destiny are kind of sitting back, relaxing. But here's the thing, they're also not really hoovering up their opponents' loot, right? So they're kind of, I would argue that maybe they don't have that much loot in their backpacks.
That could be a little bit of an issue later on down the line, though. GUNZ, they are straight up on the opportunity to take down a few players of Slime 4KT. One nade should be coming out, should be fine for Emodi, so I'm not really too surprised of those nades coming out from the Arabic teams. Though, Fex currently in the water, trying his best to cross on over and swim. He's going to be the last player currently standing for them. So it is not looking good for the African team on this first game. It's just the first game. Hopefully they can try and catch up into the next game to come. And kill confirmed for Lord. That's going to be an extra point, up to 2 so far for them. And they are looking as one of the very clear favorites. We touched upon them, but in their PMPL, the last day, the 6 games, they got himself 3 wins, a second position, and 2 third positions. Out of 6 games, they were 3rd position, every single one of them. Am I the only one to find that insane? I've never seen that before. That is huge.
It is very huge indeed. You know, compared to Panda, who are on their last game, kind of were a little bit lackluster. Yeah, that comparison is real. And credit to GUNZ as they rotate around Futbolist. They come into this game losing a player, unfortunately, early on. But let's be fair. They're playing as if they're a full squad right now. They're playing with such confidence on that rotation, catching people out on the edge of the circle. And they've even gotten ahead of Futbolist. Now, there is a level of unknown upon where their position is. And yeah, they have the fear of being caught out by Navi. Talk about Navi. They pick up the last kill on the RICO. That is another kill for the CIS Behemoth Solar Navi.
Yeah, first team eliminated in the PMPL EMEA Championship. That is going to be RICO Infinity from Arabia. We'll see you guys in game 2 later on down the line on Sanhok. Though Futbolist able to move away from their compound. They knew there was only one team that they wanted to try and keep away from crossing that river. That was going to be GUNZ. Now they made it over. There's no point in remaining in that position. They're going to take a one-on-one. Lord will lose his life eventually. That's an instant kill confirmed for Lutz on that Thompson. Got to be careful. There's still another player. That was just a knock. That was not a kill confirmed. And Emodi strikes while the iron is hot and gets a reverse kill to revenge his fallen teammate of Lord. You should know there was going to be more players in that position. You should have been a lot more cautious how you play that. More utility coming on down, though, from Lovazin. So Emodi wants to try and get contact onto that rock. He does get there in time, and now Futbolists are stretched very thinly because they're only as a 2-man crew, Imperium.
It should have been a 2-man push on that underside of the hill. You're dead right on that one. However, I think for the time being, Lavazin and Rome do have control of this area because look at Emodi and Freak. They're massively separated. And I don't think Freak is confident enough of really pushing down the hill because of the potential threat for Navi on the other side.
Yeah, Tixie gets up, few shots coming his way. Gotta be careful, and I like it. GUNZ still continuously being aggressive. Freak is going to be the one that is going to try and hold the rest of the place that arm length out in the blue. Can he get it done, though, with the M4? Oh, no, Lovazin does get knocked down at the very end. Emodi able to pinch down on Futbolists. Exactly what we want to see from these 2 players currently up and ready to go. Raum will get himself a DP28 shot, though. The information has been given over. Where is the backup of Freak as he's just waiting for Raum to crawl in his direction to try and get into the circle? It's not set and done for Raum right now as he's just waiting for his opportune time to strike. The smoke goes, but he's got it in his hand. No, he cooks it a little bit too much and he's going to try and actually move way behind that tree. Oh, the throw from Freak, the nade, the timing was so unfortunate. That is going to be done for GUNZ, eliminated in 13th position.
Oh, such unfortunate timing. You hate to see it indeed. We also saw Slime 4KT go down as well. 12 teams left. The Navi are controlling and dominating the western edge of the circle. 12-18 encroached on their space, and they picked up a kill already. Happy days indeed. Destiny are still in the circle upon this next shift. We also saw Conqueror pick up a couple of kills onto a few of the fake players on the eastern edge of the circle, while Konina Power, they're on the northern edge. Nomi's knocked down. So knowing me, knowing you, it's not looking too good for Konina Power. They're losing a player right off the bat.
Imperial, can we just mention, Tiggsy is actually first fragger. The aggressive, what we call him, the rabid dog of Konina Power, that just set him forward in like aggressive positions to get all those kills. He's top fragger right now in this game. Love to see it. That is the Tiggsy that we know and love. But hopefully they can try and find some closure. As you mentioned, Imperial, in a very strong position on the western side of this late game circle, contested currently with another CIS contender, which is 12-18. But Imperial, I'm looking on the minimap right now. The east is clustered and littered with team. Destiny are going to be over there, followed up with Panda, Fate, and also Conqueror EU. As Conqueror, like, man, we don't care about your fight on the east, okay? We're going dead center, and that's exactly what they do without losing a single player. That was so risky.
I don't know how that paid off, but that could still bite them in the butt, let's be fair, because now they're potentially a target to all of the teams around them on the edge of the circle. You have SUDOR down on the south side, you have Navi on the west. But But the good thing for them is that if they stay hunkered down, next Rüya, Fate, Panda, the team from Western Europe, they're going to be fighting on that south edge of the circle.
Futbolist, their band-aid is going to be ripped off, and that's going to be stinging quite a fair decent amount for their first game here. Not going to be a top 5 as they were potentially expecting. What an aid coming out from track 2. That's a double whammy from Nihat and also Frozen. And also got the high ground position to try and surround it away. SUDOR Esports,
Really
one team that I think would be an underdog coming in this event, and they get the high ground. SK Ton gets it done. And they're going to try and squad wipe the entirety of the team. And that's it. That's done. Next, Rüya Gaming taken out in 11th. Now down to top 10 teams in the very first game as Panda. They're also looking to go onto the offensive of the Fate Esports. Late, we don't know exactly where he's. Great shots on the M4. And there's going to be switching a weapon. They're all coming in one by one. And he goes for the open spray, but no, it's Lin. Able to back it up last second. And Panda confirmed himself 3 kills and should be able to res up as a full crew.
Next Rüya got frozen out of it. Panda clearing things up. Fate are eliminated, and we have 9 teams left standing. Looking at the kills, Navi are on 7 already as the circle shifts up. It does go central. Conqueror still in play. Panda are trying to heal up, but Destiny, now they heard the shots. Now they're going to throw at the utility, but they need to get rid of their Western Europe counterparts. Jesus playing up. Destiny, Mihi's thrown at smokes while the revive is getting pulled out. That could actually take them out because getting the revive is very risky with a lot of utility in play.
It could work out. If they want to go for a little bit of a spread after the res actually come on through, there is a potential of that happening. But the clock is ticking. Only 15 seconds before the circle currently wraps around and engulfs these teams in a holy grasp. That's where things could get dicey very clearly for Panda. They got to move away. The smokes are currently dissipating, granting even more information as to where currently Panda stand. Destiny are going to be super happy of this current situation. But yes, he's so close. He actually gets up, goes for the ground to Mihi as he was trying to chuck an A onto Beast 2. Can he get the double? No, it does not happen as Destiny win himself the fight, and now they're controlling 100% of the eastern side of the circle.
Don't get the revive, Destiny. Don't get the revive. You need to push into the circle. All the other teams, SUDOR, who took down next Rüya, are going to be encroaching on your space and getting ahead of you into the circle. Konina Power still standing tall, still on the northern side. World of Wonders are in front of them, but no me, who did get revived up, is once again knocked down.
Okay, this is a clown fiesta. There's no more compounds to play for. There's one shot currently held on by Navi, but it's not even in circle. 12-18. I thought that was a risky play. It seemed like that did not come to fruition this time around. Analyst, nice shot coming out from Axer. That was a clean spray coming out from him on the M4. Axer going to be looking for another opportunity, but sprays a little bit too long, and he gives the opportunity to his assaulters to actually take him down. Still pushing out. The circle is centering up around all of these teams, and Konina Power dead center with some smokes. The moment those smokes are gone, Konina Power are going to have a real rough time to hold on to this circle.
Unique, they're together, but 2 of their players are knocked down. If they can get the revives on the northern edge of the circle, it can keep them coming into the late game. The PMPL final champions are holding on for dear life. Their CIS counterparts are very close by, while Navi once again dominate. 10 kills in this first game for Navi. That is insane. Talk about sending that message, Max.
And again to the lower ground, 2 could be a little bit of an issue, mainly because you've got players like Fidan of SUDOR. They've got the high ground position. They could capitalize on that opportunity if need is be. But they're trying to push it out. Nicely done. Love to see that coming out from Tixie. Definitely going back to the aggressive nature. We've known him back in the EMEA League. But still the shots coming out. Top side, you still got Zesty of World of Wonders. If he dies, that's going to be full northern and high ground potential coming out for Unique. And that could be the game-deciding position if they play accordingly, of course. Circle shifts so heavily over to the west here this time around, and Miramar Conqueror could be in a golden opportunity to secure the game as World of Wonders are out, and that is going to be looking amazingly well for Team Unique in the northern edge.
Luckily for Conqueror, Navi were distracted by SUDOR, right? So they're not focusing down on the lower part of the hill. Azzy, the one-man wrecking machine, the clutch master of close quarter combat god, can make something happen, but he has to hope that SUDOR push back Navi even further, pick up another kill on board, and then maybe Azzy can swipe in from behind.
do Na'Vi even have more smokes? I'm not sure because they used a bunch early in Pyram on the west.
Yeah,
so
but they've been killing people, dude.
Okay, well, Azzy, close quarter combat, doesn't get to close quarter, so he's not even going to be able to take that combat, apparently. That's going to be Sanhok, Conqueror EU, eliminated in 5th. Now 4 teams remain for the very first game of the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if, as Frost said, which team will be able to actually start off the best foot possible with a win, and that is going to be extremely good for their morale. Matic back into the car, going to try and zoom his way forward, but that's going to be the pickup. And once again, Na'Vi being so trustworthy of each another, sending a player forward, the rest of the team back you up. That is what you love to see from Na'Vi back in this PMPL.
13 kills, that's normally an unlucky number for Na'Vi. It's a hell of a lucky number in this game on. Konina Power is still alive. Unique, they went down. We're into our final 3 teams. 2 CIS. SUDOR, I gotta say, very impressed with how they're performing in this game one. Taking down next Rüya, the Turkish PMPL final champions, controlling that south side, pushing back Na'Vi in some ways. Very healthy start for SUDOR.
Very healthy start also for Team Unique. I mean, they had a great position and they capitalized on it. Still down out in 4th, 18 points in 4th position. That's a pretty decent banger to initiate your adventure in this PMPL EMEA Championship. Now trying to close up, and this is very clearly Imperium, a gamble for Na'Vi. If the circle went continuously in their favor, all the teams are going to be flushed down in their vicinity. It actually paid off. It was a very clear opportunity if the circle came their way, and it did actually do just that. Pioneer, great shot on the M4. Himself safe down. They're only going to be 1 game. Still actually on top of the great. That's a risky one, my dude. But SUDOR are going to be actually taken out in 3rd position. Now it's going to be 2 players of Konina Power still in this game. It's GUNZ and Pioneer trying their best to take this opportunity to take down their CIS friends, or in this case, enemy, should I say, as the nades are going to be coming on by. What a nade from Pioneer onto Matic. Oh boy, trying his best to get his fallen teammate up and going. If Tiggsy is back in the game, it's going to be 2 versus 2 as Konina Power going for widespread Imperium. That is the position you love to see coming out from Konina.
But it has to be coordinated. GUNZ, Pioneer, they can't really support each other. Let's be fair.
That's the push coming down for Pioneer. Gets one, can go for the double. No, Tigsy's there to back it up. Na'Vi still in a game, 1v1. But GUNZ, the other IGL, is going to be too far to back up his teammate of Pioneer. So he's going to take it slow once again. You're giving so much time to Na'Vi to go for the res. And now it's going to be a 1v2. They can spread, and Konina Power will not normally be able to take this unless he gets a clutch spray or grenade to close off this game. GUNZ back on the slower part, waiting for the opportunity to strike, but Na'Vi know they need to go for the spread. But Imperium, Pioneer is giving the information from the side. Not anymore, as he's going to be actually flushed out. Takes the pushes way over to the wall. That's a 1-on-1, but oh boy, oh no, that does not go their way whatsoever. And Na'Vi, when they see him strike, they fight back and they secure himself the very first win of the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1. It's Na'Vi. They were one of the favorites, and they did not disappoint in this first game.
Like on one hand, Na'Vi, the CIS gods. The CIS gods, what a way for them to start. I think ending up 15, 16 kills with that first place. Thank you very much. I'll take home the brunt of that 150k prize pool. I know it's only day 1, game 1, but
don't jump ahead yet.
God, my blood is pumping off the back of Navi's performance. But let's be fair. When you're talking about that final moment, KP, Konina Power, I'm sorry, but you threw it, guys. I mentioned it. That V effect, it had to be coordinated from Konina Power.
Yeah.
Pioneer, he pushed it on one side, got a knock, and even got damage. And I don't know what comms are going through, but he must have said to GUNZ, he's lit up. He's absolutely lit up. But he didn't push it, and he paid the price. But for Na'Vi, yeah, 3k damage, 18 kills. Like,
okay, Na'Vi, you guys got to chill, okay? I know you guys are looking as a favorite, but 3k damage, 18 kills coming to this one, 33 points. We already got a 30-point bomb in the very first game from Na'Vi, nonetheless. Okay, they are solidifying their position as a favorite coming into this. They are looking to take home $40,000 US. That's going to be the prize share for the first position team out of the $150,000 US. I mean, and Tiggsy, finally, he's back in form. This guy was fragging so hard. I thought he was a little bit too passive back in the PMGC, but this is the Tiggsy that we know and love, and he is back on the ball.
Like, not that I'm speechless, but is there anything that really needs to be said other than the fact that 18 kills, chicken dinner, game one. Are you not even surprised that I said give them the 40k already? This is just going to be too easy. I know it was only game one, and a lot of other teams did step up to the plate, right? Let's highlight Team Unique. They got 18 points, right, to start things off. Very healthy start for them. SUDOR Esports, I have to go back to them. They had 8 kills before they got eliminated. They were really controlling on the south edge of the circle, and they played that hillside extremely efficiently. And when they knew that they were getting engaged upon by NASR Rüya, they so quickly shut them down. NASR Rüya didn't know what hit them. Honestly, did not know what hit them. So all credit to the Arabic team. SUDOR, they deserve that game one result.
Well, the first game for the CIS powerhouses of Na'Vi, also with Konina Power and Team Unique, doing pretty good results for their very first game. But you know what? With that said, I got to relax a little bit because that game got me already exhausted. That was a lot of action. I loved it. So with that said, myself and Imperium, we're going to head on over to a very short break. And after that, we'll be back on the desk to try and break down what exactly happened at the end of that first game.
Xiaomi.
Now that is one way we open up the day. What an incredible first match we got to see there. But what I've also got to do is thank the sponsors that make this possible. Remember, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on the Xiaomi Redmi Note 5G. Make sure you get that in your hands if you want to deliver when it comes to the PUBG action, because that's what we're doing here. That's what our players are doing. And my, oh my, we were looking at Na'Vi and you say, okay, yep, they qualified a long time ago. This has been in the back of their minds, you know, they've been doing well. They've just been playing it out. You mentioned their third place. Well, they came into this like a rocket.
I mean, I talked about it in the start, right? They had a top score of 35 points in the PMPL CIS. That was the top score they scored in one game. They come in here, the first game, they score 33 points. That is just out of... I don't even know what to say about it, but it was all from the start as well. Like, they started off so strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, great start for them. Of course, we had some other teams also getting a lot of kills there. Didn't get the highest price, but still got a lot of points. Like we see SUDOR getting 18 points, Unique getting also 18 points as well. So that's a lot of points. I mean, the top three, of course, Na'Vi is going to be separating quite heavily from the others, but still, I mean, it's just the first game, and we know that these teams, they have those performances that they can actually close that gap.
Oh, yes, it's all about that. We're taking a look at some of the damage alongside the kills being done here. And one thing you got to say when it came to Na'Vi, okay, yeah, we know what they can do, we know what damage they can do, but it was that they were fighting confidently since the very beginning, right? And that's what we spoke about in this. Confidence is key.
Well, if you look at how Na'Vi played out the game compared to all the other teams, already in Circle 2, we saw all the other teams, they were grouping up, they were staying as 4-man. Na'Vi, they were playing totally different. They were doing a 1-1-1-1 split. They had so much control. And the first thing we saw was that Tixi was holding the North George bridge. And we saw that Slime was trying to get through there, but Tixi just holding them off, had them going back to the south. And after that, we saw, of course, Oldboy getting that kill on the hill there. And straight away after that, Matic came in with that flank and make sure that they could take out another player. And just time after time, that's what we saw from Na'Vi, just taking control over the whole situation on the west side. It was just Na'Vi the whole game.
Yeah, when they actually started playing from the Georgeville area, a little bit like they're on the western side of the phase number 2, I think it was there, and then it really hadn't like yet decided it's gonna be the northern or the southern side of the river. So yeah, they were on the side. Then we had to shift the phase 3, like committing on the northern side completely, and that's kind of like when all that happened.
Well, here we can see where the kills are being done, and well, I'm not going to say anything too much right now. Old boy's up there, but Tigsy, he came through 11 kills out there for his team early on, putting the hurt on everyone around him.
Those stats that Tixi is just putting up there is just amazing to see. And we were talking all about Old Boy. Old Boy is, of course, also up there, but you also got to give it to SUDOR. You see there, SK-Ton there, up there as well. They played it really well. What we saw from them were holding down on the south side. They were playing a little bit more passive, but it worked out. They were adapting to what was happening in the rest of the lobby. They knew that everyone was on the east and west side fighting each other. They were taking slowly, taking control. Time by time, they moved up a little bit, creeped up, and just took out everybody else.
Are we going to start talking about CIS dominance after one game here, Copter? Is that potential already? Or am I getting too ahead of myself?
I mean, currently it seems like it, of course. I mean, CIS, the region getting that huge performance. Of course, Navi doing very well. But I was going to say before the stats was that, of course, they didn't have the, let's say, the most perfect circle when it was like the shifting on the northern side. So they kind of like, they stayed there, well, they were still on the western side, and then, of course, the circle, when it committed on the northern side, it shifted also very heavily on the eastern side. So then, of course, it seems that Navi doesn't have the circle. They'll have to do a lot of work to actually get in. But then we got multiple shifts at the same time, hard shifting on the western side, and then, of course, Navi was kind of like trying to play that edge and welcome everybody who's going to be doing. And at the same time, all the other teams were doing the work there on the eastern side and destroying each other's. And also, we had a couple teams who were actually very early committing on the northern side. For example, we had Panda sitting on the northern side already after the phase 1, because it was possible. It wasn't the most probable area where the circle can be shifting, but they made a choice to go on the northern side. But the teams who actually came very early, I mean, Navi just wiped them out, all of them, like coming from the south.
Now, we touched on Panda coming up into this fight as well, what they'll be able to do. Yes, it's just the first game, and you can say maybe it didn't go so well for these guys, but it's one of those things where I feel like, okay, look, now you go into the big boys lobby. Can you deliver in the same way?
I mean, they had a little bit of trouble on the eastern side with Destiny. They were coming in a little bit late and so on, but they still played it pretty well, and I think they got themselves a few kills on top of it. So it's not a bad start. It's not the best start, and we expect more from them, but just one game in, we still got so many games, so I wouldn't be afraid if I were them.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Panda, they didn't have the easy situation. They kind of like committed on the northern side, like I mentioned, and then when they needed to start moving, we had multiple teams like rotating right there, like on the edge of the circle, kind of like holding them down. We had Destiny fighting with them, of course, and they got some great kills from Panda, and they just did what they were able to do. They got some kills, yeah, definitely from there, but yeah, I think this is only first game, so we're going to be seeing a whole lot more from them.
We certainly are going to be seeing a lot from all of these teams across these next few days. But one thing, right, when you put everyone together from different regions right now, we're putting the best of these regions together. This is where not only the pressure is on, but it's also a test of, okay, who is the strongest region? Because how many times are these guys having this conversation about like, oh, my region's better, no, we're better in this. This is where you have to lay it all down, right? This is where you have to prove a point.
Yeah, of course, you have some of the teams that have more experience on an international stage that has played a lot more against each other. We have a few of the CIS teams, for example, that has been very prominent on that scene. But coming in here, it's totally different. You don't have the teams from the Eastern region. This is the EMEA, and you got to be focusing on the teams that are here right now. This is what's going to be mattering.
Yeah, and also we have some teams who have been other regions, like Africa, for example. We have Slime here. They haven't been on the stage on the past. There has been no tournaments on the past with all these regions like clashing together. So we don't really know how it's going to be building up.
One thing we do know, though, right, is that I know this from when I covered the African region, is that whole region, they come out and support in a big way. They were so happy for that slot to be there and have a chance to be able to be on the world stage. And another thing here is the experience you learn from games like this, because it's all well and good when you play within your own scrim farm, right? You're looking in there and you're saying, okay, we've got these group of teams we're playing against on a regular basis. When you get this level of practice, when it's official game practice, that's when you can really start to understand how good you are on your current level.
Yeah, and you can take the first day to like try to feel out the other teams, try to feel out how do they play the game, how do they approach the whole thing, and then you can try to adapt your gameplay to that. I'm not saying you should like 100% just go in and like, all right, they're gonna be playing there, we shouldn't be there at all, or we should try to take every fight. No, that's not how you should do it. You should try to adapt yourself, but still play your own game. That's how you're gonna thrive. That's how you're gonna feel most confident.
And on that part, right, when you're talking about this adaptation and playing your own game, it's a very fine line, isn't it? Because You've got a game plan you want to stick to. You want to go and say, okay, this is X, Y, and Z. This is what we're going to react and how we do it. But the small adjustments, if you make too big of an adjustment in a tournament like this, then you might find yourself undoing the good work you've done coming into practice.
Yeah, true. I mean, you don't, it's not a good thing to lose your identity. I mean, you still have your ID. You're coming from a certain region. You have certain playing style. The regions have different kind of playing styles inside of the regions. So now when we have teams who haven't been facing multiple of these teams from the past, of course, they have their ID. They have been scouting them. The enemies have been scouting them. And, if you do too much changes, then it's kind of like a jump in the dark, more or less. So small things, small fine-tuning, that is definitely, and still keeping your identity.
Oh, yes, it's all about keeping true to that. Now, next, we're going to be going over to Sanhok for our second match of the day. And I'm smiling away at you guys at home because this is where the madness starts to begin, right? It's a very difficult map to fight around. It's one that I don't think you can ever say, like, oh, yeah, this team's significantly better than everyone else, because it can offer up so many close-together fights. You know, you're all on a smaller map in land space that you've got into play. Maybe we get some of these crazy rotations that come in. There is a hell of a lot of craziness that's going to go down. And I feel like a lot of these teams, even though they've done their research and prep, feeling each other out on this first Sanhok game is going to be vital.
It's going to be super vital, and it comes down to the topology of Sanhok being so many high hills and then low dips. Like, people can be basically everywhere, and they can be super close. So as soon as you take the first shot, you can basically tell that, all right, someone's going to come in third party. So we need to finish up this fight as soon as possible, or we need to back out and find another way to get where we want to go. Because if we get third party, we're not going to win. The team we're up against is not going to win. It's going to be the third party team.
Well, looking back, actually going towards what we saw from Erangel, we're looking at the head-to-head here between SUDOR and Team Unique up in it. And although it was 10 kills going the way of Unique, there was still a lot of damage being done by SUDOR there, not being able to maybe get what they needed at the end of it all, you know?
Well, at the same time, you got to look at the damage that they actually dealt and how they dealt it. They were coming in from the south side. They had a little bit more of a high ground, but they played it very well. They had one guy towards the south-southwest, while the rest was more towards the east. So they were trying to cover a lot of ground, trying to get a lot of control over the other teams, and basically just poking them down. That's where you see the damage, because they poked them down, and then the other teams were just fighting each other, and basically they were taking each other out, and SUDOR was just waiting there to get their chance to get into the circle.
Yeah, they kind of make the initial damage a little bit and then let the others do the fighting in the end. So they got the damage, they got some kills as well, but I mean, they did more damage per kill than, well, most of the teams.
That's what it's all about, right? Getting as much damage, but also trying to confirm it and push your way forward on it. Now, one thing, right, I was looking at when I see all of these teams coming into play is opening game now, we talk about the mentality going into game 2. You may have not been getting the good start you wanted, but it's all about how you stay strong. We spoke about it in the pre-match, and I feel like it's almost more in PUBG Mobile than it is in other esports titles we look at here, because you can have a bad game and you can bounce back knowing, okay, this is like a better pick for me or something like this. But the fact that we've got 6 games, the longevity of it all here, it's this consistency. You now need to just be able to completely ignore everything that happened, even if you won the game, right? Yeah. Navi can say ride the high and the momentum of, yeah, we won, but you need to go back to being completely focused and almost have this like cooling down period to come into the second match.
Yeah, because it's a totally different map as well that we're going to be playing. But after this, we also have Miramar. But one team I'm a little bit worried about is actually Panda, because we started out with the greatest performance, as we said, on the Erangel on the first game here. Now coming into the second game, we know what kind of strategy they're going to be putting out. And that means that they're going to have a very passive gameplay in this upcoming game here. And if they do that, coming into the third game, they might still be warming up on Miramar.
True.
And that means that they're going to fall behind a little bit. But we do know that if there's a team that can catch up to that point, it is Panda.
I think the first 3 matches, so when you have all the 3 maps played once, it's like the first date done 3 times. So they kind of like understand it, like, yeah, you don't want to do any mistakes on the first date. I mean, you want to keep all your options open. So I think it's the same thing. People are a little bit like touching a little bit, you're seeing what's going to be sticking, what's going to be working, and what is not. And then I think that after... Well, let's not talk about that one. But I mean that after we have done all these maps once, and I think we're going to be seeing some small things changing, and then like people, maybe teams taking a little bit more risks as well.
I do love that analogy though, right? Because it is kind of like a first date. You're trying to look around at it all. It's like your first date with enemies. You're looking, you're saying, okay, what's going on here? And that's the thing, because no matter what research and prep a lot of these teams would have done, you know teams have made changes. Okay, they may have a favorite drop spot, and maybe the drop spot doesn't change, but maybe they made a change to their rotation. Maybe they're actually doing a 2-2 split, somewhere like that, right? So all the information we look at, it gets changed when we come into something like this. And if you're getting ready for the big EMEA Championship, you can't be going in with just the same old stuff you had over and over again. You've got to have had so slight change-ups coming up into it.
But the big thing is that I don't think that all the teams will be putting out their A game straight away either. They want to wait a little bit. They want to make sure that they can bring it out towards the last day. They don't want to bring out like the secret weapons right now because we're in the beginning. You gotta be careful with taking out your aces from your sleeves, you know?
Well, we've got to be careful on how much we talk here because we are going into match 2 real soon. We are moving into Sanhok. We've got Max and Imperium back again. And lads, I saw how hyped and ready you are. Max, you stole my husband away from me, so you best take good damn care of him.
I feel threatened right now. I'm a little bit scared, I'm not gonna lie. But Banks, I'll keep him in good condition. Okay, I'll give him back to you after the PMPL. Don't worry about it. He'll be in good shape. But yeah, Imperium, insane first game happening here for the PMPL EMEA Championship. Na'Vi, I think, didn't really surprise anyone. They're just like, yeah, it's Na'Vi doing Na'Vi things. Taking the win, 18 kills, 11 of those being for Tixi. Like, come on.
Crazy.
Like, that's a good way to start your PMPL adventure.
It's incredible, simply incredible. Can they repeat it in this game too? It's going to be a little bit trickier because of Sanhok and how unpredictable it can be, how hard it can be to control your area. But if any team can do it, it certainly is Na'Vi. Good start with the playing path, a very good start with the circle, because even though that river is in play on the Southwest Island, it's very, very unlikely we're going to see that Northwest Island finish, so the teams can commit a bit more heavily to that kind of mainland position and maybe that edge of the Southwest Island position to kick things off. Team Unique, though, on their drop spot, it's pretty standard stuff for them. Konina Power are close by, but let's see what can happen.
Yeah, no, not too many big surprises. 12-18, they're going to be in position of the old scrum farm, so they can play around that position, hopefully without too much of an issue. But though, Nomi off Konina Power, he wants to be known by Team Unique, apparently. Great shot. Initial spray, and that might just be the first blood coming on through on this one. Actually, the first blood was already secured on another place around the map. But Unique, that is a strong performance and showing last game with 18 points coming their way. That would get completely undone if they have a very poor performance this time around, and especially as 2 CIS teams. I don't know what it is with the CIS teams, man, but they love taking their sides as Mind and also Frozen need to join up. They're so far away. This is literally a 2v4 for Unique. Analyst is now going to be left stranded, surrounded by foes. Not the best way to drop, of course, and as it was said by Copter back on the desk, these are going to be the first games on every single map, so there could be a few hiccups along the way for the first map of every day.
Should be, but there also shouldn't, because the fact that these are 2 CIS teams and they're dropping in their relatively normal drop spots here in Sanhok. So I would argue that this is a bit of a mistake from Team Unique across the board. Caught napping, you could say, upon this drop area phase 2. However, only losing 1 player isn't the worst thing in the world. In Sanhok, you can very easily kind of survive, even strive. Just be a little bit careful of the fact that you do have 1 less player across the board coming into the mid parts of the game. Plus, you know, with the way this phase 1 is, Unique can overall disengage, presuming Natus is able to get away from that area, join up with Frozen and Mind and control that northeastern edge of Quarry, those few compounds in play, and maybe push back Konina Power towards Slime on the other hand, and even pick up a kill or 2. It's something that we'll have to wait and see, as NASR, they are very healthily inside this phase 1 on the western compound. And hey, quick kill onto Prestige, maybe RICO Infinity. Not looking too good in this game too.
Well, I think if you're dead, you're not looking too good. Yeah, you know what? I would agree with that statement, Imperium. That is why you're here.
Thank you, man. I'm so glad you could validate my words. Well, I can now keep breathing, because if you hadn't validated, I probably would have stopped breathing, mate.
I can feel, you know, we're one of those family homes where they put, you know, a big quote on the wall. It's like, Imperium, to win, don't lose, 2021. I feel like that would be good. Actually, you know what? I'm moving fats very soon, so I'll have that on my front porch. I'll have it over there.
I'm so tempted to get a print of that. Seriously.
Hey, you know me, you know I could do it potentially. Destiny, I really enjoy where they're playing this one. They dropped in Painan typically. They would drop where Na'Vi was, so that was the northwestern island on the west coastal line. This is Destiny not going to be testing their luck. Of course, typically they would take the fight to control that position, but they're like, you know what? It's Na'Vi. Let's let them chill. We'll just move position entirely, and they went for Painan instead. So I think that's a good change from Destiny, but they can't pull off their decisive rotations they would do back in their PMPL Western Europe, which was facilitate rotations over the entirety of all the islands in Sanhok. They can't do that because of that drop changing, so I'm intrigued to see what's going to be their new adaptation to circles because they're not in the same position, right?
Yeah, but they also are comfortable about rotating through this kind of Painan position on circles that end up across this mainland. So if anything, it's just they're saving themselves 4 or 5 minutes of time. Plus, they actually pushed RICO Infinity away from Painan. RICO Infinity normally drop in Painan. I noted that as their drop spot coming into the EMEA Championship, but Destiny have just yeeted that away. It is part of the reason why RICO Infinity have been called out. That's their second player knocked down now. And yeah, they're left with just one. Ragnar is on his own.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate way to initiate that one, so hopefully can move out. We're already down to 60 players, so had a few little encounters left, right, and center that did go down for a lot of these teams. This circle, of course, is not hurting any of these squads. It's very easy, and with a playing party, I mean, it's a 4x4 map. It's Sanhok. It's not going to hurt you in any way, shape, or form, most of the time, at least. But I'm still waiting for the likes of 1218, Conqueror, also your Navis to try and move into circle. Panda could try and set up a little bit of a gatekeep on the northwestern island bridge, to try and separate the likes of Navi from actually crossing over. Or they could do what Destiny did back in their PMPL, that is go for rotation. That could also come to fruition, hopefully, later on in this game. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. I'm expecting this to be a relatively passive early game. And when we start into phase 3, phase 4, that's where we might start seeing things heat up a little bit Imperium here.
The majority of the teams, for the most part, coming into the blue zone closing in on phase 1 have opted to go for that more southern half of the circle simply because of the river and play with the southwest island. So they're maybe anticipating a shift down on that south side. That leaves a lot of space for next Rüya, who dropped in Paradise Resort, moving down, and a lot of freedom right in front of them. For World of Wonders, they have that bootcamp hill controlled really nicely. They don't have themselves spread out too heavily, which I think is a great level of appreciation and respect to what is a little bit of uncertainty coming into the first Sanhok game of the EMEA Championship. And then for 1218, they're still outside the circle, but I intend to see them move in pretty soon.
Hopefully that's going to be coming out, unless they're pulling the old scrim farm that was then taken by Umbra. It seems like it's something there's always has to be one team trying to play the blue, and that might just be 1218 this time around. Oh, Navi, they still haven't started rotating away. I think they know that Panda drop around ruins, so they're just delaying it, and they know that Panda don't typically like to play too much on the edge when it comes to these kind of circles on Sanhok, at least. So they're going to try and move away from that spot for the time being. I'm pretty okay with that. A lot of teams now starting to center up in the center of the circle, meaning that if you have a hard shift, that's going to be hurting them heavily. And talking about hard shifts, if we go to the west, all the teams that are on the east of Quarry are going to struggle. I'm thinking Fate, I'm thinking Team Unique, Konina Power, and also another team that is going to be Slime 4KT also on the east. Like, I hate Quarry.
That's true.
The teams and the players hate Quarry. My homies hate Quarry. If they can avoid it, that'll be great. So if there's a very hard circle shift over to the west, that might start making things a little bit dicey early.
You're dead right, but you have homies?
Wait. Okay.
You do know anime characters aren't counted as homies. Just
bro,
you know
my body pillow is a homie, okay, man? Leave my leave it alone, man. Come on.
But you are dead right if we do have a hard shift on the west for this phase number 2. As we get into one thing that I'm really curious about with regards to Slime is one thing I've noticed in terms of strategy that they pull out intentionally on Sanhok is that heal strat. We saw it work with a number of teams in the PMPL EU West, and it is a very viable strat. I don't like when teams intentionally pull it out, but if it's as a plan B, plan C, and in this case for Slime 4KT, it could definitely allow them to get a solid kind of top 8, maybe even top 5 position. Luckily for them, phase 2 has headed in their direction. It's a shift on the south. Most of the teams are already inside the circle.
Yeah, not too bad. Still going to have Quarry in. I'm just hoping that we're not going to have a bad Quarry finish because we had a few of those in every single PMPL for every region. And I can tell you, it is not fun to play with. I like, though, as you know me, Imperium, I'm evil, so I like to see teams struggle quite a fair bit.
True.
And see how they perform under pressure. As a tan of NASR Esports will take down the next player of RICO Infinity. RICO not having the best start of this game, very unfortunately so, as Recent, the new player of World of Wonders. They still had Keys. I think it was an incredible addition to the team back in the EMEA League. He's not here anymore, and I want to see how they position Recent in these plays, because I think Keys left potentially a really big gap for the team, and Recent has some really big shoes to fill.
To be fair, I think he's filled those shoes extremely well. It feels like he's gelled into the team quite nicely. In games that I've watched him play, he doesn't stand out as if he hasn't played with the team for a long period of time. Panda now rotating in, looking for the last player. RICO Infinity Ragnar with a vector in his hands, going to play on the outside of the building. A lot of utility being used for Panda. There is a level of uncertainty. They don't know if it's one player, if it's a full squad, so they are respecting that.
Years back with a buddy Godzilla. Going to be assisting him in that push. Right now, going to be taking a 1v1 versus Years. Years will be the one to win it, and that is going to be set, match, and game for RICO Infinity, as they are another time going to die pretty early. 2 games back-to-back, so yeah, RICO not the best start in this PMPL adventure.
Yeah, it was always going to be a struggle for a team like RICO coming into this EMEA Championship, relatively inexperienced. Still a lot of games to go. They just have to stop that bad run from continuing coming into phase 3. As phase 2 Blue Zone is starting to close in, we are seeing a few more teams starting to interact with each other with those shots, because in Sanhok, the way you really control your area is just being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit noisier, but being aware that when you make noise in Sanhok compared to other maps, it does alert teams around you a lot easily and leaves the potential of a third party. So if you're going to make noise, make sure you know what's around you, and that noise has to be kind of made in a way where it's effective of getting a knock, getting a kill. It can't be, you know, just random noise out of nowhere, if that makes sense.
It needs to make sense. Yeah, exactly. You need, if you're going to be taking an opportunity and you're going to be alerting teams around you, you need to be able to create an opportunity off the back of that. If you're doing it with all willy-nilly, without any kind of thought in mind, then that could definitely hurt your chances later on. Yeah, I mean, I know I said a lot, but from time to time, it's okay. I know I'm a Frenchy boy, but I can use some UK slang, I would say, from time. What do you even call it slang? I don't know.
In it.
Hell yeah. Back on the road again. We're going there, mate.
Yes, back on the road.
Okay, circle. Let's see where it's going to be going. Conqueror EU, very slow rotation, but they wrapped around from the Northwestern Islands, so they took them a little bit of time to actually make that rotation happen in the first place.
Whoa.
Na'Vi incontested over to the west. The circle could have some big repercussions on this late game. And pretty central, the river's still in play, but you know you're going to have to cross that. So Panda could normally, without too much of an issue, commit to crossing, but I don't think Destiny are going to allow that to happen too easily.
Destiny surprisingly had a 1-1-1-1 split up until this phase.
Now 2-2.
Very confidently led, but now they have to join up. For Conqueror, that's a really good rotation. They dropped in Hat-in. They rotated all around on the northeast down to the eastern edge of the circle. Extremely viable. They knew that Na'Vi was to the west of them on that northwest island. There was no reason for them to stick to the west. But with Reese getting knocked, credited to Slime 4KT, they're not afraid to make the noise and defend their area.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good play coming up from them. And this fight makes a lot of sense, too, for these teams, because they're going to be pushed towards Quarry. And there's not an easy way to wrap around this one, so they kind of forced in that fight.
True.
Slime 4KT, I mean, I've seen Storm and Pronto trying to actually extract themselves from this engage. I think that's not too bad of an idea if you can actually just try and...
I disagree.
Wrap around, that'll be okay. But the thing is, you got to commit. It's or you stay or you leave.
Exactly.
And currently they're doing two things.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what you go for. You need to do as a team, and this might hurt them to actually win that fight versus Conqueror EU in the first place.
You give teams like this an inch and they're going to take a mile. There's no way that they should have allowed Conqueror to get away with that one. They should have pushed on it, being aggressive. I'm aware that it's game 2 and they're not known to be a super aggressive team, but you know, try to have a little bit more of that mindset. Slime 4KT.
Oh, no. Enjoy 7, yeah, on the rooftop, man. You can so easily get surrounded. That's going to be a Skaton able to strike while the on his heart to close it off, and World of Wonders will be eliminated in 15th. Yeah, it's set up a little bit up and down for these guys. Not the most consistent team, and well, it's only 2 games. I think it's maybe not. It's a little bit early to talk about consistency, but you don't want to be consistent for the wrong reasons. And in this scenario, they're consistently on the bottom, like RICO Infinity. So we need to see a change of pace for the games to come.
SUDOR already on 4 kills as well. So they're being consistent, but consistently good in the right way. But in the bike, they go.
Oh, wow.
Conqueror, what's that? You're in a bike. Why are you going slow? In a bike, compared to a car, truck, buggy, where you have a little bit of a protection. With a bike, you just got to full send it into that area. You just gave 2 free kills to the African team. Well played by Slime, but Conqueror, that kind of volatility on decision making that Conqueror pull out is something that they cannot let happen. Just so bad for them.
I said to look out for Storm and Aimer, but Fex kind of saying, hey, give me some of that attention, though. Nomi from Konina Power going to be able to spot it out. I don't think it was worth pushing and remaining in the blue. You've got to start thinking about your future late game stage, and you've got to be more proactive on that end. Though, another fight happening, and Na'Vi, the top fraggers of last game, and able to secure himself the win on Erangel, now going to be knocking on GUNZ door. They're going to wrap around. That's going to be Ralph completely overwhelmed, trying to take a spray. Puts Matic extremely low, but not able to win it to close it off. Now it's going to be Hamodi, Ralph, and also the other players are going to be full sending it. Things are just wrapping it down a little bit more. The nades are going to be indeed chucked on over around these rocks. Pretty predictable with the circle in Pyramid. You got to see on the top right of your screen. Back onto Destiny. What is their luck today? Damn.
But they have to make this look count for this second game in a row. Indeed, indeed. They still have a bit of a spread, so I would recommend that they join up a little bit more cohesively as a 2-2. Before this fight that is on the southwestern edge of the circle and on the southwestern island, Navi still have those 4 players up. They could avoid it. They can actually wrap in and go through Painan, but there is still that level of uncertainty, that lack of information on who is gatekeeping the edge of the circle. In this case, it's Panda. They have a compound in play. They won't be afraid to make some noise. Remember in PMPL EU West what Panda did on multiple Sanhok games? Navi should be aware of that if they can be.
12-18 are about to make that rotation happen through Quarry, so that is potentially going to be a very hard situation to deal with. We'll see later on in the kill feed, I guess, because I'm pretty sure it's going to light up pretty soon with 12-18. Yeah, we'll see how things are going to happen on that shift. Na'Vi currently on the move. It's so good for Na'Vi because they're currently completely uncontested on the west. They're still going to be Panda, but they're completely moving away from that position. They're going to be in Painan. They're going to have to move uphill, but they're still going to be in circle, which is great. That's the push from 12-18 out from Quarry, and they are unfortunately losing himself Marmalade right off the bat, still down to 3. But then the compound, that's great, but next Rüya, they're going to try and tear you down. But next Rüya will be in the blue very soon. 12-18 have a chance to potentially come out on top. It's still 3v4, and this is the #1 Turkish team out of their respective PMPL, so not an easy foe to take down Imperium. Or nade. That's big from Zakonivore.
Zakonivore makes that count. But now Yetka has to try and help create some form of a gap, some form of controlling position. There's no way Kudor's getting revived. He's out of there unless that squad ride comes through. Niha is inside the building. The space is looking to be created. Frozen, the MVP of PMPL Turkey. It's time for you to wake up. Put on a little bit of makeup, mate, and make things count in this fight against 12-18.
Did you see Destiny though on that ridge line? They got such a huge line all on the northern side currently. They're trying to peek on over the teams that are up north. That's going to be your SUDOR Esports, your next Rüya, your 12-18, your Fates also. And they got one player of Conqueror, I think it's Reeves, that's currently just standing behind. It is Reeves, just standing right behind the line of Destiny. That is great to make sure teams cannot move out of that northern side. But though the backstab could be happening later on down the line, so they've got to be aware that there will be teams like your Panda, like your Na'Vi, that could try and place spoilers in a position like this. Reeves will be able to pick himself an extra kill, and he's instantly going to be pushing his way right into the circle. Nice intent. That's going to be TT Sucks on 12-18, taking a fight. As we said, they're going to be further into the blue. So they're
Molly
in that position.
So
what a Molly into Frozen. He's going to be now taken out because of the blue and also the Molly. And next Rüya are just getting decimated. Why do you walk into it? Come on, man. 12-18, pick himself the kills, and that's going to be next Rüya, the Turkish org, out of the game in 14th.
That was a risky rotation from 12-18, but getting ahead of next Rüya allowed them to gatekeep right. Phase 5 blue zone to start to become a little bit more painful in the Sanhok terrain. And that has definitely seen the death of next Rüya come into play. Destiny now looking to overtake their Western Europe counterparts. One knock, now looking for the last kill. Vito's prone down. Noshi's there behind the rock while Mihi playing it through.
Yeah, Vito, there you go, gonna get pushed up by 2 players. Destiny, you gotta be having that synergy on point. If it's not there, you might just lose that 1v2 versus Vito, one of the top fraggers of the PMPL. He's able to get himself some really good shots. They're both extremely low. He takes one, gets the
Vito!
double. And Destiny are down to 1, and that's Beast in the distance, nowhere near enough to assist it. And Vito has the exact information of where Beast is currently playing from. Nade will be a little bit wide. Vito should be fine.
Vito, mate.
But whoa, this is the clutch master of Conqueror. This is the final chance for them to maybe get himself a good position, and he confirms the kill while he's still up and breathing.
Preparation for the EMEA Championship. I said in my mind, I've said to others, Vito, he can be the MVP. He needs to put it all together and be supported by the rest of the team. They need to work around him.
No way.
Konina Power, they've been taken out. The next circle pops up. It goes up and towards the northwest. Navi, SUDOR, but SUDOR are going up against 12-18. Will Sulke, he gets knocked down.
Yeah, not all can do good. You got to be careful. We still got a player. Storm off Slime 4KT. They're going to try and play the spoiler game.
It's a heel strap, man.
Yep, heel strap. They're going to try and potentially give it a shot. I mean, it's Sanhok. It's a strike that works. I can't argue with that. And it's not normally a plan A, but this is a plan B that they know they're going to struggle. Katu, though, off Panda. This is a strat that they played a lot in PMPL Western Europe. You know what? Old habits die hard. They're going to give an old shot. And if they can allow teams to die before them, that's big. 12-18, eliminated in 9th position. Still, a CI's team making it in the top 10. Another one goes down. Slime 4KT. Apparently not enough meds to make the heal strat actually work off. And the African team will have to lose their life in the process.
Ragnarok.
We'll see you guys later on Miramar. Panda also, yeah, not enough meds this time, apparently, as it's going to continue. Fate will be playing themselves a good fight, and that's Destiny also eliminated. The heal strat could have worked if you survived a few more seconds, but not going to make the cut for Slime 4KT or Panda nonetheless.
Vito's looking to pull off a little bit of a heel strike. There's a couple of first aids in play that he was able to loot up. Fate doing a wonderful job, but they're going to come up against their Arabic counterparts in SUDOR, who had a very good Game 1 performance and looking to repeat that in Sanhok.
Yeah, RF and also Sawi going to be instantly knocked, and the blue zone is going to engulf them in their craft. So that should be the end of the game. Vito trying to pull off the heal strat. If he survives any longer, it could be extremely valuable positioning points coming his way, because they're currently in the top 5. Every extra position is worth so much more. Circle goes back down south, and now it forces teams to actually fight for that position. The Futbolists are going to be a little bit closer. They got to be cautious how they play it. SUDOR going to have to go downhill. Not gonna lie, Imperium is not looking great for SUDOR in this game as Fate get taken down, and Futbolists already up to 6 kills and looking for a bunch more throughout this game.
SUDOR down to 1. 2 of his teammates knocked down. He ain't gonna survive for much longer, and Navi winning game 1, looking for a back-to-back as they take down Futbolists.
Yeah, Na'Vi taking control. Still as a 4-man crew. Imperium, 8 kills to their name. Vito still in the blue. Will lose his life. That's a 2nd position minimum. And SUDOR, they know they can't move out of this high ground position. Na'Vi will be easily able to push you out of that spot. And you must be kidding me. A double knock coming on through from SUDOR, but it's not going to happen at the end. Na'Vi, back-to-back wins on the 2 first games of the PMPL EMEA Championship. We are living the CIS dream right now, Imperium, as Na'Vi just dominate on the Battlegrounds once again.
This is just me writing a check for Navi for $40,000 because, like, you know, back-to-back chicken. Come on, back-to-back chicken dinners. 18 kills in game 1. I think 10 or 11 in game 2. Kills and placement points alone. That lead is unmeasurable. That cushion is so violating. Okay, it wasn't quite the 3K damage game that we saw, but when they wrapped around onto Painan, like I expected them to do, they weren't put under pressure by Panda because Panda just didn't have them in their sightlines. Plus, I don't think Panda were really looking for them. They maybe should have been. And then when they disengaged away and held onto that compound, they didn't commit too high on that hill, right? They stayed on the more low ground part of the hill. And yeah, the circle kind of went towards that, but it meant that being on the low ground of the hill meant that in the very late stages of the game, they had that low ground protection. They were able to pick people off and control that late game, having full squad up. Job done for Navi.
Well, you know what, man? Navi, if you guys don't know, it stands up in Latin for born to win. And you know what? They're doing just that. You know, they're truly born to win. The 2 first games coming to their way. Also, with pretty decent kills on that one. Are they going to be first? I wonder. Yeah, of course they're going to be. Man, they were first before that one. Now even more so, they're going to start creating such a big gap on 2nd.
Yeah,
they are going to be creating a gap that if it starts building up even more on such a short-term tournament, it's only 4 days compared to your PMPLs, where it was actually an entire month-long event. they're going to get ahead of the competition so early on. And if they keep on this kind of trajectory, it's going to be so hard to catch up to them later on.
That's why I mentioned that cushion, right? Because that cushion that they have over second place, even if they do have a bad performance in Miramar, which I kind of doubt it because they're strong on Miramar as well, it won't really impact them too heavily. Now, looking at other teams, have to highlight when you're talking about consistency, SUDOR, right? Second place, a bunch of kills off the back of a good game one where they got 8 kills in a solid placing position.
Yeah.
Stand up, SUDOR. Very good. Once again, controlling on their position, recognizing that as they swept in on the edge, they really had to control and make the relevant noise that we talk about, especially in Sanhok, and it's exactly what they did. And despite Fate having a very solid turnaround game off the back of a poor game one, SUDOR, again, just standing on their own 2 feet in this Sanhok game.
Yeah, it was supposedly going to be so hard for them to rotate away from that northern side, but they just waited for the opportune moment to go for that initiation, wait for Destiny when they were taking the fight. They were heavily hurt by Vito. By the way, Vito that game, insane. Get himself a third position by staying a little bit into the blue, clutches it in a 1v2 versus some of the best players of the roster of Destiny. Hey, you know what? We talked about Vito being maybe the lesser-known player of Conqueror when they were known also as Godsend back in their PMPL Western Europe just a few weeks ago. And he has now currently been the rising star for Conqueror. And I just can't wait to see what his story is going to be like 6 months, a year, 2 years from now if he stays in the scene. I think he could be one of the best players in Europe at the end.
Look, I know from talking to Vito, I'm pretty solid friends with him, that sometimes he lacks that confidence within himself. And I've told him time and time again, mate, you're one of the best players in Europe. And I would even argue one of the most underrated players in the world right now. And don't even say that as his friend. I say that as somebody who has actively watched him evolve, grow, and get better and better over the last year and a half. That's why I said during that game, Conqueror need to kind of play around him at times and give him that freedom to be that flank master, to be that absolute legend and beast that he is, where, you know, if he has 3 other players with him by his side or to his side, that would have been seen Destiny wiped off. That could have been a first place, right? That kind of thing. So Vito, don't doubt yourself, man.
Yeah, keep it up. Of course, we've got other teams that we were hoping to have a little bit of a better performance. I think one that I thought would do potentially well in this was going to be Slime 4KT. They tried a more Eastern rotation, now that weird interaction with Conqueror, and the fact that they did have very clearly indecision did hurt them quite a bit. So we'll see if things can be changing out throughout our next game. There's going to be on Miramar, but with that said, that's going to be it for myself and Imperium for their second game on Sanhok. We'll head on over to a break, and we'll be back with another game later on down the line on Miramar.
Xiaomi.
They say lightning doesn't strike twice, but Na'Vi certainly do, as they walk away with back-to-back wins in a powerful game here on Sanhok. And one thing that's also powerful, and we got to know this from start to finish because this phone has been doing it ever so well, you can enjoy your own powerful and super lag-free experience on the Xiaomi Redmi Note 5G. I'll get it correct eventually when it comes to all this, you know, bit of a mouthful when it comes out. But they are an amazing sponsor to get to deliver us here for the entire of the EMEA Championship. And I think we should start with something Imperium said for us.
He was going to write a check to Na'Vi already? I mean, of course, they've got themselves 2 wins. They've gotten a lot of kills. And if I've done my math correct, they have 59 points after 2 games, which is just mind-blowing. But I wouldn't look down for a second on SUDOR. They're coming in hot on that second place right now. You can see here they got themselves second place, 8 kills this game. And in the last game, we saw them with that third place and 8 kills there as well. So basically, they're getting a lot of points, but they're in the shadows of Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Na'Vi obviously just not only getting the first win of the day, but going in for a second as well, picking up plenty of points, looking super strong. SUDOR are there and certainly one to look out for, but you can't deny what the CIS squad were able to deliver here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we can see a pattern here. I mean, we can see the same teams getting good results. Okay, 2 games only done, but still the same teams are getting the kills, the points for now, and definitely that is something that we can see there. Of course, we get some rankings here as well. We can see more or less what's happening there on, let's say, on the bottom side. I mean, we have 9th place, we have Slime 4 KT there, and even though 9th place, but I still on the early game, they really did their mark. They got those first points home, they got those kills done, and also they had a second situation going on as well, so they kind of like made their first mark on the finals.
Now, one thing we got to touch on, right, is you mentioned here, Froz, is Panda healing up in the blue already when it was getting into phase 5. And one thing we started to notice was that maybe not be something that works out well for them. They sit in 10th place on that game.
Yeah, it didn't really work out, but it was more than just Panda that was healing. We actually, the first team we saw doing it was Konina Power. Second one was Slime 4 KT, and then you had Panda. And in the end, of course, we saw Vito as well.
Yeah.
So it was like, it was a lot of the teams that was doing this, but no one was doing it to a really good like amount. They were doing it with like the wrong timings. They didn't really have enough meds to actually do it. Of course, some of them did save themselves a few points by doing it, and they got themselves a few placement points. But if you want to do this, you got to make sure that you're going to get that second place at least, because if not, you should be in the fight. You should be trying to get those kills instead. That's going to earn you more points, and on top of that, you might be able to win the game and get even more points on top of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Vito was staying there a long time in the end, but of course he also got some kills done before that, so it wasn't only just staying on the blue, he also did the fighting, and maybe it was like partly his like idea to stay there, but I mean he was like partly forced to stay there as well.
Now, one thing that you pointed out, Copter, when we were in the green room was that Na'Vi's rotation was looking very strong, for a very interesting rotation coming out from these guys, which has enabled them to take this big win here. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was some same elements which we saw in the last game as well on the rotation-wise. I mean, they started, of course, they landed on Camp Alpha, which is the ideal landing spot, which we have seen them to take on the past as well. Then, of course, the circle shifted there on the Bravo Island. And then, of course, they needed to do the rotation, but they didn't take their route from the northern side, from the ridges. They went through the Charlie Island, the Sea Island there on the south, and then, of course, when the circle popped there, just barely including Painan. Of course, Panda was hiding there on the same area as well. They just took the place, and then on the last circles, the circle started to come towards Painan. So it was the same thing which we saw the last game as well. They didn't have the optimal circle, they find the place, and then when it comes later on the stages, they just got those circles coming their way, and then they kind of made their way all the way from the south, just like on the last game as well. And one thing, right, that I've said was very interesting, not only the fact they get back-to-back chicken dinners already, but it's like the sheer confidence they have to go into it. Because it's one thing doing it on Erangel or Miramar, but to come and do it on go onto Sanhok and get it straight away, you don't see that all too often, right? We've seen many back-to-back chicken dinners across all of the PUBG Mobile events, but to do it in that kind of a fashion, that deserves some huge credit to him. Well, yeah, we saw him, of course, with 18 kills in the first game. Let's say only 11 here. I mean, also they had 3k damage in the last game. It kind of shows you that it's tuned down a little bit, but it is Sanhok, as you're saying. Yes. And one thing that is impressive is that what we're seeing from Na'Vi is that they're not letting other people bully them. They don't want to be forced down to be on a prone position. They want to be standing up. They want to be taking the control all the time. And they are the one who is bullying all the other teams. It doesn't matter who it is. They just want to get rid of them. They don't want to have anyone close to them. And we saw that towards the end, how they had SUDOR close to them, but they were poking them the whole time to make sure that they couldn't, that SUDOR couldn't really do anything against them. But you mentioned SUDOR, right? And one thing we were noticing with that is that the control they were able to have right in this game. Once again, we saw them getting the circle a little bit towards them on the northwest side. It was a really good hard shift up there, and they were coming in from the northwest side. But what's impressive from SUDOR's side is how they were actually taking control over that circle and making sure we don't want to overextend it. We saw that Destiny was in the center of that circle. I'm talking about Circle 4 here. And it is a pretty big circle still, but there's still so many teams. And if you go too far into the circle, you're going to put yourself into a position where everybody's going to be shooting at you. Instead, what SUDOR is that they make sure that we have the control. We can move in later if we need to, but right now we don't need to, because we have a good position.
we can play it from here, and we take it slowly, we play our game, and that's how they are getting all these points right now.
Yeah, that is one of the part of the experience what you have, and you have been playing a lot of games, you have the experience. When you have the circles which are not like coming there in the middle, that a lot of teams need to do the great migration as they talk about it. Then when it's hard shifting on the side, there's, let's say, like at least half of the team's going to be making a big rotation, and that's when the experience comes that you're not going to be, yeah, let's go to the middle, we're going to be first there, and then you're going to hope for the best. But then you actually like have the information, know where the teams are coming from, maybe have some idea, yeah, that's going to be that team on the northern side, we know how they might be approaching this circle, and then you do your magic, and that's going to be the end result then.
Well, now, right, we're going to start talking about the next match we're going to have. It's going to be going on to Miramar, which is going to be the next one to decide on how these teams play it all out and how it all goes down. But it's completely different, right? We're flopping around on it. I feel like when it comes to this, right, if I was a player, I'd be like, I want Erangel, then Miramar, Sanhok last, you know, just get that one under the very end. Because now you go from like the madness that is Sanhok, and then you go into Miramar, and it comes a little bit more normal.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see like how is Navi going to be approaching this. I want to see them keep on doing what they've been doing, keep on going with that momentum. But at the same time, it's pretty easy that when you get this kind of start, you tend to like slow down a little bit. You know that, all right, we don't need to like put it to 100% anymore. We got a good lead, but do not slow down because we're still in the start of the tournament here. And if you start slowing down now, I mean, if you start hitting the break now, it's not going to be good for you in the upcoming games.
Yeah, it's the third date of the series of 3. So we'll see how it's gonna go. But I mean, from Navi's perspective, still like impressive performance on the first 2 games. But Miramar is a very different kind of map as well. I mean, yes, it's like 8 times 8 kilometers, just like the Erangel. So yes, the similarities, but you don't have those rivers. You don't have the Erangel River. You don't have the Sanhok rivers. So kind of like the rotation is a little bit different. Of course, like you don't have to be usually crossing the water. Let's not gonna say that yet, because of course things can still happen.
Give me an island finish, please. Let's do it.
Yeah, but still, it's a different game. But yeah, definitely, I'm expecting to see the same level of aggressiveness. I'm expecting that Panda is gonna be doing a little bit differently here. That's what I'm expecting. But of course, that's very hard to predict.
It is hard to predict, right? And that's what's coming into this. I certainly did peg, obviously everyone's looking at Navi as being a top team coming up into this, but I was looking at Panda and I'm thinking, okay, these guys have been impressive. Okay, it's a slow start. We know teams can bounce back at any point with this, but there are a lot of teams right now that are probably looking after these first couple of days, and this is where it's going to be looking at like the true test of their fatigue, because most games, right, some of them have been playing 4 throughout the times. They only get to play 6 at the end when it was getting towards the end of the season parts. Now they're coming into this 6 from the very start, 6 every day for 4 days straight. This is going to be mentally draining, and it's going to be physically draining on what they'll be able to achieve and do here. So you've also got to be able to spread your energy across the day.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, not only that are you playing all these games, but afterwards you got to look back at the games, what actually happened. You got to do some VAR reviews and see, do we need to change that thing, or do we just keep on playing like we did because it was just unlucky that whatever happened yesterday, it was just something that is not going to be happening again. But right now, I'm looking for 2 teams here to step up the game a little bit. GUNZ and Rüya. Those 2 teams.
You mentioned them, yeah.
Yeah, they've been in the bottom 6, I'm pretty sure, in the last 2 games here. And I'm expecting a lot from them, seeing how they were dominating in their region coming into this.
Yeah, we haven't seen them that much on the endings, of course. So it's been, I think that we have a lot to see from these teams as well. I mean, there's multiple teams that can still, like, of course, make their mark. It's so early yet. But I mean, of course, we are expecting a lot from these teams. We have seen the results and the performances on the previous games, on the previous tournaments. So yeah, definitely. But one thing about Panda, and we spoke a lot about the Navi rotations already, but Navi has been kind of like also being part of the Navi rotations in a way that every time when on both of the games when the map actually hard shifted on the area that was like favorable for Navi, Panda was actually always that also now next to Painan there on the side of things as well. So and I think that the same has happened twice to them, that they have got the circle even though they have been on the edge, but then the rotations from the other teams kind of like blocked away the entry to the circle. So there's definitely one thing also, this pattern happening there here as well.
Well, when we're looking at patterns, right? Who of you think that it is possible for Navi to go for 3 straight?
I mean, look at them. I gotta say, it's more than possible right now. They're playing such a good game, and that's what I'd like to see as well. As you're mentioning with their rotations and stuff like that, they're not taking any second guesses. They're not waiting for the luck to come to them. They're creating their own luck right now. They know they're 2 steps, they're 3 steps ahead of what's actually happening, and that's why they're doing this so well, because they know, all right, if we get a bad circle, that's how we're going to be moving. We're going to go that way. Or if we get a good circle, that's where we're going to take position and we'll play from there. And that's what's happening with Na'Vi compared to the other teams, which is basically trying to adapt to the game as it's happening. And that's why we're seeing Na'Vi doing so good.
Well, I know two guys who never hesitate, and they're going to be bringing us more action for the final game with this commentary duo for today. We're going into the Miramar madness, back with Max and Imperium. Boys, do you believe Na'Vi can get 3 in a row? Is it possible we're going to see some craziness go down? And Imperium, you're not allowed to sign any checks yet, bro.
No, I'm not. Okay, I thought it was. I do think they can get 3 in a row. What do you think, Max?
I mean, if we talk in terms of possibilities, yes. But you all know, math is not my strong suit. So I'm not going to go and calculate the odds of that happening. But Na'Vi definitely showed some really strong rotational pathing. Those 2 first games, very clearly. They knew the path, the area of least resistance to actually get into the circle, and off the back of that, they start taking more control, and then they pick up even more speed and they win the game. So I think they can do a really good result, but coming into Miramar, Imperium, I would say there's a lot of teams that Miramar is their go-to map. I'm thinking Panda.
True.
They do really well. I think this is a map where we could see Panda come out on top and actually potentially secure a win. But there's a lot of other teams too we could expect to surprise it. So yes, Na'Vi could win, but it's going to be a lot harder, I would say, on this map compared to Erangel and Sanhok, where CI's teams being aggressive tend to do maybe a little bit better.
Yeah, it is still a map that you can, of course, control your train because it is a little bit bigger. But when it comes to bullying teams, not that Na'Vi have done that so far, it's more the fact that they have let themselves being bullied. But in terms of getting a knock and pushing in on that, it's less possible to do that unless you are, of course, extremely close to your opponent. Whereas if you have to cross from one compound to another, the risk is there in Miramar. And yes, Panda look very good, but they are kind of area-wise, kind of at least in preparation and scrims. Low-key contested by Konina Power, so I'm curious to see how they're going to deal with that. And also, Conqueror, it wasn't the prettiest of results, but still a good one, Sanhok. I'm hoping they can build on the confidence at least.
Yeah, that's some weird YOLO players, you know, pushing it with a bike. That's not going to happen. I'm sure if John was here, we'll be saying, don't do that, okay? Cars and Sanhok, not really where we want to try and play around, but when you go towards Miramar, now, no, everything like that is going to be a go-to option. We got the game that's going to be starting in just a few seconds, and we're going to be ready to jump right into the desert map of Miramar, back onto the dunes, and I'm hyped because we're going to have a lot of Miramar throughout these 4 days. Actually, we're going to have 6 in total, so, I mean, is that a lot? You can decide, but it's still going to be a pretty decent amount for these teams to play around. Though I am currently seeing Imperium, the playing path, not being very forgiving. Very focused around the southeast and over the eastern coastline. If your team likes to drop El Pozo, Cabrera, such and such, Montenuevo, you might have to try and or go for secondary drop or elongate your drop in the first place.
Look at that lead Na'Vi currently have over second place, right?
Yeah.
Nearly 20 points in just 2 games. And never mind the fact that third place, Team Unique, are only on 21 points. So they're 38 points ahead of third right now. That is insane. That is, I just, I'm blown away. Just a little bit blown away by Navi's performance in these first 2 games.
Who wouldn't be? This is something on par with what GUNZ were able to do on their last 6 games. Actually, they might pull off a GUNZ coming into this. They might just get himself 6 top 3s in the 6 games on day 1. And we'll see if they can try and keep up to that storyline today. But here we go. The playing path is going to be letting teams down onto the ground, onto the dunes. Panda, can't see them right now. Well, Panda hiding. Oh, there you go. They're hidden. They're next to the eastern side of Chumacera. They like to drop in Valdemar, but we saw in the past tournaments that a few harsh encounters with Konina Power. So they are trying their best to not take an early fight versus Konina because Panda, as we know, Imperium, they're a team that when they're forced into a very early game fight, they tend to not perform all that well. So they're just trying to avoid it altogether to try and get to the mid to late game. And that's when they shine the most.
And that's interesting because I thought Slime for TK was going to have Chumacera to themselves, but that hasn't seemed to be the case. Now with GUNZ inside this area with Panda, it's like Panda have gone from one fire pit into another, right? You know, you've avoided Konina Power, but you've gone into the passing lines of Frag. However, I've no doubt that Panda should be able to stay grouped together. They actually, Frags are moving away to the western. Frag GUNZ are moving away to the western side of Vincere, so they are kind of healthily avoiding each other for the time being, especially with this phase 1 that can be quite tricky. However, because of this eastern plane path, teams can opt to utilize that western side of the map in terms of rotating into this phase 1, right? So GUNZ can go through the eastern edge of El Pozo, so can next Rüya, although next Rüya will go to El Pozo to loot up. And Konina Power, unless they get called out by either GUNZ or next Rüya, they have a very easy passing line into this phase 1.
Yeah, pathing line, you want to wrap around Cabrera, El Pozo. That is the one that we typically see Panda do. Back, I was going to say back in the days, but it's only been like a few weeks ago. So just a few weeks ago, they would pull off that rotation, go for the big highway over on the west. It's very standard, but it works.
Exactly.
You know, if it works, I'm not going to argue with it because you get results from it at the end of the day. 12-18, drop in Puerto Paraíso. Not a very popular drop location, but when it's not popular, it means you're going to have a very big chance of team not trying to be annoying against your rotations early on. So I'm okay with team trying to drop full passive locations this early, and also this is the very first Miramar game. Back to what Copter did mention earlier on the desk. There might be a little bit up and down, so maybe a little bit weird interaction on the first game on each map. This is going to be our first Miramar, so there might be a little bit of adaptability required, but at the end, as you said, there's still a lot of scrims and tournaments to happen, so we shouldn't be having too many hiccups, I would say, especially on the biggest map of the game being an 8x8. So I think we're going to be completely fine to go.
Navi going for their kind of one of their secondary drops, I suppose, in the south side of Los Leones. You have multiple small compounds in play. Yeah, they overall, well, it was the wisest decision because not only was it quicker to the plane path, so it means they can start looting a little bit earlier, but also less avoidance on the rotation if they opted to go to the Cabre area, which they do often go to as well. Destiny is flying 4KT. They have some really optimal positions inside this phase 1, but it's important that they look to kind of stick together. In that last game, in my eyes, Destiny shouldn't have allowed Navi to kind of, you know, get through Painan, right? Because they had that kind of northern Painan hills. It seemed like Destiny opted to focus a little bit too much on the north side of the circle. I know it's hindsight decision-making, but when you're talking about kind of learning from your mistakes, I hope that's something that they have become aware of, and coming into phase 3, they just need to control the right areas at the right time a little bit more heavily.
I think this is definitely going to be a change of how Destiny play. I mean, I say they will be. I'm hoping that there will be a shift because that is now 2 games back-to-back on Sanhok and Erangel where they're given a very strong position and strong opportunity to get access to the late game. And I think the game 1 was a strong opportunity that they did take, but after the circle shifted their way, and because they're not being proactive enough, it hurt them. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a game where they're going to understand, okay, game 1, game 2, we had very strong opportunities to get to the late game. It didn't quite work out. So there's definitely something going wrong. What is that? Can you already pinpoint what the issues are, and can you try and fix them as we go? Because trying to fix issues on your team on a week-to-week or month-to-month basis is easy, but doing it on a game-per-game basis over the course of one day can become a little bit complicated. So if Destiny can make it happen, that's even more worthy of praise in my eyes.
That's a really good point to bring up, to be fair. You know,
I know it's what I do, Imperium. I bring up points and they're like, good. So I do that sometimes. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Unlike your maths, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's God damn, I love casting with you, man. It's a really good point to bring up. But often at times when you do try to fix mistakes from game to game, it can hurt you even more, right? So sometimes it can be better to just stick to your play style and you know, play as you can in that game without really focusing on mistakes from the last game, because you can trip yourself up and leave it for the end of the game, right? Leave it until you do a bit of VOD review and come into the next game. So I really love that point you bring up. But as phase 1 does close up, next Rüya, they went to El Pozo, but so did GUNZ. The battle on the western edge of the circle could definitely come into play as they look to disengage. For RICO Infinity, that went to Monte Nuevo, their normal drop spot, I hope that they're aware that at least one team is in front of them. Because right now, in the first 2 games, they only have 1 point, so they really need to kickstart their EMEA Championship run in a much stronger light here in Miramar.
Yeah, I'll be really happy if we can actually have a quick look on the map very soon. I think that everyone at home would be very happy to see that there's a clear tendency throughout our 2 first games and now this game on Miramar of teams centering up pretty quickly, which is a little bit, I would say, opposite to the Chinese meta. Like we casted a Chinese viewer party very recently, yourself and I. And they tend to play edge on the first 2-3 circle, and then it would center up really quickly. There's a very clear difference in meta with what's happening in the EMEA currently that I find very interesting. But we're talking about interesting. Mihi's in a very interesting situation where he is going to be surrounded by unique players. They're going to try and go for a little bit of a high ground position. They definitely know Mihi is there, and they just want to suffocate him. Wrap around. Frozen is going to go far and wide to make sure he cannot escape from this position. They saw him. They know he's just a one-man player. He's potentially there to scout. So they know he's not going to have any backup. He's just going to Okay, I spotted it. There was backup actually on the other side of that mountain, and they're going to actually put a little bit of damage on Frozen. Luckily, Mihi is still good to go, but very hard to move away from this position.
Well, Mihi did the right call of trying to slow down Unique and make enough noise so that the rest of his team could provide that backup support. If he had have overextended too early, if he had have not made as much noise, it would have been a clean knock from the Unique player. So as an IGL, that was really good work coming out from Mihi. But as phase 2 is about to pop up, is it going to centralize quite nicely and benefit the teams who've already centered themselves up? Indeed, it will. For Picado Hill, on towards the north side, leading into San Martin, Fate are in a really good spot for the time being. RICO Infinity can come in through the power grid. Hills as well. While Beast is just trying to deal with the Unique players close by.
Yeah, both going for a little bit of a 2-2 split currently. As Destiny still got Mazzaro that is just trying to make sure the teams don't threaten Mihi, because if Mazzaro joins up, then Unique can actually push over that ridge. Though SUDOR, you say Imperium, they're going to try and maybe put a little bit spoilers on that Eastern Fine, that 2v2. Noshi will try and join up in the party. Though SUDOR, not really known as a very early game aggressive team, if they hear those shots, maybe they just want to try and third party from a distance, but I do not believe they're going to try and get fully involved unless they see a very clear opportunity to capitalize and come out on top.
Indeed, with SUDOR joining in on the mix, it's going to slow down both Destiny and Unique. Frozen. Okay, you know.
Sounds like that's your teammate, mate.
Yeah, I know. Wrong head you're looking at, mate. Wrong head you're looking at. Panda and Navi, and I said Pandy because, you know, Navi and Panda together, but they're not going to be together in a good way as they're going up against each other. To turn around. Oh boy, gets a knock. Confirm that kill quickly. Good stuff once again from Navi.
Yeah, with the UMP, talking about the Chinese meta, UMP very, very popular. And I got the impression that a lot of Western teams are now picking up on that, especially the CIS teams. The UMP has been very popular, and I like that kind of shift under there. It seemed like they're definitely watching the PI, the PL, and all those kind of events and trying to use what could be useful in the current meta. So yeah, it worked out great. Old boy back at it once again. The guy that he's IGL, but really, we all know this guy can frag out really heavily too. He can multitask, unlike me. I can't multitask, so I'm happy he can make it happen for him.
He's a jack of all trades, master of all. Never mind master of none. He's master of all at the end of the day. Panda are going to disengage off the back of losing 2 players. And this is the kind of, you know, maybe the possible lack of experience that is showing from Panda in a truly competitive setting, right? They rocked up PMPL EU and showed them how it was done. But when you're coming into a lobby like this with the 16 best teams involving CIS, Turkey, Arabic, and of course the rest of EU, you know, you make that mistake, you make the wrong timing of that rotation, you're going to get punished for it more heavily. It's exactly what happened with phase 2 closing in, though. The teams that are looking in the best position is Futbolist, despite the widespread they have, and even World of Wonders, who are dead center inside this phase 2.
I mean, they dropped San Martin for the longest time, you know. Before the Big Bang, I could tell you, San Martin was always a drop location of Futbolist. They always drop in that spot.
Even before the Big Bang, okay.
Even before the Big Bang, man. Before time itself and everything began, they were always dropping in San Martin. But I guess San Martin didn't exist because nothing existed. But we'll overlook that kind of extra point later on. SUDOR did push one player forward. That's SK Ton. I did think he was maybe a little bit overstepping his boundaries. So I do like that he tried to move a little bit further back. I think that's good. There's a very clear open ground position up northeast Imperium towards Crozeval, water treatment also. So I'm looking at especially GUNZ. If they see the big circle shift And no, because of the playing path, how things worked out, they could find an opportunity, but it's not very hard to read because of the playing path that was very east. So they do not know it's free. We know because we see everything, but this is actually a very hard shift for these teams. About 60% of that is currently unoccupied, so we can expect a lot of fights to flourish off the back of that shift.
Konina Power have great momentum off the back of their rotation coming into the end of Phase 2. Slime 4KT reacting extremely well to this rotation going on to the water treatment hills. But here's the thing, they still have to be aware that once again the focus needs to be not necessarily in a tunnel vision way, but the focus has to be on creating that control all around you and not just focusing on the teams that are already inside the circle. If anything, the teams that are outside the circle are more of a danger to your water treatment position.
Yep, unless you have access to a compound, then you might just be a-okay. Now, you've got to be careful. High ground position, going to well with guns. And Modi, especially from behind, could play a little bit of a ruining opportunity for them. As Ralph will be taken down. I think that was Old Boy once again on a kill feed, able to capitalize on an extra kill. But GUNZ, yeah, they're having a little bit of a hard start, and especially Ralph. Don't know what's happening with Ralph, but he tends to always be the first player going down. So we'll see if he can actually get to a mid-game stage eventually throughout today's games. That'll be a good improvement. But Na'Vi continuously clearing out the west, and they got such a big zone of area around them where there's literally no one.
Yeah.
And they've been doing that back-to-back, game 1, game 2, which is a big reason of their success in those games to close it off in a win, and it's somewhat similar this time around. So maybe what Bank said on the desk, they may be looking for a third here.
Destiny on the edge of the Al-Azhar hill. They still have SUDOR behind them, so something they have to be aware of. And they also can't go too close to the edge of the hill where they're put under pressure by the likes of Futbolist, for an example. But Konina Power, again, using that momentum of the previous circle's rotation to come in on the northern tip. For RICO Infinity, they're definitely playing it quite safe. They're playing it very passive. But I would argue that that needs to switch up a little bit, or there has to come a point in the game, which is most notably Phase 4 onwards, where you have to turn that edges circle play into aggressiveness, where you have to try and backstab people. You have to really push people away as you enter into the edge of the circle. You cannot get into the late game on pure rotation alone.
Oh, well, see, I mean, it depends on the circle where it's going to go. It's going to be flipping the switch for a lot of these teams as to how they got to play this. RICO Infinity actually still alive. The Phase 4 potentially coming up, so that's going to be a nice little improvement coming up on them. Okay, a little toxic, my bad. But is RICO need to try and definitely step up in how they rotate and approach fights. Talking about fights, they're going to go towards one right now on NASR Esports. So they're going to be having one player instantly going to be creating that opening opportunity. Waiting so far. A little bit of a hard position to play from. They're very spread away from each another, so NASR might be actually forced into a one-on-one. Talking about that. There you go. That's the fight coming on through from Hero. Gets himself to flush almost instantly. Padika back behind. Going to try and trade some utility. Chuck a few grenades towards RICO Infinity, but I would say their position from NASR Esports is not prone to taking these kind of engages. It's very hard as you're literally pushed in a one-by-one fight that you can't assist each other very easily. Oh, NASR, there you go. That's the fight. And another beautiful coming their way. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of the position of NASR. I think it is not easy to defend the compound by how far you are from each other.
No, it was a terrible position, to be fair, when you're talking about trying to protect the edges circle or at least create a bit of space. But credit to RICO Infinity, right? I said they needed to be a little bit more aggressive when they're coming in onto the edges circle on Phase 3, Phase 4. That's exactly what they've done.
Guess who gets circle again? So you can't see it right now. Yeah, Destiny.
Destiny. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
okay.
I guess they shared their PayPal or something. There's definitely something going on.
Yep.
Those guys are looking. I mean, they got a strong position too. They could very easily overlook and get information on what's happening to the west, because it's that big road, about 50-50 split. So if it does go to the west or to the east, that could also create a big point of advantage for SUDOR currently in the circle. That's something to keep into account. But here you go. CIS versus Turkey next Rüya. Not the best performance last game, unfortunately. Sanhok died pretty early in that game. Need to try and make up for that poor result this time around on Miramar.
Frozen, look, at the end of the day, MVP of PMPL Turkey, but he is only 16 years old, so that maybe that younger age is
it's insane,
you know,
right?
and yeah, it's insane, but that younger age, that maybe that kind of lack of experience and, you know, mental maturity in this kind of situation is not working in their favor for the time being. I'm hoping that it evolves, of course, throughout the 4 days and we see them wake up and get those much needed chicken dinners, but for the time being, they are struggling.
Talking about mental maturity, you did not want to see me at 16, man. I was a completely different case. Not really the best to look out for. Destiny pretty far away, though. RICO Infinity trying to play on the ridge line. I'm not gonna lie, I do not like this position. You got Compound 12-18, got access to. Toluca's gonna take a few little one-taps from a distance.
Yeah.
I don't get the idea. I'm not gonna lie, this is a call that I do not understand. They maybe had an idea behind their head, but if you knew there was gonna be a team in this compound, that's not a good idea. And if you didn't scout it, that is just poor execution. It's bad no matter how you look at it.
It's more panic play, right? It's panic play when they're coming into the edge of phase 4. It's that kind of like, oh, we just need to try and get into the edge of the circle without really thinking of what's going on around you.
Yeah, and it hurts them quite a bit at the very end. They're still going to be into the blues. They've got to try and think of moving in. Destiny could try and ruin their odds in this game if they play properly. But then Na'Vi really trying to be the gatekeepers of this game. Oh boy, he's the IGL. He's dead. Can still do his job as an IGL in the voice chat for the rest of his team. Tixie also got himself rose back up. And he's going to be having to run away because that blue zone is going to start to tick a little bit too much. Get himself in the car. Oh, that was last second. Na'Vi going to try and rush their way forward, but there's a lot of team in front of them. And the car goes bada bing, bada boom. Na'Vi are out in 16th position. Complete opposite of their 2 first games.
You know what? They're just giving the other teams a chance to rack up some kills, rack up some points,
so nice.
Make things a little bit spicier. So nice of them. The charitable deed done for the day coming out from the Na'Vi boys. But overall, solid from next Rüya. Yeah, okay, it's just Yeke that's left alive. But if he can get at least one of the revives, that will help save their day. The next phase did shift down south. It's in favor of Destiny. Now, Destiny had a 3-1 split between 3 of the players down by the warehouses in the hillside, and Mihi was up in the north. Mihi unfortunately got caught out, but honestly, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing because they gave the rest of the team information. Conqueror, they've done well on that western hillside by the road, but now their biggest test is in front of them because not only do they need to get into the circle, but they have to kind of go down the hill, cross that road, and make sure that they have all their angles covered.
Yeah, that's going to be the big kind of trial by Era for Conqueror. Let's see if they can play around that 2 display. I would like to see a little bit of a regroup, but they need to also clear out Panda. Otherwise, they might just get kind of clustered around that more western side. That's going to be Storm picking it up. And nice, Line 4KT up to 2 kills. Unfortunately, not up to 4 players. They're down to 1. And that's Storm just going to have to represent the Nigerian squad in these final moments. Milky Way from Unique. Still the 3-man crew. Conqueror did go downhill. Utility would be insane if it connects as we want. And I think there was a good nade. It was just shot by Milky Way. And the nade indeed paid dividends. Only 1 knock though, but puts Reeves extremely low himself. The second nade might just be the end of those 2 players of Conqueror. Gets to heal, but it's just clearly not going to be enough. The first nade will be taken down. But oh no, actually Unique. Oh, they take the L. And that's what a nade, what a play to come on through. But that's going to be it as they get completely swiped off the surface of Miramar.
Woo, baby, let's go. Conqueror keeping the hopes and dreams alive, but Futbolist might look to capitalize off the back of that. They sent a couple of players forward a little bit closer to the other side of the hill. Lutz is making sure that he has the further distance covered. So this is healthy from Futbolist, but they're not really pushing on it. They've allowed the revives to get pulled off onto 2 of the 3 knocked Conqueror players, and that could bite them in the butt. However, for Conqueror, once again, they have to deal with the fact that Frag, Fate, and even last player Panda are behind them, so they're not completely clear across the side of the road inside the circle.
Yeah, the hardest part for Conqueror is yet to come. They got to make it up here. Futbolist smoking it up, trying to potentially facilitate their rotation towards that tree that's a little bit further up ahead. But Futbolist, if they still got utility, I'm talking mollies, I'm talking grenades, that should be pretty easy. But why they're not peeking is they've scared off teams over to the west. Currently, they took themselves another kill, another team. That's going to be SUDOR. That's going to be also GUNZ taken out of the lobby. So they could allow themselves to peek a little bit over and be more aggressive, I would say. But man, we have still so many teams alive. They're all currently taking the L, getting eliminated out of this lobby. NASR Esports also being out. Man, what just happened? We just had a real-life Thanos snap. They're trying to peek on over. Futbolist, they're trying to play around the nade, but there's just unindicated guesses as to where they are. As he's going to go for the solo push, the kills are currently getting confirmed 1 by 1 as Fate. I've seen it from a distance. I'm like, man, we want a piece of this pie. We're going to try and go for the third party. As Lovezin is going to try and wrap a little bit further down, and Conqueror EU in a hard position in Pyramid, very hard to play around, and they will be eliminated in 6th position. No, 7th.
If the circle had gone against them, it would have fared better for them. But because it went in their direction and there's so little protection by the side of the road, credit to Fate. They recognized that, they pushed on the side, and they helped to create this damage. Conqueror go out. We have seen both Panda and Slime4KT for the second game in a row go for heel strat to have gotten them into the top 8, but it's not really the prettiest way to end these games. Destiny still in as a 3-man crew, but they're now outside the circle for the first time in this game. Have they really been controlling enough? Have they made enough noise? I don't think so.
I don't think that's going to be the case at all, Imperium. In fact, I do fully agree. 12-18. I can't stop but feel like if RICO Infinity had a more educated guess on how to approach the southeast, maybe go for the push on 12-18, they would be in that position. But the fact, as you said, they were rushed, they were pressured in taking a decision. There was, unfortunately, poorly executed, I would almost say, is it hurt their chance of getting in a strong position like where 12-18 currently stand. Destiny going for the foil, YOLO push. Fate, though, on the more receiving end. This is good to see. An Arabic team currently stepping up. They see himself, Noshi jumping out with a muscle car through the smokes. Can he make it to the rest of his team? That is a no as an answer, Imperium, as Destiny are out in 4th, and now only 3 teams remain. You got Futbolist in this game, with 12-18, another CIS team still on the running, but the Arabic team of Fate is looking golden when it comes to securing the win.
You're telling me you've been in the circle for the whole game, made very little noise, and you don't have enough utility to play the edge of the circle? Poor decisions from Destiny, and it bites them in the butt as Futbolists are being pressured by 12-18, waking up in Miramar.
Marmalade and Zakonevor keeping the pressure down over to the likes of Futbolists. That's exactly what we're hoping to see coming out from these guys. They've got to keep on pushing. They're going to sandwich them up. The utility, if these smokes dissipate, it might be really hard to play around. Arif going to try and peek on over that hilltop position. But now they're running on down. You don't have to do that. You've got to be careful. 2 players currently going to be knocked away. Fate down to now 2. And the players are getting a flush out. Arif, you should be good. Why did they push it like this? This was such a weird attempt. And now Futbolists might have a chance to redeem this game back in their eyes.
But they heard the noise. They thought they could third party, but they didn't realize that people were still looking in their direction. And they were on the high ground. They were exposed.
Oliver's in. There you go. He's down. 12-18, still down to 2. Marmalade extremely low. And Zakonevor just about 75% HP. So he's going to be able to potentially body a few more bullets coming in his global vicinity. It's all about smokes. There you go. These are the smokes that I wanted to see coming out from Fate to facilitate that rotation downhill. They would have done that earlier. They would have not had a player knocked and an extra flush. That is what I was hoping to see in the first place. But you know what? They'll learn over time. That's what we want to see. Zakonevor peeking over the heel. He gets himself 1, looking for the double. Can he get the double whammy? It's potentially going to be coming on through. Down to 1 for Futbolist. He's going to jump out onto the side, and they're going to go back to playing around utility. They want to close off that fight, and that is it. Futbolist, the Turkish gods, are out in 3rd, and now it's all between 12-18 and Fate Esports.
Fate have the circle. They have the controlling position. They haven't gone too far forward. They have the edge of the hillside. And 12-18, hey, they have to go uphill. They have to go into the open. And it is 3v3.
Let's see how things are going to come out. A slow approach. A lot going off ping pong here. They're going to exchange a bit of utility, but 12-18 used a lot of their own utility, Imperium. And Fate, I mean, they looted up what Destiny had, right? And you said they did not use a lot of their utility despite being in a really strong compound. That might be the utility to save the game back in their eyes. 12-18, I like this. A little bit of a spread. They got himself a crate to play around. Zakonevor's going to go a little bit wider.
Able to get there?
Creating the push for also Tulika. That's right behind him. Is fight with Isawi. And Isawi just leaving that position. They allowed him to get actually access to this ridge line in the first place. I find that very surprising, Imperium.
That shouldn't have happened. But credit to 12-18. They focused on one direction, and they've gone for it.
They got a play off 12-18 that they just are completely unaware of. They think that they're maybe pushing in the same area. Oh, no, there you go. Marmalade took a few shots. It was late. Now he's definitely going to be alerting the rest of the team. Try and wrap around Arif. He's a little bit unsure of how he wants to play this kind of circle. 12-18 Marmalade, there you go. The blue zone is going to be paying off for Fate. It's going to help them out tremendously. Now it's going to be a 3v2. Stoleka's going to go for the push, trying to wrap around. Here we go. If the Synergy's on point, it could be able to overwhelm them. Isawi's going to be able to win himself that one-on-one, and Arif will be able to take him down by Tulika, but he's way too low. The rest of the team is there to back it up. Confirm the kills while you still can. He gets an extra, but that is going to be GG well played coming out from Fate Esports. The Arabic team Imperium finally able to represent the region and able to get himself the 3rd win of this PMPL. What a day for Fate as they start themselves off properly on the very first Miramar game.
Yeah, cannot argue with how Fate performed in that game. It was off the back of a solid Sanhok performance. Let's be fair, they controlled that late game. Yes, that kind of decision to push a little bit too aggressively off the back of trying to go for a third party did slow them down. But here's the thing, they learned from that. They backtracked a bit. They allowed Futbolist and 12-18 to kind of take each other out, and then they control the end circle. Did they allow 12-18 to push in? Yeah. Still, at the end of the day, they got the job done.
Big numbers, 13 kills going away of Faked Esports. That is what we love to see coming out from these guys. Maybe one of the more of the lesser known teams from the PMPL Arabia, a little bit maybe in the shadow of the likes of the Yala Esports that were participating in that PMPL, but especially GUNZ that are looking like the favorite. And they're actually the first Arabic team to get themselves a win for this PMPL EMEA Championship with 1,700 damage, really big step up, and very little heal too, which I find very interesting. I mean, they took the position of Destiny that was clearly the strongest in that circle, and they played it the way Destiny should have. So Destiny, would I have been a little bit more efficient in how they played around that utility and tried to roam away from that compound, they could have been the team in the shoes of Fate, but unfortunately, it didn't happen for them, and Fate just played it just way better at the end.
Plus, the fact that they got 13 kills showed that they were controlling their area and respecting the fact that they had to utilize that strong position that they held on to. Good performance from Futbolist, good performance from 12-18. It's the start of a turnaround from those two teams.
Big turnaround indeed. But you know what? We're going to be turning ourselves straight into a break, and after that, we'll be back with the boys on the desk to break down this first Miramar game of this PMPL.
Xiaomi.
Three games are now done here for the opening of the PMPL. And well, Na'Vi did not get their third chicken dinner. It was Fate that managed to get this one and take it away. And they certainly would have enjoyed that win. And you guys at home can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on the Xiaomi's Ready Note 5. And that's one thing, right, when it comes into this, that these players need to be doing is getting themselves into the best experience possible when playing PUBG Mobile, because it is now 3 games in. We're starting to see the scene set a little bit, but Fate Who would have expected it? Coming into Miramar, looking really good.
Looking really good with that win, but of course we saw that already on the Sanhok. The trend was happening. We saw him getting that third place with 3 kills. Not too many kills, but still top 5. That's going to generate a lot of points. And of course, now getting that win with 13 points, that's going to push them up on the leaderboard. And that's what you want to see. You want to see them progress and become better and better for every game we play.
Yeah, now we had 2 matches won by, of course, Navi from the CIS region. So first win for the Arab region as well. That's a very good start for them, definitely. I mean, these guys, how they qualified for the event maybe wasn't the, let's say, the best possible result for them. So I think that they have a lot of things that they want to prove here. And this is definitely a good start for that. I mean, getting third match chicken dinner, that's probably everything they hope for.
Well, let's take a look at our rankings, right, and see where we are after this one, because we got to see Fate rack up 28 points, very respectable up in there, right? 1, 2, 1, 8, walking away with 21 points. Futbolist and Destiny now getting up there as well. And I would say, right, you were touching on this in terms of Conqueror, not too bad for these guys.
Not too bad. We've seen him doing better as we're speaking as well. In the first game, of course, we saw him that top 5 with 1 kill. The second game, he was the third place with 3 kills. And now a 7th place, a little bit less, but still 5 kills. So it's going upwards, and that's what you want to see. That's the trend you want to see. And then we know that they can get the placements. They're doing it really good. They're getting into the late game itself, and that's what we want to see. Eventually, that chicken dinner, it will come to them.
Yeah, I mean, the circle definitely was not easy for them coming from the western side on the end game. So it was a really difficult circle for them. So they did the best they could.
Now, we spoke about Navi trying to get their third chicken dinner, do it back-to-backs, but instead they just walked away with 3 points.
3 points. It's better than nothing. It's it's not the greatest game, but at the same time, you got to take what you're given sometimes. They had a hard time getting into the circle from the west side. We saw them having a really late rotation and running into a lot of teams and losing people time after time. But, I mean, we know what they can do, and that's what's scary. All the other teams know what they can do as well. They've seen it now in the first 2 games, but now coming into Miramar, sure, they hit the break a little bit, but still 3 more games to go today as well.
Yeah, they had the early engagement with the with Panda straight at the start, and kind of like that slowed down the whole rotation. And of course, when you don't do the rotation in time, you're gonna lose a lot of information. It's not only about like getting there in time, but you are missing a lot of information where the others are rotating, where they're coming from. And when you come late, they kind of like did the blind, well, not completely blind, but let's say information with less, rotation with less information. And they came from the northern side. They found, I think, 2 or 3 teams from that area, and that was a very hectic situation for them. So definitely, it wasn't their match this time.
Well, let's find out how much of that damage was done to get these kills and who was leading the charts when it comes down to this. Because overall, right, we can expect that some teams will actually Fate. They weren't as high as maybe expected. Only coming in 3rd in that just proves, right, how much damage was done by some of the other teams in here. They're just not picking up the pieces with it.
Actually, look at this. What I thought was that we were going to see way less damage from 12-18, actually. We see them, of course, topping the damage here with over 2k damage, but they were a little, to me, it looked like they were a little bit passive on the southeast side, and they were trying to play, you know, the patience game, letting the other teams fight a lot. But look at this. Well, I guess I was wrong. I guess they were just guns blazing.
Yeah, shooting down on everyone.
Yeah, Fate was basically, they rotated to the end game circles very early. They actually stayed there on the southern side of the warehouses for a long time, and there was a lot of teams fighting, you know, just to get there. And I guess they did their share of the damage as well, but as all the other teams were fighting for, of course, the players were very low, so I think they got maybe some stolen kills as well, and that kind of like explains why they have so high amount of kills, but not that much of damage.
Sometimes that is just the way it goes. Now we're going to run some of the highlights from the game, and there was many highlights within this one, right, of how it was all panning out. But we also got to touch on the fact that we were looking at the rotations coming out from Konina here.
Yeah, I think Konina did a really good rotation. We saw, of course, already in the first circle, it was pretty much towards the north side of the map there, but everyone was basically on the southern half of that first circle, and that's how it continued. People that were there, they continue moving towards the south, and that's why we saw such a big congestion on the south side. But a team like Konina Power, we saw them coming in from the west side, took advantage of this because they scouted it. They saw, hey, no one's on the north side. Let us take that rotation. Coming into the north side, they had so much space. But, of course, we saw towards the end as well, the circle, they kept on going towards the south, and that gave Konina a little bit of a rough time. But because Konina were up in the north side so early on, they had a lot of room to play with. they got themselves 7 kills, so that is still 7 points.
Yeah, all the pressure was there on the southern side, of course. Like when we had the ridges, like the last couple circles, we had the ridges on the southern side, and then when it shifted all the way towards the eastern side, then we had a ridge there on the western side as well. So the teams who actually got early, hold the northern side of the circle, they kind of like had the advantage, just like Fate. But then of course there was like a lot of action happening on the end games as well, on the southern sides as well, and there was many surprises happening with the teams like destroying each other, just like we lost Conqueror, for example.
Talking about Conqueror, we actually saw them in a really good fight. First, they were up against Unique there on the road side, on the southwest side, and we saw what actually happened was that fight was like just dragged out for a long time. Conqueror got some reses up, and then what we saw happening was that Futbolist, they came in and just third party that. They took out Unique, but they didn't push Conqueror right after that. They knew that Conqueror had a few guys that was knocked down, but they didn't want to go for it. They played it a little bit safer, took their time, made sure, okay, we're not gonna try to just like rush over there, kill people, and then get ourselves knocked. So they took their time, but they did manage to take out Conqueror after all, and they had a lot of space to play with there, but sadly, they got a little bit sandwiched towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, the whole situation with the Futbolist and of course all this action on the western side, I love the shot when we had one player proning from the Futbolist next to Rock and just watching what's happening there and then like finalizing the whole shit.
Yeah, he's looking right, he's saying, okay, what's going on here? Where do I go next? And that's it. Sometimes you get this little vantage point and you can go, oh, okay, like I can plan my angle of attack in this. Maybe I don't want to get into it just yet, and I'll decide when the third party will come through. With Fate, though, getting away with this win, right, and coming through on it, this is a big boost to them right when they need it, because it was okay, you can look at it and go, this is a win on Miramar, it's a high point win as well, it's going to be a big boost to where they sit on the standings, but this is something they can try and spiral effect off.
Yeah, they could. It looked a little bit scary, though. I don't want to take anything away from them. They got themselves a really nice win with 13 kills, but it was looking a little bit shaky there towards the end, because what we saw was that they backed off a bit from the high ground and basically let 12-18 get a little bit closer, and that is kind of a mistake in my books, because basically you're just giving them room and you have no control over what's happening, instead of you playing that high ground. Make sure that you always have control, you know where 12-18 is going, and you can basically hurl them together and then use your last utilities on them.
And then the Fate was just waiting all this to happen. The 12-18 Futbolists, they were just fighting there on the southern side, and then of course in the end there's going to be one team coming from the south that's going to be already low on utilities, low on armors, low on members as well, and then Fate just waited the right time and then of course took the end fight.
And one thing, right, you're talking about the space you're trying to give him. That's one thing, when you have high ground, you want to be doing everything you can to just keep them at bay. You should be controlling the space at all times. Don't allow them to get in and find a way. That's how you can throw games away. That's how you see these crazy clutch games come out, right? And you see maybe a team that probably should have been hitting that second place, walk away and go, hey, we can just steal this one away from you. So little details like that is probably what they're going to look at when they come back to their review.
Yeah, especially when you have that kind of high ground as well, when you know that your backs are totally clear and there's no one is going to be pushing from there, nothing's going to happen. All we need to do is just focus on our front line and focus on what's happening below us. What are those teams doing? What are they trying to do? Can we try to prevent them from maybe doing a flank on us or stuff like that? Instead, if you back off, you might get lucky one time or two or twice, but a third time, I don't know. That team on the down there, they're below, they're gonna strike, and they're gonna be striking hard.
Yeah, and the Fate's location, I mean, yes, having the higher ground, but also just a little bit like a couple 20 meters below those warehouses, there's actually a small hill which you can use as a cover. So basically you can just climb up there, have a peek what's going on, and then you can just get back there. So it's also not only having the high ground, but also having a very good cover at the same time on that location. So it was perfect place for the Fate to actually wait when they're gonna be striking, and they did the timing right, definitely.
Now we're 3 games in, guys, right? And we've got 3 more to go. But Copter, you were pointing out something here that we were seeing with both Destiny and Sudo, in that already they've got similar styles that they're approaching into every single map that could be read into.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing on the same area all the time, and they will find themselves all the time on the same edge of the circle. Of course, it's like depending where they're going to be landing and how the circle's going and how the rotations will happen. But all 3 matches for now, we have seen the same pattern, that there's Destiny a little bit more inside of the circle. Then we have SUDOR outside of it, and on the previous matches when we had the hard shifts happening, we had a hard shift happening on the western side, then they kind of like started to engage themselves as well, and this time actually at Destiny, when the circle shifted a little bit, they actually exited from that location a little bit faster, and they got the middle of the circle temporarily before the teams came from the southern side. But still, that is definitely one thing pointing out, that these guys will just find themselves all the time.
too many times I feel like we see that Destiny, they do get the circle, they are in the center of the new circle.
Yeah.
But what I want to see is I want them to see them get out from the center and play more on the edge, because that's what we see them thrive a little bit better, at least from the previous 3 games here so far. And it feels like they're playing better from there than playing in the center itself. They are having a little bit of a rough time trying to figure out where people will be peeking them from, where everybody is going to be coming from when they're in the center, because if you're in the center, you need to carry about 360 degrees. While if you're on the edge instead, you can have one guy scouting all around you, basically 180 degrees on your back, while the other 3 is just looking on the front side. And that's kind of what we're seeing from a team like SUDOR, and they're doing that really good.
And you know, I'm glad you mentioned that, because one thing that happens when we see a lot of these teams go for the center, they even end up getting far into the game, but they haven't got as many kills because not many teams going around them. Or when they finally have to push out from that position, they have little information, right?
Yeah.
They don't know what's been going on around them. All these other fights have been happening. So maybe if they just stick to an area, they maybe just play a little bit further out, they can look around, they can probably get some extra kills and start to get the points that they need here.
And this was actually the first circle where you were able to play on the middle. I mean, the previous 2 circles, they were so open on the middle. Everybody wanted to play on the sides. But this was the first circle where we had teams like on the middle for some time already on the phase 5, 6, 7, and 8, because it was just so different kind of terrain. All the fighting was happening on the sides, and it was actually pretty chill on the middle.
Well, sometimes it can be chill in the middle, right? Sometimes you can get away with it. Sometimes some teams want it. I know there are teams out there that'll be like, you know what, I'll happily just sit there. I want the placement points. I'm not interested in going for the kills. But they shouldn't be in a tournament like this. They should be the ones that already didn't qualify for EMEA, because I want to see the aggression and I want to see it all going down. So now we get to restart all over again, right? Now we get to change it up. But my biggest question is going to be, who else can really jump up today? Because with 3 games left to go, you may be looking, you think you're on the standings, you're not looking too good. The teams are looking at the points and thinking, okay, what do I need to do here today? But is it when it's a 4-day event like this? Is it really like before we get to the halfway mark? Is it after just 1 day where we need to look at it and say, okay, they should have had X amount of points to be feeling safe, to be feeling comfortable?
Not really. I'd say the whole day 1 is basically just feeling each other out, seeing what's happening, how the other teams are adapting to the playstyles. Because you've done all your research. You know how the teams are playing, or at least you thought you knew before you got in here. Now, yeah, we mentioned this earlier, or you did at least, that a lot of the teams, they will be changing up their playstyle because you want to you don't want the other teams to know how you're going to be playing the game. And that's kind of what you want to do as well. You don't want to be predicted by the other teams. So you want to be as unpredictable as possible, and that goes to every team. And that's why you got to see, okay, what are they doing? Can we find any patterns, and can we utilize that to gain an advantage on those teams? And I think 2 teams that we just mentioned, SUDOR and Destiny, they need to look a little bit closer to each other, because so many times they're getting heads up against each other early on in the game, which means that you're not going to have another team third-partying you. You can take all the time in the world to take that fight and make sure that you get rid of the other team.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of expectations for these teams, and now when they have been like stuck together for a while, I mean, they will probably unlock the potential at some point. But I'm definitely happy that at least Imperium didn't give the check to Navi yet, because we are now seeing that things can actually change, just like we saw in the last game. So definitely, I mean, we can expect a lot of things from SUDOR, a lot of things from Destiny. I kind of like want to see Conqueror as well, because they kind of like had a previous match, pretty good game actually, until the circle kind of like, well, made things complicated for them. So I definitely want, there's a lot of teams that we can expect to be like improving, just like a good old wine.
Well, do you know what's also improving? We're improving on our commentators. We're moving Maxman and Imperium aside. We're going into our 4th game of today. Please welcome on, for the first time of today, Kyleris and Span coming in to deliver all the action. And Kyleris, man, you're back on the mic. What's going on? It's been a while.
That's right. Jack of all trades, mate. Back on the road again. I've been hosting, analysing, and now we're doing some commentary as well. And I'm here with Span Cargo to bring you all the action from these 3 games. I'm excited, Span.
Oh my goodness, so am I. You know, I got to go on ahead to follow at least 5 of these teams throughout PMPL, so now I get to continue to watch them and add on the other teams from the other regions. I'm ecstatic.
Yeah, especially since looking at the last game, the way Fate were able to kind of win things out there is particularly impressive to me, because that road through the middle of that valley effectively acts like a river, yet they were able to cross it and able to get the victory off a kind of win like that. I think that's very, very good, considering you've got the likes of 12-18 down there, you've got the likes of Destiny, who have been floundering a little bit so far in the tournament, but we know that they are a strong team to contend with.
They really are. I mean, Fate, you know, being able to watch them this far, they did have moments, you know, where they were kind of questionable stuff, or they could go on ahead and be really, really strong, really came back strong. I do think that they kind of figured out their rhythm. So honestly, coming into EMEA, I think they kind of figured it out. So I'm not surprised to see that good performance for them, and I'm excited to see what else comes up.
Yeah, definitely so. We're going to be getting on to Erangel then for game number 4 as we dive on in. The playing path will be heading from military towards across Mansion as we start things off just south of Kameshki. And we started things off in the day. Na'Vi got themselves a win here. Will they be able to live up to that? It was a bit of a disappointing Miramar for them, but sometimes those things happen, right, Span?
I mean, yeah, everybody's allowed to go on ahead and have like 1 or 2 bad games, but I mean, 4-day finals, I mean, we'll have to go on ahead and see how else they perform. They still do have 3 more games left and no more Miramars either, so maybe that'll do them well.
Definitely so. So let's see how these drops are unfolding to start things off. We already saw a few of the teams taking up residency on Military Island. Sometimes that can get a little bit congested when you're eventually trying to rotate off of it. However, the timings for like Slime, for example, for SUDOR, who were kind of rotating a little bit later, that works out quite all right. But it really does depend where that circle's going to pop for the start of this span.
It definitely does. And honestly, taking a look at this, I'm kind of curious where it's going to go. I mean, if it goes down to the southern side, it'll definitely be interesting to see a military island kind of ending. And I mean, we'll be able to see that quite shortly, especially because the majority of these teams aren't going to be landing there. But of course, we'll see in a couple of moments. And well, there it is.
All right, that is a juicy one to start things off. So yeah, we were addressing those teams that were on military before. They, to be honest, in theory, I wouldn't even mind if they just stay there until that second circle pops, see if they kind of hedge their bets a little bit, maybe start controlling some of those bridges to get things going. But a team like Destiny, who was previously going up to Severny and kind of banking on the fact that those circles are a little bit kind of more northernly favoring, they might not even go that far. They often always do go to Severny, and that's fine. But there are some trash loots that you can loot on the way there to be able to get you down south a little bit quicker and then playing the game from there.
I feel like that would definitely do them well, especially because of this. We can see that the majority of these teams did land on that southern main body of Erangel. So honestly, getting any sort of rotation inside of this, if they go any further, is going to be quite difficult. I'm interested to see how they're going to take that compared to their timing.
Yeah, we already see Panda taking some of the vehicles away from the spots down towards those kind of apartments, schools area, move that back into Rozhok, effectively taking away some of the mobility of their opponents from that area. Is always not too bad. But with that happening, we're seeing Na'Vi as well. Probably going to be going back up towards North George area, getting their cars from here and moving on. There's plenty of time for them to loot up and boot up.
Especially making a rotation all the way around on that western side. At least they'll be able to make their next rotation quite freely. Nobody should be around them. So honestly, it's not that bad of an idea to just get away from the majority of the people. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, GUNZ, of course, in 12-18, kind of on that western side. Eventually, if they're lingering around, maybe that could become a little bit of an issue. But unlike Miramar, I think it's fair to say that Erangel is far more open and free when it comes to rotations, right? When I think of Miramar, I'm thinking, you know, constant channels of rotation. But Erangel, very nice and open with a lot of fields.
You don't have to worry about ridges and getting your Murado stuck in them, you know? So it is quite nice to be able to drive through those forests and those fields on Erangel. Very different terrain.
Not too bad. Na'Vi going to be making their way on up. Fate has already got themselves plenty of loot. They're coming off the back of a very strong win. Again, I do want to commend them for their move across the road, which I think when you have that kind of situation, it's ultra fraught with danger. They were able to deal with it very successfully and then control the high ground against the likes of 12-18 from that point onwards. Again, I would love them to stay on Military Island and just see if it kind of goes that way. Of course, right now, the law of averages would say, I suppose you want to take somewhere on the mainland, right, Span? But, you know, it's taking military and then kind of controlling the borders can be very powerful.
At least in the form of some sort of an avenue of rotation, you know, at least if they're able to stay up on Military Island, no matter where this next zone shift, if it's hard shifts over to one direction, they could potentially use one of those bridges specifically, you know, so it could go on ahead and give them a little bit of advantage if they stay there.
And already Slime is positioning themselves in such a way to kind of hedge their bets, making sure that they will be controlling this east side bridge. sorry, west side bridge, I should say. East side bridge, though, could be a little bit dicey because Conqueror knows that there are potential teams that will be looking to move across it. So you can already see Conqueror positioning themselves equally to Slime here and trying to control that route of rotation.
Oh. Oh my goodness, it looks like Slime trying to make that rotation is not going to be successful so far because RICO Infinity team, NASR, he's the one over here by himself as of right now for his team.
Going to be a little bit of a confidence knockdown there for Slime, as now trying to find a few shots here and there, but you've got to wonder as Slime that reinforcements are going to be on the way after even just one person, NASR, controlling this position. They're going to realize a team might be trying to move across, even though we have Fex on the other side of the bridge just chilling at the moment. Maybe he's going to actually look to rendezvous with the front, but I think as Slime, you might just want to back away from this right now, losing the one person so easily.
It looked like Storm actually went on ahead and jumped down into the water, so maybe he's just deciding to swim on back. I mean, we'll be able to find out shortly, but it also looks like up here, we already knew that Navi was going to go up to that North Georgia pole situation, so they could potentially be making a rotation all the way around to that position we were just at. Yep,
definitely covered. Looting. Storm, did he fall off? I didn't see the kill feed.
I'm not sure, but he is knocked. That is for sure.
I guess there was no way he could have got up. He must have been shot, I guess. So, yeah, very good here once again for them to be able, the RICO Infinity team, to be able to get these pickups. Looking to confirm the kills as well. Really nice. I think they truly understand that at this point, Slime was 2 across the bridge, 2 over here. Very, very easy pickup.
It looks like the rest of the Slime, though. Okay, no, I was going to say, are they really going to go on ahead and stay at the end of that bridge for a little bit longer? But no, it's just bringing the vehicle to the other teammates, trying to make a different rotation away. I guess they gave up on this bridge for right now. Maybe a little bit of hard cover, and depending on where the zone shifts, they'll decide to take the other bridge. But they definitely don't want to deal with RICO Infinity team as of right now.
No, definitely not. I think as a 2-man, you probably want to try and take up some small residents in the foothills. Kind of near where Ragnarok is, actually. I wouldn't mind that position. Maybe if, you know, you haphazardly run into a single, like Faith is kind of splitting right now, then you could maybe take that fight 2-on-1. But compounds on this side, where the compound that Slime has taken, I'm a little bit scared of them kind of eventually just having a full team crash in on them if the circle does come down here to military. So could be dicey.
It's a pretty big one as well. Kind of difficult to go ahead and get out of that situation, especially so close to the bridge, but also a little bit further away. It looks like there's a little bit of drive-by action happening here. What is happening? World of Wonders right next to Unique, and Frozen catching one out.
Very impressive. The MVP of PMPL CIS already getting some long-range shots here on towards that McLaren as well. Doesn't quite catch him off. World of Wonders going to be on the retreat on the rotate, as they've already had, it looks like 2 knocked, maybe even? No, just 1 knocked. Somebody quite low, though, Zessie down in the water. We've already seen World of Wonders be fantastic as a team in the past. Again, you know, Imperium and Maxman touched on it, just a little bit inconsistent sometimes. It was very feast or famine for that team, but quite honestly, they do have the chops to be able to pull these kinds of things off. So it's unfortunate for them that they're losing someone on the rotate so quickly.
Yeah, as of right now, after the first 3 games, they really need to have the rest of these games go well. If not, to at least pull them up that board a little bit further after day 1, but definitely to at least boost their mentality, you know, going into the rest of this tournament. It would definitely help them out a lot. Because, I mean, it is only day 1. They still do have 3 whole more days left to go ahead and drag themselves further up that board.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of posturing is going to be going on in this first circle, though, because everybody is just waiting. Where is that second circle going to go? If it's 50-50 military and mainland, then that's a catastrophe for these teams. They're going to be scrambling to try and figure this out. As we see the pop coming up, where's it going? Ooh, okay. Mostly Millie, so not too bad, not too bad.
I'm interested to see where this is really going to go on ahead and end off, and curious to see. The majority of these teams are on the northern side. They are on the mainland. So how is all this funneling going to occur now that there's barely any mainland still in?
Yeah, we're seeing Futbolist zooming across now. They're going to try and find a position to rotate through. They're currently going west, trying to pick up some of their members, maybe looking to go towards that west bridge. The big problem right now, if we are able to look at the full map, is that there is about 8 teams converging on what looks like might be that western bridge span. And if that does occur, that could be absolute Armageddon.
It really is. This first rotation is going to be an absolute mess for a lot of these teams, unless they could somehow time this perfectly that each one gets across that bridge, but I highly doubt it. The stats is too perfect of a situation. So I have to see if they're going to be able to realize that they're fighting on that bridge. Maybe they're going to just stay on the mainland for a little bit longer, since they should know, especially these teams up here in the back being Destiny. Like, if they know so many teams in front of them, they might just have to wait.
Yeah, just a lot of crisscrossing going on at the moment here, trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. There is the objective sometimes that some teams will stay on the mainland, try and find some area around farm, for example, maybe just try and farm some kills over there. Nice, tending of the crops per se. But, RICO Infinity, for all intents and purposes, they could hold this bridge. They could hold West Bridge and cause a lot of teams a lot of problems.
They already went on ahead and crossed it. They're in that compound right next to it as of right now, so we'll see what does come of that, because the first team is, in fact, approaching really closely. And it also looks like Panda kind of stopping because Destiny right in front of them. It looks like they've kind of realized the situation that they're in. They're kind of just waiting for other teams around them to leave. It looks like they are just going to grab their vehicles and continue rotating. They don't want to take this fight this far inside Blue Zone.
Seems that way. And the thing is, for Destiny especially, the past 3 games, regardless of what results they've had great circle luck. They've constantly been middle of the circle. This is the first game that Destiny's going to have to chase the circle and see what they can get done from here on out. But there is going to be a cluster going on that west side. And already there are being shots fired over there as these cars are passing one another near Pachinki, near towards those kind of Gatka fields, wrapping on down here. I wonder if 1218 is going to sit around in the end of that Longwood and shoot some people as they move across.
That would definitely help out everybody on this bridge, because as of right now, we can see there's a little bit of a hold happening. You were right. RICO Infinity team is, in fact, deciding to hold this bridge. And, ooh.
That was a great nade. A second great nade coming in as well. Soke, brilliant stuff from him. And they've even spotted out a few of the members a little further back. Hero going to be taking some shots here. He has got to be very careful. He does not have somebody to come and pick him up at an ease. And Futbolist still understanding that there are more members of RICO Infinity laying in wait.
I really like that one of them went on ahead and just jumped off that bridge, definitely providing them a little bit of cover, but now they can just go on ahead and run up either on the east or western side to try and spot out the rest of RICO Infinity team. It does look like they have at least one teammate up on that hill to that western side, but they have to go on ahead and commit to this fight if they're hoping to get a rotation out of here, it seems. It's just a matter of when and how.
Yeah, brutal circle once again for all those teams trying to cross the bridges. And we have GUNZ and Destiny fighting in Pachinki here. And Destiny is massively losing out on that fight here. So once again, not a good game for them as we continue to watch out this RICO Infinity fight. We'll be moving over to next Rüya, going up against Na'Vi though. And once again, they are on the mainland here. Everybody up here is just like, well, it's time. Let's go all guns blazing, because it's going to be difficult for us to get to the circle right now. Let's take down the threats here and deal with that rotation later on.
I mean, exactly. I mean, these teams, like right when they realize, wow, this next rotation is going to be super difficult, they have to go on ahead and start focusing on the other points that they could potentially gain, which would be kill points. So everybody's around them. Why not go on ahead and just try and take advantage of that and get those kills? Because otherwise, if you just try that rotation and there's too many teams in front of you, they could just go on ahead and take you out of their vehicles.
Absolutely. So we have Na'Vi still in this battle at the moment. NASR as the team going to be throwing a few nades and then scrambling on out of here. They do hear the buggy, maybe a crest over the hill for a few shots, but no. Na'Vi's going to relax a bit with 2 down, Kitsune and Tixi down. It's not exactly the easiest of engagements for them to be taken. And now they're in the blue. So, and I don't know if they have huge amounts of access to vehicles. I think just 1 vehicle or so, which again, only 1 vehicle on rotation is a bit risky in itself.
Definitely don't want to go on ahead and clown car that, especially if you drive by another team. And wow, it looks like this bridge went on ahead and gained a lot more people. We can see the majority of teams now making a rotation around here as well. And I'd like to point out RICO Infinity team, they were here first trying to hold it, and it completely backfired. I feel like they only have 1 person left.
Yeah, 12-18's made their way over, done very well for themselves. Once again, Konina Power here trying to find a few kills on towards Unique. And again, this is all on mainland. This is all held against where every team wants to get to right now. Konina Power knows that they could catch some easy frags here as they try and transition across this location. Taking these rooftops, taking this advantage point is very, very powerful when all these teams are trying to get across. But looks like next Rüya is just going to go for it.
I mean, definitely not. Why not in this situation? They probably also identified that the other side of their bridge is being held out. So there we go. We can see one of the teams next to it trying to just make a drive for it, but it's not going to work out. Konina Power definitely taking advantage of it. And even if they get to the bridge, there's going to be another team holding it for them.
Another spray coming in. Does he get the boogie? I think he may have got a tire or so, and that will cause the boogie to flip on out there. Very good by Konina Power, really putting a stunt in some of these teams, but they've got SUDOR to deal with if they want to transition across this as well. So I know that they're currently just looking for those kill points, knowing that it's going to be hard to get over there. I keep repeating it, but it's kind of the name of the game right now. Every team on military, for the most part, has kind of found their spot already. These bridges are absolutely pivotal, and SUDOR has pick of the litter in terms of positioning right now. Konina Power is doomed, quite frankly.
They very much are. I also really like what they're doing. We can see that on the map right there. 3 of them are actually holding that bridge. They know that there's possible points out here that they want to obtain, but then safe for SUDOR. He's already inside of the circle. He wants to go on ahead and hold a safe position for his team to come back from, so they can stay out there as long as possible to get these 4 points before they're forced in from blue zone.
You're right on the money, Spam. That's a brilliant move. Just to have that anchor point against Konina Power. If something went randomly awry in this fight, which it shouldn't, then they know that they have that safety point. And, you know, with the McLaren, you know, I'll take it. That's pretty cool. They're going for a swim. They're going for a dip. They might take some damage to blue, yeah. And
Phase
one of the members already goes down.
Yeah, phase 4 water. It doesn't look like they have that much HP anyway. Yeah, it's just down to Nomi left. Oh, will he make it?
No.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
I mean, what else could they have done? At least they went on ahead and denied those points to SUDOR.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, you got to try and, you know, risk it for a biscuit, I suppose, in that position. It's a bit difficult, but Unique started swimming earlier, most importantly, so they're going to be able to eventually get over, it does look like. Futbolist is rotating in on the north side. GUNZ and Panda here have found themselves a spot on the west side of the circle, but they're still going to have to fight their way in a little bit. And right now, Conqueror's position is absolutely formidable. They have kind of that middle mountain range against a lot of these teams and are already firing down on Futbolist.
Well, and we can see that a lot of shots are actually coming in this direction. Fate, I'm actually interested to see what they're going to be able to do from here, because Nursery, it's nice hard cover position, but also very difficult to go on ahead and leave. You can see they're already taking shots at people above them. That's really where the difficulty comes in. Yeah, got to agree. It's difficult to get over those hills if the circle shifts away from here. And this is an edge position. And you've also got to account for the fact that there might be teams coming in behind you, like 12-18, for example. So definitely a position where you can get pinched very, very easily. But NASR does go down to Panda, who are trying to wiggle into position on the edge over near where GUNZ are. Yeah, and even more so, really, if they left that position as well, that entire side of the hill is so very much out in the open that everywhere else that is actually playable is already taken. We're already going on ahead and taking a look at all those teams that are already actually playing the hills that are in fact playable. And there goes a few more teams as well being taken out. That means we have 11 teams left inside of this. Yeah, if I was Conqueror here, I'd want to end this fight with GUNZ potentially quite quickly. And you don't want to be wasting or, I suppose, utilizing too many smokes this early into the game, especially when the circle is likely to come down to some of these more barren areas where you're really going to need some of those smokes in some of those later engagements. So Na'Vi goes down, not too surprising considering that they were in a wounded state coming onto Military Island here. But Conqueror still in the pick of the litter when it comes to the positions. I'm glad that they went on ahead and actually backed up out of this. And I mean, right beside them is actually a huge bull as well that they could potentially play, but playing on the top of it, that would be a nice position to really hold people out on that eastern side. And I mean, you'll get to know shortly where this is going to go. They're the only team that actually has a nice central position as of right now. And we'll also that circle collapse. Oh, Fate gets a lucky hand dealt to them when it comes to that compound that we were mentioning before. Now, of course, does the pinch happen? It's likely not to happen because Panda is probably just going to be heading straight east to find maybe a little bit of space on the side of the circle. 12-18 is going to be their biggest threat for a little bit. It definitely is. And honestly, it's a really difficult position to push from, but like I said, it's a really difficult position to leave. So if anything, they're going to be able to stay safe in there, but right when it comes to leaving, they're definitely going to be held out. But as of right now, this circle, they don't have to worry about it. Everybody else on these edges do, though, especially as now it looks like Conqueror not happy that they have another team now inside of their territory.
Yeah, and as you were saying before, the most powerful part about their position was the kind of that bowl that you were mentioning, right? So they want to defend this come heaven or hell. With SUDOR pushing on right now, that is their most immediate threat. How much utility do they have? Grenades are very important in these kind of areas where it's just a kind of a shallow hill just across, where the grenades almost perfectly arc across it. So as long as it's well cooked, you don't even need to take peeks. You don't even need to take sprays, as long as you've kind of got an inkling as to where they may be.
An inkling, definitely. I mean, they're kind of hiding out right below them, so I'm interested to see. I mean, as of right now, it looks like they haven't entirely gone on ahead and committed to any of these fights. Nobody really wants to go on ahead and commit to any sort of fight unless they go ahead and push onto them. So it looks like we do have a little bit more waiting to do, except now, it looks like SUDOR is actually being found out by one of the teams, 12-18, not really pushing Fate, but instead pushing SUDOR.
Slime continues to be alive as well, as Panda now starts laying in some of the shots. Maybe the Panda, the ferocious Panda that we saw in EU West, has woken up. They are good on this battleground, and give them a final circle. Maybe I would give them big sway against a lot of the teams here. But again, it really does remain to be seen over these couple of days as to whether or not they can stack up against this quality of a lobby. And they're splitting in a not too dissimilar fashion to the way they were here in EU West. So this could work out for them.
I mean, honestly, if any of these teams up on the northern side are able to go on ahead and sweep out the rest of these teams, take control of that high ground, they're definitely going to be in a really great position. It's just a matter of which teams are going to pop off first. Whoever is in the best position to kind of just third-party everything around them, I think is going to be quite happy. And I was going to say maybe it's Conqueror, but also being in that center position, that means a lot of eyes are going to be on you.
Yeah, the Conqueror, again, has always been one of the Feast of Famine teams for me. They know how to find the winning position. Sometimes that comes at the sacrifice of one or two of their members when they find it. And oftentimes they run with it. Oftentimes they do work with it. The circle goes their way as well. Noticeably, Slime's still alive, but they could fall victim if Panda rotates north around this, which I would expect them to, considering that's the kind of short end of the circle.
And the safest, you know, you don't want to go ahead and just push straight on in and not have your back protected. Don't want to be caught out between two people. So definitely just sweeping that edge is the safest thing to do so. So it does look like Slime, only two of them are left up. Oh, one of them maybe. Did one just knocked there? It's not looking too hot.
Yeah, not at all. Feck's going to have to do some big work here if he wants to keep Slime in this. As we still see, GUNZ actually knows about the position for Slime. Raduf going to be making waves for GUNZ, considering he's had a rough couple of games so far. We've seen a few disconnects from him during some of this stuff, but SUDOR now going up against Conqueror. Already one does go down for SUDOR. Conqueror has been gearing up for this fight for the last 10 minutes. Can they win this out and hold on to the position that they've claimed?
Honestly, since they have that spot right inside that bowl, they're really sitting pretty as of right now, especially because they can wait for the other teams down to the southern side to push even further in as well. But maybe Panda, maybe Fate actually is going to go on ahead and ruin that. Looks like Fate was able to just run straight on up to the northern side, get up on top of that hill. That could go on ahead and mess things up for them. Yeah,
proper ram raid. You're absolutely right. With the vehicle rotation that they just made from that compound, that was what they had to do to be able to get out of that compound. And now Clash is holding out SUDOR. 12-18 might fall victim to the same fate down towards the south. And Panda already dealt with Slime. So we're seeing these teams emerging in positions. If Conqueror and Fate can hold out 12-18 and SUDOR, we could see a proper big schmoz between the two, with Raduf being the spoiler, potentially.
Ooh, it's not looking good for 12-18. Actually, it looks like SUDOR, they kind of surrounded them. One of them kind of behind some of these players, catching another one out. Really nice usage of what they're able to play out here, but it's actually going to be SUDOR Esports that are eliminating this situation. Looks like they're caught between two teams, and they just could not go on ahead and win that out. So 12-18 is now the next team trying to push on in towards Conqueror. And I mean, luckily for Conqueror, it looks like Panda is able to hold off Fate.
Yeah, properly brutal there, as you say, for SUDOR. Just not much you can do in a barren area quite like that. There's a few trees, maybe a rock or two, but that's it. 12-18 pushing up and now trying to get their way into the circle. I think they'll just get pinched as well, if I'm honest. It's going to be difficult. Nades already raining down on them. Lath throwing a few down. Good sprays coming in, though. Panda, actually from across the way, going to be able to effectively third-party Fate here and getting a knock or two. Brilliant stuff from them. just laying down the hammer, pushing on Ragnarok as well. He goes down, Fate gets blasted, and Panda now has the circle.
Wow, this is just looking better and better for Panda, I was gonna say, because really everybody else is fighting. Their armor, their util, all their meds is gonna be pretty low, and it's really been Panda that's being the one that's being the aggressor, being able to kind of stand back and take a lot of long-range fights, so that might help them out in this end piece. But these two teams now making a push on, the only thing that could hurt them is if they somehow make a wrap around them.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult, I think, for the other teams when it comes to Panda. When all the bamboo's gone, what do the Pandas eat? It's going to be man flesh here if they're not careful. 11 kills already, Span, and this is, I mean, this is what Panda did in EU West. They look like this. They definitely have woken up now.
You know, I am looking forward to it. You know, when we were talking about them, they were actually compared to GUNZ. So I was interested immediately on that comparison, and it looks like they are in fact being what I expected. And I also heard they have multiple MVPs, and they're definitely showing that as of right now. And as of right now, it looks like a little bit of a lull in battle, but they're just waiting to see who's going to start off the next fight. Because honestly, with 3 teams left, whoever starts the next one, the third team just can go on ahead and third party, and that would definitely be the best situation for them.
Yeah, the golden rule of these final circles. You're right. Like, you've got to be so careful about that. 12-18 obviously is in kind of the more precarious position when it comes to Panda and Conqueror having the better spots. And Conqueror now is going to be rendezvousing and grouping up as a 4. 12-18 opens things up, though. On to GK first. The MVP, undoubtedly, of that roster. So bringing him down is a big scalp to take. And Panda is completely bottled up here. This could be the perfect time for Conqueror to join this and bring the hammer down on Panda. They are stuck here, Span.
Oh, wow. Completely decimated there. Panda going out. Wow, this was not the good situation. The thing where they got pinched did, in fact, happen. 12-18, they've been fighting Conqueror this entire time, so they tried pushing another way, and they only had that big rock.
Manflesh fights back against the Pandas. Brilliant stuff. Oh, but 12-18 will be going down here. I mean, it's back-to-back good games from them in terms of placement, but it will be Conqueror who, for a lot of this game here, Span, you were mentioning it about the position that they were taking. Very, very powerful spot to take in this circle and work beautifully with it.
Yeah, they were able to hold that really, really well as well. I mean, I was kind of worried, you know, they had so many teams kind of pushing at them from a certain angle, but I guess that kind of went on ahead and helped them out as well. They didn't go on ahead and over-peak that whatsoever, so they kind of let all the people below them take those fights, and they got to peek on over and clean that up in the end once they were weak enough.
Yeah, I think one thing that I really like about Conqueror's position throughout this game is that they rotate on that kind of east bridge pretty early, and they did for a small while stay at those crossroads across the bridge from there. However, I think they understood that when it comes to this kind of circle, yeah, you can sit on the bridge, but that's kind of risky. You can get yourself some kills. That's kind of risky. Let's take one of these hilly positions and work with that. And they picked the perfect spot to work with. Again, a feast and famine team. This game, definitely a feast.
Oh my goodness, definitely. And take a look at that. 1345 damage, 492 healing, 22 points of total, 7 kills. So, I mean, that is a position where you kind of have to be a little bit more passive because it is kind of a bowl, but it's very shallow. So you don't want to go on ahead and over-peak anything, I feel like, because in that situation, it would be really easy for multiple teams to go on ahead and take advantage of that. So them being able to go on ahead and survive into that late game and pick up all the rest of the kills at the very end is honestly the best situation for them. So they played that spot really perfectly.
Yeah, they really did. Very, very good indeed. And we are ready for a break. When we return, we have 2 more games on the way here. So join us in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody, as we've watched ourselves get a 4th game done and dusted here, and the EU and CIS dominance does seem to continue throughout. And one thing you guys should be doing is looking at this beautiful phone down here, because you can enjoy a lag-free and super fast PUBG Mobile experience on the Xiaomi powerful Redmi Note 5G. Did you give the hand signals to it as well? Yeah, just there, like, oh, look, they're perfect for us. We should do that more often. You can be a hand model. Ooh. Not only got good hands for playing PUBG Mobile, hand model as well. You can show the
good
face.
at opening cases as well.
Are you? Do you get good luck?
Yeah, getting a lot of good skins.
What you got?
Well, right now I haven't opened any.
Well, I thought we're going to come with something. You're going to go straight away. I got this, and I'm like, wow, okay, but no. Just let me down straight away. You know who didn't let us down? Conqueror, who we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Conqueror, we said about the steady improvements, better terms of positioning and points of what they were getting. Now they come through on a win, which we got to admit, military base ending, it's never fun for many teams, right? It's always difficult, and they still managed to do it.
Yeah, it was a big cluster we saw happening on the Western Bridge. Because a lot of the teams, they weren't really like betting it on to be a milli circle straight away. And they wanted to see, all right, is it going to go back to north or is it going to go back down to the south? Now, that creates a little bit of a hassle because when you have those teams camping the bridge already, it's going to be kind of a roadblock there. And then one team stops and then another team stops. And then suddenly you have like 5, 6 teams just standing there. And then all of them try to go to the other bridge because they're like, hey, no one's on the other bridge. Let's go over there.
Yeah, I mean... Of course, when the first circle came, yeah, it's going to be towards the middle, but it was not like that much on the south that it's going to be like guaranteed. So, of course, not all the teams are going to be making the gamble to go all the way there. It was like, let's say, 50-60 chances that's going to be there. And, well, then we had a huge amount of teams, of course, like trying to get there. We had some teams who made there on time. Actually, Conqueror was one of those teams who actually got there pretty nicely, together with Fate, who were actually staying on that area for a long time. But then, just like Frost said, I mean, there was that west side bridge, like when the circle actually like completely committed on the military island side, there was like 7 or 8 teams on top of that one. And well, the only team was guaranteed that there's going to be a lot of people going down.
Well, let's take a look at the actual standings we had here in Game 4 and see where we're at, because overall, right, we're looking at it and we know what Conqueror are able to do, but a surprise, but we maybe expected it to be not a surprise, was Panda coming on through, right? They looked really good. They were struggling in previous matches to keep their full squad alive, but a big change coming into this game.
A really big change. When we see them not losing the plays early on and having all 4 up, we can see how they're actually playing the game. They have 3 guys in the front line, they have Lin in the back line, holding the back, knowing that no one's going to push them. And all the other 3, they can just push forward and making their ground into circle, take as much control as possible. And that's why we see them getting this many kills. But they got to be careful, because once they lose a player or 2, they get very passive and we're not seeing anything happening. And I mean, you can't just play out like that. Even if you lose 1 player or 2, you gotta still play like you had 4 players up, because that's how you're gonna get all those points.
I mean, when I think it was phase number 7, when they actually like moved there a little bit more towards the northern side, kind of like on the end circle, like taking the position. I think it was it could have been easily a winning position as well. But then, yeah, something happened. They never got away from the western side. There was a 1 knock coming out. I'm not completely sure was it Conqueror getting that first knock, but then 1280 just jumped on the situation, and at that moment they were too passive. The play before that was perfect, but then like just a small moment of passiveness, and then it backfired immediately.
Now, one thing I want to turn your attention to, guys, we can see again now, back-to-back games, Na'Vi only picking up 3 points in this, right? Not looking so strong. And you mentioned this, Frost, the fact that you feel so ahead, everything's going well. Then sometimes you maybe take your foot off the gas and the brakes start to be applied. And this is not what you should be doing going on to the first day.
Well, it's not what you should be doing, but at the same time, they had a little bit of a struggle because it is the most southern circle you can get, basically. And they start in North George, which means that they had one of the longest rotations. And usually when that happens, that means that you're going to try to just stay calm. You're going to try to loot for a longer time to make sure that you can maybe heal in the blue a little bit and then take your way in. But because of what we saw happening on the east and western bridge, where all the teams were basically just delaying their pathway down to the south side, what happened was that Na'Vi came in very late, but they couldn't get anywhere because there was just too many teams in front of them, and they kept on losing player after player after player.
Yeah, it was not the only team who had the staying on the blue strategy, so there was too many people queuing for the same bridge, and there of course there was people on the bridge as well, and also on the southern side of it, so it was not just people waiting on the north, they just actually were there, so they were stuck.
Well, let's see some players that rocked up on the scoreboard. Let's have a look at some of our top players throughout this game, because these were the ones that are able to deliver the big numbers to help their team out. Now, when you look at Lin and GK first, to me, that's never a surprise to see those guys right up the top, because Panda, when they're doing well, it's these two guys you look to see perform.
Yeah, and as I spoke earlier, Lin is the one you see holding the back most of the time, while GK first is going to be on the front line. So it's basically they're keeping like their part of their work done, and they're making sure that the team is safe from all sides. But, I mean, both of them being fraggers, this is something you expect them to be up here, and basically utilizing the fact that they had all 4 up, and they feel more confident when they have 4 up. They're taking the fights. What we see when they lose a player, they don't take the fights. They don't feel confident about taking those, and that's what's happening. They just stay passive, try to rotate, and lose another one. But this is what we want to see them do. Be confident, take those fights.
They've got a system, right? And they've got something here when you look at this, because one thing that I find very interesting with it is what happened when they went down. When they lost out on this game, it was when they'd come more close together. They started to push together and come back as a unit. They didn't have Lin there shooting the back line, so it talks very well into the whole narrative with it all.
And then, of course, having Vito on the 3rd place, that's not a surprise, because of course they won the game as well. But I mean, Conqueror, they did a lot of work on the middle. It was not that they just were given the circle. I mean, they actually defended the circle. They took the situation, what was happening, and Vito, the player which we saw on the blue on the path, like doing some magical tricks there. This time it's going to be the time to do those tricks also, like actually inside of the circle as well.
What I really liked what we saw from Conqueror was how proactive they were throughout the whole game. They knew when they had to group up, they knew when they had to split up to take more ground, and that was constantly happening throughout the whole game, especially towards the end game, and that is so important. You can't just, once you group up, and just say, all right, we need to stick together, because what happens is that you lose a lot of the ground, you lose a lot of the control, but they knew we need to expand, we need to take ground again. Now we're getting attacked. All right, let's group together, take care of this threat, and then we'll split up again. And that's what we saw them doing the whole game.
Yeah, when the circle shifted there, the phase 7, when it kind of like left the what I call the office building of the military base there, which is on the other side of the road, which Faith was controlling. There was a lot of Faith was coming from there. We had 1280 was coming from that direction. Of course, 1218, they kind of like survived for a little bit longer time. But still, there was multiple teams coming from the southern side, and they were just not waiting there. They were actually like greeting them. Welcome, here's going to be the shots towards you. You're going to stay there. We're going to control this area. So they really made their presence known for the other teams, and that's why the teams actually ended up fighting there on the southern side together. And then, of course, like, well, 1218 survived from that one, but then of course the whole situation with the Panda happened.
Well, let's review some of the highlights that we've had as well from this game as we start to move on. Already we're at 2 more games left for today, right? And it feels like it's gone super fast. The fact that we kicked things off with Na'Vi getting the back-to-back chicken dinners, now things are starting to even out a bit more, and it's still all to play for when we look at this, and this day could come to a close in a very different way than what we expected, considering where we were at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We're seeing teams after team trying to step it up. One of those teams that have stepped it up enormously in the past 2 games here is 1218, getting himself 2 second places back-to-back now. Of course, the first one was with 9 kills, and now I think it was with 4 kills. A little bit less, but it's still those top positions, and it's going better, and we're seeing good things from them. They're playing a little bit passive, but they know that they're getting those top 5s, they're getting those points, and that's what you need to have. If you can have a few good points, you have a good first day, that's how you want to go into the second day, knowing that, hey, we don't need to catch up too much. We are towards the front already.
I mean, when you're in the striking distance, that's the thing. That when you get those top 5s, top 3s, anyway, good placement points and some kills, that you're not like exactly the highest top, but you're not too far away. So maybe one big game, just like the first game of the evening from Na'Vi, that can change a lot of things when you're on the striking distance.
And that striking distance is what a lot of these teams are aiming for, but it's hard to hit every single time. And I will say, when it comes to this, right, what right now would you say are teams that you expected better off? Because until this game from Panda, they would have been on my lips straight away of saying, Panda, I'm starting to feel like you need to really step it up again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few still, like a team like GUNZ, for example. Yes. I'm expecting a lot more from them, and next Rüya. We saw, of course, GUNZ get himself a 4th place in the previous game here, but they have so much more to give, and we haven't seen that potential yet.
Yeah, I gotta agree on that one. I mean, we have seen these teams to pop up, and now we have the stats from Panda.
Yeah, and if you look at it, again, Lin, of course, this is from the previous round here. He's topping both the damage, the kills, but, I mean, you can see that it's happening some stuff from the other guys as well. Kato and GUNZ, of course, they have a little bit less damage, but they still have the kills going on there, so they're still doing their job. You're not always getting into the position to maybe get those damage or kills, but basically what they could be doing is they're hurting the people towards GK First and Lin, making sure that they can, Lin and GK First can get the kills and all that damage done.
Now, interesting though is Yiz not being so high up on all of that. That surprises me because when we were looking at him throughout the PMPL, he was a player that could just laser you from a mile away. Like some of the stuff he was able to pull off, he was like the clutch player coming through. Now, obviously, they've got a slower start of this, but imagine just if he can come alive again, find that form alongside the rest of them, that could be the magic components they need to really find that success. And there's still 2 more games to do it in.
Yeah, and there's a lot of time to do it still. I mean, it's the first day still, so I think the players who kind of like, they will identify the issues which they have. If there's something like uncommon going on, they will definitely identify them, and then tomorrow they will be coming like even more fresh.
As we're looking at these kills though, should we give you a little treat, guys? Should we give you a nice surprise?
We always want that, right?
Yeah. Do you want to look at the top 10 so far throughout today? Let's take a look at this, because this could get very interesting. Now, we expect some Na'Vi players to be up there, but it's not just Na'Vi across the board. Obviously, they did start to slow down like we mentioned, and it's quite a decent spread here, right? You can see, obviously, some of the front runners are obviously going to have the most kills in there. Obviously, that makes logical sense in it, but Tixi, remember, he started off, was it 10 kills in the first game?
11.
11 kills.
11
so he's only
kills.
got 2 since then. You see how that balance comes through?
Yeah, I mean, that's how it happens sometimes. You have a really good game, but at the same time, it's not always going to be like that. But he took the advantage of having that good game, making sure that they got a lot of points. But I would like to see more there is that you see 12-18 with Marmela and Zach down on 9th or 10th place, and they haven't really gotten themselves that many kills yet in the team itself. But they're doing a better and better job. And once again, 2 second places back-to-back now. And I'm expecting them to get a win really soon. If not today, at least tomorrow morning.
Well, let's see if they can get it on Sanhok, because we're going back there time again to watch the madness unfold. We're going to be back with Carleris and Span Cargo as well. And Span, I got to say, are you ready for some more Sanhok madness?
I'm always ready for Sanhok. It's crazy.
Carleris just answering for Span, of course, mate. Well done.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Claris. You know, I'm excited. I mean, there's a few teams that I like keeping my eye on because I know that they're an aggressive team. So I feel like Sanhok could definitely go on ahead and show off that game, that play style. So I'm really excited to go on ahead and jump into this next one.
Yeah, it'll be good. It will be good. Of course, we had a lot of teams kind of on the edges of these circles. It can be difficult to try and find yourself the right spot when it comes to Sanhok. I was surprised that Na'Vi was allowed to get over Painan and win that Sanhok in the second game, but you know, yeah, there it is.
That's very true. So yeah, I mean, looking at that, we're going to see how else they're going to go on ahead and do this. I'm interested to see hopefully a little bit of a different circle going into this one as well. I feel like I like seeing the different aspects of it. Maybe a little bit more else we'll end up seeing.
From Hatin over to Lakawi, are we going to get this first plane, or second plane, I should say, for Sanhok? And Tixi, an interesting anomaly, to be perfectly honest. 11 kills in the first game, but not as much coming in from the previous games. But still, sat in that number 1 thanks to those 11 kills going in. Pretty impressive. Na'Vi sat at the top right now with that 65 points. So we will see this drop coming on in. And I like the deviation that Destiny made in terms of not going over towards what they would go to, the northwest island on that west side of that. Because Na'Vi obviously goes there. You don't want to be, as Destiny, butting heads, I think, with Na'Vi quite early in these lobbies.
Honestly, in Na'Vi, I mean, I think it was already touched on. They only were able to go on ahead and grab 3 more points since that last game. So coming into this, we already know that they won the last Sanhok. I wonder if they're going to be able to do that again, you know, get their stride back after losing it a tiny bit, but we'll end up seeing.
Well, the hold-off goes down. RICO Infinity against Destiny. One side of Painan each. That can be a scary little fight. Of course, it's not too bad to be able to recover your teammate in terms of a knock or so, but it's when a knock goes down, an aggressive team might take the opportunity to try and push across the river and really bring the fight to them. But RICO Infinity is just going to be gathering up their loot for now.
I'm very curious to see if these teams are either just going to go on ahead and separate each separate direction, east to west, or if they're actually going to go on ahead and try and take this fight. It definitely looks like Beast wants to try and take a fight. There he is, all the way up on top of the roof already, trying to spot one of them out. And honestly, we can see other teams in the distance. I think one of the teams is directly above our Destiny. So yeah, look at that save from SUDOR. So we'll have to see if any of these teams, if they hear any fighting over here, if they might get involved. I mean, that's usually what happens on top of Sanhok, but it's just a matter of who's going to spot each other first, RICO Infinity or Destiny.
Definitely so. Just chilling. QBZ's in hand. Fantastic gun to make use of. On roofs is a scary spot for these teams to go up against. It's a good vantage point. Don't want to be doing this for too long, though, because eventually if you're on roofs and things like that, SUDOR could be looking over your direction and take a few pot shots at you. So this can be a stalemate for a little bit. Of course, render distance does factor in, and maybe SUDOR can't actually see the kind of southern roofs here on Painan. But looks like trying to either find a better vantage point, RICO Infinity, or backing off from this fight, it seems.
Not quite sure. Yeah, I mean, maybe they don't want to go on ahead and take this early game fight. I feel like early games fight usually can be really detrimental, obviously, if you go on ahead and lose the fight immediately, or at least lose like half your team. So usually it's better to just stay away from that. I know myself, like when I play the game, like I used to be a player, and definitely any kind of early potential fight, I would always try and back out of it first, because it just could be so detrimental, either losing your teammates or just making you waste your time on trying to get that first rotation happening.
Oh, yeah, Slime here. Just going to be looting on up. They've got to be a little bit cautious about Konina Power north of them. They will probably be following similar rotation paths in terms of this circle, if they think that, maybe kind of north side of Quarry, that kind of trash location is taken up. Maybe they'll try and wrap around a little bit harder. We'll see. Shots coming in here from Unique on towards NASR. And knock straight away. Insta-flush. Bring that down. No problems at all. Miracle's going to be looking for a shot or two up the hill. But Unique's not going to provide the target.
Yeah, so it looks like a little bit of a standstill here. I mean, NASR, they're definitely taking this a tiny bit slower. They know that Unique is somewhere down there. I assume that that's where they're trying to make the rotation so that they can potentially have a foothold on side of that next island. But Unique is just going to stop them in their tracks. And it looks like instead, oh my goodness, it looks like are they pushing? Oh, no, just grabbing the vehicle. But it's kind of scary because they're already driving maybe towards Miracle here.
Yeah, very close. Just want to probably get on out of there and bow out. It's an important little location to hold for them, as you say, just so kind of have that launch pad maybe onto that next island. Of course, you're looking towards the eventual bridges that right now NASR is in a good position to control. One of them, Unique, might just want to rendezvous and maybe be a bit stronger as a four-man, so that if a knock does come in, at least they can kind of respond to something like that.
And even more fights happening. Okay, so it does in fact look like, I mean, RICO Infinity team, they just decided to leave that situation happening in Painan, but they're still going to be taking a little bit of an early fight here. SUDOR directly in front of them. I mean, at this point, really any kind of rotation isn't that safe, because you kind of have to assume that a bunch of these teams had already kind of started condensing towards the center part of the zone. So I'm not surprised that they ended up running into somebody, but it looks like SUDOR kind of being shot off. You can see the smokes. They definitely just disengaging back up to this northern side of the road. So at least RICO Infinity team will be able to hold that hill there for a little bit longer.
And we will see this fight continuing on. There's still so many teams north of that Painan area. And Old Boy might get killed off here by Conqueror up on the... against Conqueror, who are now barreling down on this position. They have to eventually fight. They have to cross his path. If I'm Old Boy here, I'm not taking a single shot.
Not taking a single shot until right when they step in front of him. So he definitely has to be careful here. Oh, he hears those footsteps and he had to have been spotted. Oh, and there it is. It looks like Conqueror will in fact find him out. There we go. He is out of that game. The rest of Navi, they were kind of driving in his direction, but instantly turning around. I mean, they were trying to go for that crash to save their teammate, but unfortunately it just didn't happen.
Yeah, bit brutal. I mean, that is... rule 101 of if you're going to make these big splits happen like Navi was, sometimes this is going to occur, and sometimes you need a better exit strategy than sitting behind a rock. And if you get unfortunate and you get spotted out, there's not a whole lot you can do. So Na'Vi bites it on that one. And a little unfortunate, they'll be able to head across the bridge down towards where it's usually Panda territory, as Panda has kind of consolidated their forces and moved just a little east of Tambang.
And there are still a few teams outside here inside of this zone. We're already looking at them right now. I mean, Slime against Konina. I mean, it's just taking, again, this early fight. I already went on ahead and touched on the issues that could go on ahead and arise from it. On top of losing some people, it could just entirely mess up your first rotation. So they're about to go on ahead and be launched straight into blue zone, and they're not even going to be inside of this next zone before phase 2 shows itself. So it's definitely going to be putting them behind everybody else. They're going to have to commit to that edge game fighting and hoping that everybody in front of them is going to continue moving forward. They're going to have to continue to push into other people's territory. So hopefully they have their chain fighting, their team fighting really well down.
Yeah, it can be difficult as well on Sanhok, right? I mean, there's so much foliage, so much potential for people to be snaking around, hiding behind very annoying terrain. And when it comes to what is effectively a lot of close quarters fighting, it gets a bit dicey as well. I mean, this is why we see lower average kills across teams on Sanhok, because there's so many third parties, so many kind of snakes in the bush. And Konina Power is going to be eventually moving after dealing with Slime.
Oh, you know, whoever goes on ahead and finishes this up, there is actually a team right in front of them as well, but we have to see what's going to happen of this. It looks like Slime. Oh, was he spotted out right there by Konina? I think so. Oh, not quite. Wow, this Sanhok grass is definitely helping out in this situation. But I mean, Konina, they have an idea. They're sniffing him out, trying to find him. No. But let's see, Storm. Oh, I was wondering if Storm was going to at least be able to catch one, but not quite.
Oh, they're punching him. Get out of our area. Whoa! Okay.
Conserve the ammo, you know?
yeah, you know, a few bullets here, a few bullets there. Personally, I like the pan. I'd get that out and start whacking someone. But anyway, big shots coming in here. Panda, wow, double spray coming in. Lin popping off here against RICO Infinity. And that is a huge little pickup for them. That was very, very nice indeed.
Wow, I mean, you said it. That was a great 2K coming in there, but unfortunately, you already talked about it. Sanhok, so many third parties coming into play. It looks like Destiny, Panda, they're already now on top of each other once again. So right when one thing is finished, another one comes. RICO Infinity team, it looks like they just kind of rotated up on top of that hill a little bit too early, stuck between two teams. That's going to make them go out first. So, you know, they tried doing the smart play, leaving Painan early so they didn't take an early fight, but instead it launched them in a position that was really just going to bring all that early fighting to them anyway. So that's quite an unfortunate situation that happened to them.
Yeah, Katsu needs to get with the rest of Panda here. Panda versus Destiny on Sanhok is no joke. Between these two teams, they racked up a lot of wins here on Sanhok. And right now, they're fighting for the center of the circle. So Katsu needs to get over to the rest of his members. Here's Destiny sitting on the top-ish of this hill, a little bit more kind of on top of one another than you're usually seeing. And just a little bit of a split now, trying to control some area.
Also a little bit concerning. We can see that there's currently a fight happening up here with Conqueror. I mean, they did really well in that last game, and it looks like they're right next to World of Wonders and also Solo down to the southern side. I'd like to touch on Solos. You know, like either they have the power to just go on ahead and go out immediately, or they have the power to, you know, use that element of surprise for themselves really well and completely ruin a game for an entire team. So if World of Wonder, if they go on ahead and continue their rotation, they might run into him and see if that's going to mess that up.
Yeah, they might. Oh, another pickup here. Katsu, it's surprising. Yeah, I just don't think they expected it. Once again, Na'Vi is kind of being a little bit unfortunate here. First, the loss of Old Boy because of their split. Now this Solo kind of chilling where he was. And again, the rest of Panda was not here with that 3-1 split that they were previously implementing. But now Panda is reinforcing. I think Na'Vi has to disengage from this. I don't think this is a winning battle.
It's just really bad for them because honestly, the entire side of this hill, I mean, you can see it yourself. It's actually super out in the open. The only way that they can go on ahead and cut off this line of sight, if they go very far to the northern side, they have to go completely down that road to get away from there. And it looks like that's what they're definitely committing to. Best situation to happen because Panda, they got there really quickly. They were like a snap. They were there to help out their teammate.
Yeah, and a mature decision by Na'Vi to disengage from that. I think there's no way you're going to be able to deal with that. Again, maybe if they don't have the situation where they lose one on the big split earlier, and then it's a 3-on-4 potentially, maybe they would have had more confidence, but they know they have to cut their losses and run whilst we have this Conqueror and World of Wonders standoff continuing, which actually I consider these two teams to be not too dissimilar from one another in that kind of, you know, win it all or kind of bomb out situation.
Oh, I see. So maybe a little bit interested to see how they're going to go on ahead and interact with each other, because as of right now, I mean, they have a lot weighing on World of Wonder. They're currently not doing too hot in that leaderboard, but so that could go on ahead and maybe fuel that fire. I mean, it'll definitely help them out if they get a few last good games in before going into tomorrow, because really, I feel like half the battle in this is kind of like that mentality. I know I touched on that a little bit. So you kind of want to try and do well inside of these games, because then they'll give you that push to continue to do well. And I feel like Conqueror definitely already has that, so we'll have to see if that confidence really comes into play in this kind of fight if you consider them very similar.
Yeah, and whoever can win out that northern position could have rule of the roost up there, and could even then bring the fight to 12-18 when they eventually come across that bridge. So it could be a very important location to win out that kind of fight. I mean, I don't know the terrain super intimately up there, other than the fact that there's, you know, trees, a bit of a hill that kind of goes. It's Sanhok. Goes up from where the terrain goes up from where Conqueror is slightly towards World of Wonders. But beyond that, there goes SUDOR to World of Wonders.
Yeah, that solo looks like, so it looks like in this situation, it's a solo that's just going to go on ahead and be taken out quickly. No surprises there. That's going to go on ahead and ruin that game for World of Wonders. And honestly, luckily for them, that disengage away from Conquerors looks like they both kind of didn't want to take a fight in that. Yeah. And also, Slime. I mean, the last one, it looks like they weren't quite able to find the last one, but still now running into Unique, very low HP. And so he still has all the rest of the team to help him out. And that means that Frozen is going to be able to take them out. So Slime is out. And honestly, all these teams, they've been running from blue this entire time.
Sorry, Slime. Too much CIS power around. You have to deal with Konina Power. Now you're running to Unique. Good job Navi's on the other side of the circle, but they're in a weakened state, so it's whatever. We will, as you say, like with those teams running away from blue, now they have to eventually get across that river. If Fate is sitting in Painan holding them off, if World of Wonders doesn't move too far away from where they currently are, it's going to be difficult for those teams. I mean, Unique could just go south and come in quite happily alongside Camp Charlie. True. So that would be okay for them, I suppose.
Honestly, maybe one of the safest positions to go on ahead and do that. But also, oh man, I mean, Navi went on ahead and disengaged from Panda. Conqueror disengaged from World of Wonder. They both just tried disengaging to go on ahead and try to lengthen their life, but it looks like it's not going to go in the side of Navi. Just one of them are left now. It looks like he has an absolute massive ridge to go on ahead and hide out from. But Conqueror, I guess it's kind of a question of, are they going to go on ahead and try and sniff that last person out? But if they have no idea, I'm sure they're just going to try and forget about them. Just at the back of the head, you know, weighing like, hey, there might be a solo behind us. We'll just have to wait and see.
Great trigger discipline from Ragnarok as well, waiting for the absolute perfect time to lay down that spray onto one of the Konina members. And yeah, it's Navi can't catch a break, can they? They're going from split to random tower death to now being held out by Conqueror. It has been a rough game for them. We know that they're a lot better than that, but that's how that's going to break down. Konina Power and Fate still sat here in the Painan area. Now, the one problem for Konina Power is that Ragnarok is on this side of the river, which gives them extra angles to work with, unfortunately, for Konina Power.
Are the rest of them now following them as well? I'm kind of curious to see. And it looks like Konina, they just don't even want to risk it. They're just like chilling out behind some of these doors, waiting for some sort of pushes to happen. And it actually looks like it might work because Fate, it looks like they're being kind of aggressive, pushing into some buildings. Maybe now they're picking up that play style as well. And honestly, very shortly, if they lose interest, they might just cross right on back to the other side of Painan, because we can see that this hard shift just came into play up to that northeastern side. Painan is still inside of it. That means they could continue to play this hard cover, but honestly, before this next one closes, I feel like they need to start trekking up on top of that hill, otherwise they're going to be held out. So they need to finish this up quick.
Yeah, I would have to agree with it. Finish it up quick and get moving. And right now, Navi goes out 13th place. Not the best for them, but Destiny, Circle Magnet in hand. Aside from the previous game, they're still in Central Circle. 3 out of the 4 games, 3 out of the 4 out of 5 games, whatever it is. Yeah, finding another central position. I can't do math. I'm like Max, man. It's bad. But Arif, just chilling.
I actually really liked, did you just see that? Konina, they just left entirely. They didn't want to have anything to do with Panda. They got their vehicle and they just completely drove out of there down to the southern side. So it'll be interesting to see how else they're going to deal with the fight right in front of them. But also, GUNZ, I've been waiting to see GUNZ go on ahead and show themselves. They did so well coming into this one, and I feel like I haven't seen that much. And here we go, now in a big fight versus Destiny, already going for a res. I'm interested to see, will this turn out in their direction this time, or are they going to go ahead and find themselves being eliminated again?
Yeah, sending it central trade for trade at the moment here, and we're seeing another member of Destiny having fallen. Mihi gone down. Noshi and Mazzaro are going to have to be the ones that try and recover it. Konina Power runs into a fight of their own as well, down towards the southern position. They're coming in on this fight, and that is going to be chaos for them. They're just joining and effectively third-partying this right in the middle, in the heap of everything. GUNZ laying down some utility, going to be smoking up their position. That does give away where they are. Could be nade bait pretty soon. A bit of a spray coming in. Ooh, that's a lot of smokes, actually. Nade bait might be a bit too much.
Oh my goodness, there's just so many people around them. I mean, you could see that they're currently in a little bit of a rough situation. And also, I mean, something that we didn't really get to watch here is, I mean, we saw Unique be eliminated, but how is the question? It looks like his eye actually were taken out by NASR. That was a nice hold.
Yep, nice little spray transition as well against two members that are kind of weakening the blue, so it makes it a little bit easier. Still very, very well done. And we still continue to have this fight for the hill up towards the top. Now, the scary thing as well is that we could see Rüya join this too from their compound. They have to eventually come out of that compound. There's almost no world where the circle eventually shifts down southeast, and it actually goes northeast, way away from them. So they have to take a fight eventually now.
At this point, there's so many people down to the southern side that it really is just going to be fight upon fight. If anybody goes on ahead and tries to stop, I mean, just so many teams are just going to stack up against them. So Destiny, they're about to be pushed up hard. It'll be interesting to see, will World of Wonders or Fate go on ahead and try to hold out the very edge of that circle? I mean, I guess we'll see soon. Meanwhile, everybody on those edges already taking those massive fights and happening. This is the furthest point from zone as of right now.
Yep, Fate has to move up a hill a little bit from the position that they have in Painan, but still, it's a really good position to have currently. World of Wonders. Imagine if that Conqueror and World of Wonders fight had gone down, because whoever came out on top of that would be where World of Wonders is right now. I mean, fully enough, they find this position. That's great for them. Now, can they hold it? In my mind right now, this is the winning position for this game, but who is going to be pinching down on it? Because it could be too early to be in this winning position here, as we're already seeing 12-18 bringing trades onto World of Wonders.
I don't know if they really expected that team to go on ahead and be there. They know about Conquerors down below them, so I guess they're kind of looking in that direction in a entirely different fight. And now they're going to have to worry about both 12-18 and the team right in front of them. World of Wonders, once again, it looks like they delayed this fight, really. They didn't take the fight before, but now they're going to have to, especially as Blue Zone is directly behind them. This zone is definitely going to hurt as well. And even down to the southern side, looks like nobody's going to make it into the zone. It's just mutual destruction.
Destiny goes down. They are out after having Central Circle for a long time. They're not playing the same way they were in EU West. They were far more proactive, far more confident in the middle of these circles. However, I've not seen that much from them today when they've had these Central Circles. Now, still, World of Wonders trying to hold out 12-18. They know it's a big threat. But at the same time, whilst doing that, they did give up a little bit of that high ground advantage, but the circle moved northeast again. So this has actually worked out brilliantly for them. Fate is going to take the other side of the circle.
Honestly, those are the really only two positions that are playable. We can just see just how open this road is. So that little building and that little ridge down by the water, those are the best positions to be inside of. Everybody else, they could be running down a hill completely out in the open. The only team that could potentially go on ahead and ruin that is 12-18 if they go on ahead and backfill World of Wonders. We'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen there. But, I mean, Conquerors, it looks like they kind of have acknowledged that. They're trying to make a rotation around on the southern side potentially. But first, they have to get through GUNZ. GUNZ slowly and somehow staying alive when so many teams were on top of them previously.
Panda goes down from the healing strap. Lin in the blue, trying it out once again. We saw it be very successful in their previous tournament, but not so much just here in the two Sanhoks for today. As you say, I want to see GUNZ as well. I want to see GUNZ. Bring them out. Bring the power against Conqueror here up towards the top. They can definitely win out this fight and then transition on to the next one. But interestingly, Zakhanov is flexing around here for 12-18 in an angle that I wasn't expecting. maybe he can be a bit of a difference maker. But wow, it is bringing the fight to them as well.
Uh-oh. Now, honestly, I'm a little bit scared for World of Wonders now being in that center spot. 12-18 keep going ahead and push them. But of course, right when I say that, they're going to find themselves eliminated. And oh my goodness, right afterwards, it's World of Wonders. So this is officially down to Fate and GUNZ, 2 teams from the Arabia region. And I'm really excited to go on ahead and see how this pans out. It's been GUNZ that has that higher record for themselves, but Fate already going on ahead and showing themselves well so far in this tournament.
I mean, Fate actually has a ton of points right now. They are rocking day #1 at the moment. 11 kills already gone down for them so far. I think them holding the Painan the way they did against Konina Power was fantastic. And they found themselves a nice little ridge along this embankment to work with. However, now the circle shifts away from them. Now GUNZ has that high ground position. It could be the difference maker.
Yeah, that shift was really difficult for them. Honestly, that could be the thing, the nail in the coffin, I guess we'll say it as. But I mean, we'll see. They could go on ahead and start getting some of these knocks. Unfortunately, it does look like one is already going to fall. And I mean, GUNZ, they're just able to hold from this position. But there we go. A bunch of smokes now coming out. They might be able to use that for their advantage as they're slowly getting closer. They're almost there, but now they're stuck at a rock.
Oh, they really are. And that hard place between them, it is going to be done. 12-18 with the wraparound. Sorry, and I should say GUNZ even with the wraparound, getting themselves a fantastic win here. And you said it during this game span, you wanted to see them come out, and they definitely did.
Yeah, because I mean, PMPL Arabia is kind of the GUNZ show, but it looks like after the first few days, last few games, it didn't show themselves as this far. So maybe they finally caught that stride. We'll just have to wait and see if that's going to continue, because that was a really nicely played game by them. I was thinking that everybody on the southern side of that zone, with everybody making a rotation up there, it wasn't going to go on ahead and do well coming to that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other guys previously reiterated kind of the performances that we saw coming in from GUNZ on, especially on that last day of Arabia, just absolutely insane. And might I add, to do 2,400 damage on Sanhok is no joke. Normally on a Sanhok, when you're looking at a win, you're thinking maybe 1,700 to 1,900 damage. This is a big amount of damage coming in for a Sanhok win.
It's also a lot of healing there. I mean, we knew that they were in a rough situation. So honestly, them being able to stay alive with how many team members that they were able to keep up coming into that last game, I'm surprised about. I thought that they were being ripped apart for a second down there fighting on the southern side, but they were able to come back from it after we saw them all inside that big amount of smoke. So they were able to come back. So that in itself is a really difficult skill.
Yeah, it does my heart good as well, because some of these members, of course, previously members of Frag Machines, we've seen them in previous EMEA iterations, I think back in 2020 and stuff like that, and they didn't really, have the best of performances, but coming together here as GUNZ and kind of really finding their footing with what they're able to do, very impressive stuff. But we're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we'll have the gents over on the desk with the good old Banks to break everything down.
Our desk seems to certainly have some magic, as Frost wanted to talk before we could even get going with this one. And do you know why I think we've got magic? Because teams we start to talk about start to perform well. But if you guys want to perform well at home, well, take a look at this bad boy. This phone will change your game when it comes to playing the PUBG Mobile, in terms of the fact that it's a super fast and lag-free mobile PUBG experience here on the Xiaomi's powerful Ready Note 5G. And your hands are still doing the wonderful magic there.
Yeah, of course, always.
Are you going to put your hands on it as well? Just touch it, like bless it with your touch? You said you got a lucky touch?
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, okay, wait, here we go.
Hey. See, production is so good. They're
It's
ready
like healing
for you.
a phone.
Gives it.
Pet it.
You
Nice.
enjoyed that, didn't you, Frost?
It's a nice feeling to it.
It's a nice feeling. It's
Yeah.
a nice touch. And it's a nice time for us to talk about the teams that we just saw here. Another Sanhok game going this way. And one thing I'll look at when it comes to Sanhok is, okay, it got a bit crazy again. We saw some teams start to find some success. But I guess the first one we got to touch on is that Na'Vi couldn't really catch a break in this game, could they? They just kept running into problems.
Time after time, it was just problem after problem for them. And it's kind of what we see not just in this game, but in the previous few games as well. It's kind of, they lost the momentum, but at the same time, we're trying to see what they're doing, and it feels like they're still trying to do the splits and so on. But what we're seeing is that it's not working out. And when it's not working out, what you should do is go back to step number one. Group together, play as one team, 4 players, and that's when you're going to start getting the confidence back. You're going to start realizing what's actually happening, and that's when you can start splitting up again.
I mean, Na'Vi, of course, they started from the Alpha Island, Camp Alpha, the home of them. So again, like it wasn't like the military circle, but I mean, still the same situation. You got to go on the Charlie Island. There's 2 bridges on there, and they chose actually originally the east side bridge, and they lost 1 player there to Conqueror, and then they continued 3 from the west side bridge, and then they came there, and then of course they had some other troubles. We got to be coming back to them, but I mean, just the whole start of the game was problematic for them.
It certainly was. But let's take a look at our overall standings and see where we're at throughout all of this so far within this game. And what we see is GUNZ finally put themselves on the big numbers. They get themselves a chicken dinner, 24 points in total. And Froz, I'm just going to say you're the magic man with this, man. You mentioned them. You guys say, like, you want to see some more from them? Well, they hear you. They listen.
Yeah, it seems like that way, but I mean, I want to see even more from them.
Okay.
Even though this was a really good game from them, we saw them having a lot of control, and towards the end, how well they were playing against Fate. I mean, it was like impossible for them to lose against Fate towards the end there. But at the same time, we need to see more from them because we know that they have so much more to give, and so far, I'd say it hasn't reflected that.
Yeah, I mean, GUNZ definitely, they have been there, but they actually have lost quite early on the previous matches. I mean, they have been sometimes they're a little bit more closer to the end, but still, like, they have been getting stuck on the blue a couple of times, and that they haven't really been able to penetrate the end circles. And this time, of course, they had a whole lot better positioning. Of course, the circle guards were a little bit like also on their side as well. And of course, in the end, like getting the kind of like superior position to win the end fight. So definitely, they had a better game, definitely.
And 3 teams going out with 0 points. Never ideal, right? But they can hopefully redeem themselves going into the final game, because we're going back to Erangel in a little bit of time. But we should take a look at some of the top players from this game as well, right? Because one thing when it comes to this is these top players came up and they stepped up, but more on the Fate side of things. And it was looking really good for them until what you mentioned for us. Obviously, positional advantage was massively in favor of GUNZ.
I mean, we saw them playing really good towards Panda. They were holding that down. We saw when Konina Power tried to get in, Fate actually got 1 knock straight away on one of the Konina Power players. And straight away, what we saw from Konina Power was they were trying to hide, and Fate was just trying to look for him so hard, but they couldn't find him. And we saw that Konina Power, they just left afterwards. They didn't want to stay there anymore. They knew that they were getting hunted. And Fate was playing it so well, time after time after time, taking that control over Painan and all the way around it towards the riverside there, and making sure all the way towards the end, they played it totally right. But towards the end there, it was kind of impossible for him to win. With that low ground playing from there against GUNZ and not having too much utilities either to use, and it was kind of barren for him. So it was kind of just a lose-lose situation, and they did the best of it.
Yeah, when the phase 4 hit, there was Destiny was on the middle. Then we had Fade there still in Painan actually at that time, you know, on the edge of the circle. And then from there, phase 5, 6, 7 all went like towards Painan. And it was not exactly the same, but there was some similarities with the Miramar when they were actually having a compound on the northern side, and then they could like keep their backside clean, especially after the Konina Power left from that area, which was actually a very interesting rotation with the cars all the way from the blue. But still, they hold that place, and they got some damage done. I think they played more aggressively than on the Miramar on that kind of situation, so they got some damage, they got more kills from that situation as well. But then of course the last circle, when it shifted like on the northern side, and the only way they needed to escape from Panda, they didn't have the hard cover, so they used the river side, and then of course they ended up on the low ground situation on the end versus the GUNZ.
Now, I do want to focus a little bit more on GUNZ here and take a look at what they were able to do, because as a team and as a unit, they were able to put up some magic numbers throughout this. And you can see what they've got up here, right? It's the 4 kills overall there for Freak, 2 in for Hamdi and Lord, and then Ralph coming in at the 1 at the end of it all. But for GUNZ now, this is where you try and capitalize on it. In the last part of the day, you try and grab some back-to-back wins, right? Try and grab yourself some stronger position to really show us why you are one of the best within your region.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to see that Hamudi has the most damage there, and of course Freak getting the most kills. But what you're expecting is that Hamudi would actually have even more kills. He was the MVP, the top killer of PMPL Arabia, with 36 kills in 18 games. And of course, Freak isn't really a fragger, he's a support player, but still being able to put out those numbers, you see it's pretty even in terms of the damage. But of course, him getting 4 kills, that's a lot for a support player. Even you're not really expecting that, but sometimes, or a lot of the times, what you're seeing is that the support players, they will be doing a lot of the flanking, and when you do the flanks, it's all about where you're going to put the enemies and where enemies will put themselves, because sometimes they'll open themselves towards a fragger or the flanker.
And that's it, when you're one of those guys, right? You're trying to catch it, you're sitting there waiting for the flank to happen. You got to be completely ready. So he was this time around, and well, it was a good start from us. See if they can continue it on. And again, the point I'm going to keep pushing here is that teams that are building this up on this lead and that maybe they didn't start off too well, use this as your focus point to say, okay, what do we do right in this game? You know, take it forward going into the next couple of games. I also wonder, and this is another thing, I don't know what you guys think about it, but in terms of teams that are playing in this, it's you have your games today, you've done incredibly well, right? And then you go to review it, and then you need to review each detail, but then come back in to play the games. When do you do your review? Straight after the games, or in the morning before the games the next day?
It's actually very different from team to team how you feel like to do that. Some teams shouldn't even do any reviews because it's just going to get too much into your head, and you're going to start changing things up that you wouldn't change if you didn't watch any VODs.
Okay.
And you just keep on doing until like something is actually going wrong. But sometimes it could also be down to like if you have an analyst that is watching everything for you, for example, that person can then determine, okay, what do I want to show the players? What do they need to know? Do they need to change anything? Or was it just a coincidence that everything went bad today?
Yeah, no, and there's also situations when the team and the players, they know immediately after the game that this went wrong. Let's not do this again. So they don't need to be discussing about that anymore. Like after the series of matches, they know it already, like when the game ended, when they died.
See, for me, I'm completely different. Like when I was a pro player, all it would be is that you would review every day, but we do it the next day. Okay, someone's tilted, everyone's annoyed or whatever. And even if you won games, if you've done really well, you still put that review time in just to see any small details. Maybe you look at the communication that you've done on one voice comm, something like that. Something that was quite a miss. Because for me, you can never be perfect, right? So you always want to put that extra percentage. Let's though take a look at our overall standings for today. We haven't looked at them so far, right? So let's see where we're at. And right now, Na'Vi, despite having 2 chicken dinners, they're not the ones sitting at the very top. 65 points for them, as Fate have been able to overtake them.
Yeah, I mean, Fate, well, they have been there multiple times on the last circle, getting those placement points, those very valuable placement points. And now this game and a couple matches before, they have been using those situations to get those kills. And especially on this game, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, but still having that a little bit more aggressive approach. I think that was kind of like the key, how they actually surpassed Na'Vi on the scoreboard.
Remember when I was talking about the top 5?
Yes.
How you want to get those top 5? Well, so far, Fate only got himself 1 chicken dinner, as we can see there, but they've got himself 4 top 5 positions, except for the first game where they got a 10th place. They had a 5th place, a 1st, a 5th, and a 2nd so far. And the same goes with Conqueror as well. Except for one game where they have a 7th place, they've gotten themselves a 5th place, 3rd place, 1st place, and 5th place.
Solid.
So that's why we're seeing those teams up there in the top. It's all about those top 5 placements, as we're talking about. Of course, Na'Vi getting those 2 chicken dinners with a lot of kills on top, that's what putting them up there. Except for that, we haven't seen much from them. A 16th place, a 10th, and a 13th. it's not something you want to hang around with. You want to make sure that you do better, especially starting off with 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, Navi is the only team on the top 3 who actually has some kind of balance between the placement and the kill points. All these other 2, Fate and Conqueror, they have like, of course, more placement points just because of this top 5, just like Frost said.
It is a big difference in it. We're going to take a look at the rest of the teams and where they sit throughout this. And right at the bottom now, with only 10 points, we've got RICO down there and NASR not too far away from him. And this is where you look at it and you start to think, okay, in this first day you did this, but it's all about the warm-up going into the second day. It's nothing for them to be worried about, like you were mentioning earlier, Frost. But maybe if they're in this spot coming into the end of day 2, we'll be talking a little different tune.
It's going to be rough for him to try to get back on track tomorrow. But the thing is that you don't need to get back to first place. That's not what you're chasing for coming in here right now. If you're towards the bottom right now, you got to work your way up. Aim for stuff like 11th place for now. And get that in 2 free games, and from there you work your way step by step instead of just aiming for the first place straight away, because that's just going to be really rough for you to get straight away.
Yeah, I think when we are talking about the team, I spoke about the striking distance earlier, and I think that if you're a team on the top 8, yeah, you're definitely on the striking distance, or the, let's say, for the top 3. But if you want to be, let's say that you're currently having something like 12th, 13th place, I think you want to be maybe like inside 10 points from the 8th or the 7th place. Then I think that you actually like on the striking distance that with 1 game you can then like hunt more tomorrow.
Well, let's see who will be hunting more tomorrow. But before we get there, we'll see who's going to hunt out the fields of Erangel. We've got the final match coming your way, and we'll be back with Kyleris and Span Cargo to deliver all the action. And Kyleris, it's your time to talk now. This is going to you. Are you ready, my dear friend?
Are you sure? Is it my time? I didn't even know. I didn't even hear you the last time. I'm sorry, mate.
Oh, I love you, man.
Do I ever listen to you, Banks? I don't know.
You should do.
I don't know.
You should do.
Whatever. We are going on to Erangel. How are you feeling, Span, for this one?
I'm looking forward to it. You know, the last day to wrap up day 1, they're already kind of talking about it, you know, where you kind of want to end off after day 1 in terms of points that really kind of give us a kind of a projection to see where teams might end off towards the end. But honestly, just being able to see where they're going to end off might give us a taste for the rest and see if they're going to continue to be consistent or not.
Oh, definitely. I think a Fate for me, really, like seizing that #1 spot over where Navi started off the day off. I mean, of course, Navi has not had the best last 2 games, but Fate has been very consistent here so far, and I think you've got to be happy to see it as well, right?
I am. You know, I feel like definitely looking forward to see how the Arabia teams are going. I mean, I already said it. I got to go on ahead and follow them. I'm interested to see how they were going to go on ahead and interact with all these other teams. And so far, Fate going on ahead and doing this well. I mean, I'm just interested to see them doing that.
All right, let's get into it. Ooh, a rough playing for the final game here of day #1 for the EMEA Championship as we go from Primorsk to Milta Power. Now, if this ends up being a military circle once again, then you are in for a rough time. But I mean, even the team Span, they can't, a lot of these teams can't even easily get to their drop locations, right?
No, they can't. This plane path is so far down to the southern side that honestly, if it goes military, then maybe that could potentially be a good case scenario, because so many people are already down here. Unlike if a circle goes super far away, then everybody is kind of at the equal footing in that they have to go ahead and make a huge rotation. So it's kind of like just stay where you're at, see if who's got the short end of the stick going to be held out, or a big mass rotation.
Definitely so. Let's see if any kind of backup drops do come into play. Of course, here in PUBG Mobile, you have quite a decent chunk of time to be able to, even on this kind of plane, get to your drop spot as well as be able to eventually get to that circle. But again, if it's Destiny having to go up to Severny and then it's a southern circle, then that will be absolutely brutal, as we're waiting for this circle to pop and see where it does go. And we have already Slime not going to military, interestingly enough, compared to it, and a lenient circle considering the plane path, I think.
Yeah, no, this is definitely good for the majority of these teams. You can see some of these teams did jump immediately out of the plane, so everybody more on this western side. I mean, they're going to have a little bit more of a difficult time finding a spot inside the zone. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them very far on the edge just start making a rotation up as far to the northern side as possible to make sure that they're not going to be running into anybody. As of right now, you know, they can kind of assume like, hey, our far north is definitely going to be clear, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some of those teams over there start filling in those spots. Meanwhile, though, it looks like the very center of this circle, I already can't tell who's in there. There's so many people.
Yeah, ultra cluster. I think that this is kind of a hotbed a location for people trying to find vehicles and then moving away from that location. But if everybody's dropping there to try and find vehicles, maybe you can get some trash loot and maybe you can gun some people down whilst they're trying to find their vehicles.
Ooh, yeah, it looks like Panda's already doing so. You can see him with the handgun and the shotgun. Definitely a situation where they don't have the best kind of information, especially with no vest, no helmet whatsoever. Ooh.
He has a nade. Did he pull a nade? Oh, no, okay.
I
That's all he had.
Oh.
All right. Pick up and get out of there.
For a second that I got worried with that vehicle coming on closer as well, but it looks like Lin, I mean, he still has that handgun, still no armor, but oh, there's the utility we're looking for, and no, he ran into it. That is huge damage. So Miracle's just gonna be able to clean that up with that shotgun, that Molotov going in clutch there.
Oh, brutal for Panda. I don't think that any part of them really wanted this fight. Spray's going down as well. Brilliant little cleanup here from NASR. And they have done very well. Futbolist also joining in on a lot of this action. And yeah, for Panda, that's brutal losing one, but NASR is losing even more thanks to this shack. They're trying to get everybody together via these roadsters, but it's not going to be working out.
Yeah, we can see Futbolist was trying to get involved in it. It looks like they spotted out another one of the members of NASR. Two of them are directly underneath them. He's currently driving in that direction. Would I be concerned about this? It looks like they definitely have to. I mean, if you know that you have some sort of advantage, if you pretty much figure they don't have any sort of a weapon, like, why not try and take this early time of the game to try and take them out, I guess, you know? So
he
definitely wants
with a shotgun.
That's dangerous, you know? I mean, I don't know about the field, though. That's a little bit worrying.
This is Realm. Actually, can't see him. I can't believe.
Ooh, that little bush probably helped out.
Yeah, not too bad. Gets the first aid going, and looks like they'll live to fight another day here for the moment. But yeah, crawling around in a field with a shotgun, not best. More shots coming in as Destiny are trying to rotate on away as well. They were for a moment trash looting, and now we're trying to find a better spot for themselves. But this is going to be an interesting game because of how we've seen all these teams trash loot and not necessarily go to their opportune drop spot, right? So for a lot of these teams in the mid, they're going to have very limited loot, weird weapon loadouts that we've already seen. I have Bison coming in. It's pretty decent. I mean, the SMGs aren't too bad at all, but it's not something that somebody's, you know, oh, great, I found a Bison, you know, like there are better things.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, you already said it. It was exactly on my mind as well. Everybody is just getting like 1 or 2 compounds for all 4 members. It's definitely not an ideal situation. I wouldn't be surprised if towards some of the end of these fights, some teams might just not have meds, might not have ammo to go on ahead and continue anything. So that's definitely going to be really harsh for them to go on ahead and continue. So even though they have a really good spot inside the zone, they have that center spot where hopefully that's going to set them up for the rest of these zone shifts. Everybody else around them, they've had that time to go on ahead and loot a lot more places. They could go on ahead and come in that later time and really take advantage of them.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, Noshi, as we were looking at him for Destiny there, up until the point where we'd just flicked away from him, he didn't have a helmet. So he's taking these fights without helmets, without proper, you know, kind of utility available to him. And that is very, very scary in that situation. So, I mean, the fights are still going down in that mid area as we have a few more die off. But GUNZ, they've got themselves Pachinki, and for all intents and purposes, this is a great spot to be able to launch your campaign from here. They're going to be coming in, you know, kitted out of their minds compared to some of these teams in the mid.
Definitely going to be happy about that. And also, I mean, they're just outside of the little edge here. Another thing that I'd like to say is, I mean, usually that's the advantage of teams out on the edges. I will also add, like, usually they're out there for so long, they can go on ahead and loot longer. They usually wait a little bit longer for their first rotation so that everybody in front of them has already moved. So I still think that maybe it's going to come into play later, or it might be a little bit similar. We might have to wait and see, though, especially as right now it looks like there's already a big fight happening. Is there 3 teams here? Yeah, there's 3 teams here just inside of Shelter.
This reminds me of late night gaming, where you're like, okay, we've played enough games today, I'm tired. And all of a sudden, there's like crashes, people fighting around Shelter. They're like, guys, we barely have... Once again, members here of Destiny still don't have helmets. Beast goes down off of the back of that. And yeah, it is brutal right now.
It is, yeah. Oh my goodness. And especially now, it looks like Futbolist might have a little bit of an advantage here. They're kind of stuck inside of that little shack. It looks like those nades aren't quite doing anything, though. Yeah, Milky Way definitely having to move immediately. Knows he can't stay behind that shack any longer because they know exactly where he is, but it looks like they're just disengaging anyway. That's quite interesting. I mean, at least by doing that, they'll be able to meet up with their other teammates. But now they're trapped.
No, indeed. And this is perfect for Unique to come in here and kind of just bowl over some of these teams, because you got to remember when they're dropping Milta Power, they're dropping north and south of that using Lipovka, as well as some of the trash drops that are lower than Milta Power. So they are kitted right now. Look, you're even seeing 3 helmet, 3 chest, plenty of guns to boot. They can come in here and get free pickings. I know we're kind of harking on about this quite a lot, but again, this is symptomatic of the playing path, right? A team like Destiny can't get up to their preferred location and gets railed for all intents and purposes. I mean, they've got away with 3 for the moment, so that's a testament to how good they are as a team to be able to get away. But still, wounded, I think, is the best descriptor.
I mean, yeah, I mean, exactly as you said, we keep talking about it because that's just true. Whenever these plane paths go over to a really harsh direction, in this case, super far to the southern side, we just immediately know that there's going to be a ton of early fighting. I mean, that's just how it goes. So that's why we keep talking about it. That's why there's already a bunch of quite a few people dead. But I mean, all 16 teams are still alive.
Yeah. Year's the only member left up for Panda as they take a lot of wounds. We've seen one member of Futbolist go down. Konina Power is down to 3 as well, as we all sit on this and see where this circle is going to go. Navi's coming in from that west side along with 12-18 eventually, but 12-18 biding their time. They know that they have a little bit, and especially with that circle shift, they know that they have plenty of time to eventually come in on this western side. As you can imagine, a lot of the teams were trying to find a center point over kind of towards Milta, towards farm area, towards shelter area, and now they're going to have to converge on this one.
Back to where they want to go, right in the middle there. Potato Hill going to start being taken up. It also looks like our team inside Pachinki already went on ahead and left. And RICO Infinity team, it looks like they're just going for a big split here. 2 of them just deciding to go and play along these cliffs down to the southern side with the guns right above them. And the other 2 are actually above the hill very far to the northern side. So they kind of have it figured out in terms of trying to grab a lot of territory.
See how this fight's going to go down for Conqueror against Unique. Nice little spray transition there to be able to come around that corner. Good pre-fire on the AK, suppressed AK. Rare to hear that, but it's a nice little sound. And we'll have Swave on this off angle next to this little hut. An opportunity for him to greet any extra members that come along from them. Oh, but a nice nade hits on Swave there. This could be an opportunity for the other members of Unique to try and find some extra crossfire. Mind could even give them some information if he crawls on up a little further. He doesn't want to go too far, though. He knows that there's potential for a flush. Here's the footsteps of AZ. They go for the Molotov in towards that. That's information already given over to him. Another Molotov comes in there from them. I'm trying to follow 3 cameras at once. This is like the Matrix. Help me, Span.
I don't even know. Yeah, there we go. The push coming through Conqueror. I mean, they're just trying to run at this point. What else can he do? There's an entire team right below him. Oh, it's kind of playing like a game of tag. Just go on ahead, run up the stairs, jump out the window, try and get away. They're trying to go for that chase, but luckily, it looks like so far he's losing the trail. I mean, from this position, maybe he'll be able to get the flush into the down teammate right there, but otherwise, nobody else is really coming for help. We can see one of them kind of driving the distance, but let's see what Vita's going to be able to do here. Oh, the damage.
At this point, I don't even see the Matrix. I see nade, I see Molly, I see a boogie driving away, sprays coming in, flashbangs. Whoa!
He got caught out inside of that bathroom with a nade out in front of his hand, so instantly the push came through, got that knock there, and that was about it. So I think AZ, he knew what was going to happen there. He just decided to try and leave that entirely, try to continue on for his team, maybe to get some more placement points in this one, and it looks like the shack is his home for right now. I'm just a little bit worried because usually as a solo, you want to try and get away as far as possible because sometimes the team will go chasing, and if they see any vehicle or if they kind of figure, hey, he's probably in that shack, it's definitely not a good situation.
Very rare do I officially get to see a flashbang in these pro level games. But there you go. We got to see it first person. Fantastic. I love it. I need to see more of it, to be honest. It's an underutilized utility, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, honestly, if they're going to become more into play, because honestly, I'm used to a ton of util, especially in the forms of nades, Molotov, stuns. Obviously here, stuns, I mean, you already said it, not used too much. And I mean, we'll see. I feel like, I know that specifically for PMPL Arabia, there's definitely a lot of emphasis on how much util is being used. Everybody's definitely really well versed in being able to use that, which is good, because I feel like util is very, very strong inside of this game. So being able to know when to use it,
a lot of people were not for a long time using it in PUBG Mobile, not the way they are using nades now, and you know, the smokes, mostly offensively. Like I like seeing smokes being used now to block off your opponent's vision on their side of an engagement, a fight, a no man's land, compared to dropping a smoke on you and just being like, yes, nade here, hit X marks the spot, you know, that kind of stuff. So
very true. And it also looks like our hardships are going to continue. We've definitely gotten a good amount of these so far. Everyone instantly inside their vehicles trying to catch up at this point, but a lot of these spots are already taken. That compound just in the middle on that northern side, though, is completely free. So I'm curious to see if there's going to be multiple teams that might crash on that, or who's going to go on ahead and hit that jackpot and get there first.
Really tough circle to play. Not as much land as they would like, these teams, because already, even without just the water in play, they know that the likelihood of it going over towards that military fin is very unlikely, so even more removed. Good spray coming in here from Factory Pioneer.
Yeah, that was a nice grab, and it's just amusing me so much that the one member, AZ, is just right there in that shack, just chilling on out, not having a care in the world when there's so many shooting around him as of right now. But I mean, that's what you have to do as a solo, so just seeing him still in there, it just amused me for some reason. It tickled me.
Just don't breathe, all right? Just hold your breath. You've got how long left? Maybe 20 minutes left. Just hold your breath. You'll be fine. Something like that. But anyway, we have ourselves a double drop very kind of close to the center here. That could be extra little power coming on in if anybody gets their opportunity or their hands on it. Fates, once again, has a brilliant compound. I mean, there is a world where it is vulnerable if they're coming from that kind of west and higher ground area, similar to where NASR is right now. But still, a very strong compound for this location.
Yeah, NASR now coming down from the southern side. I mean, I'm going to be interested to see Fate. I mean, they're kind of in that bowl. They're the lucky ones that are able to go on ahead and find that situation. It looks like Slime also being able to grab the compounds up to the northern side. The thing is like, I feel like in these situations, it definitely provides that hard cover. But like right when there's a team up on that hill where NASR is, especially if they continue down to the southern side, it's again really difficult to go on ahead and get out of. So we'll have to see if that's going to happen. But first of all, they need to push off Destiny here, because NASR, they're in a big bowl, and Destiny, they have the high ground.
And Destiny's got to make something happen as well, with the blue on their back now, pushing them away from this, using these newer additions, the sandbag areas, kind of near Potato Hill, and going to be moving on past that. They've got to find an entry point, but I think it is going to be difficult. Slime could be the ones that hold them out here as well.
Especially if they go on ahead and make a move on out, which could... Oh my goodness, no.
This circle...
I cannot believe this.
Uh-oh. Hello?
I'm just like, I'm trying to go on ahead and guess what is going to happen here, but honestly, I have no idea. I mean, we can see here that GUNZ and RICO Infinity team, they at least have spots inside of here. GUNZ being the ones in the compound, RICO Infinity team being able to grab that territory, the little edge on the very southern side, but you know that so many crashes are going to happen.
Did someone just summon a demon? What is going on here? NASR has actually already crashed down here. And then RICO Infinity, as you mentioned, going to have to be holding off multiple teams. This NASR crush in is going to have to be greeted quickly, and they're going to have to deal with them fast. If they do not, then there's going to be another team there that's going to cause absolute carnage in this spot. They're already firing down on them. Good regret of this team. You had to take them out fast. RICO Infinity, brilliant, brilliant stuff here.
Awesome. I mean, they had to do that because at this point, you know how many more teams are going to be funneling into this area, that you know that they're not going to go on ahead and potentially commit to crashing onto the compound. Usually, they think that these coasts are going to be a little bit safer, a little bit more able to play, especially with how big it is. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised to see if that's where the first crash came into play. And now along these edges, we can see even more teams fighting, everybody trying to vie for those few spots around the few edges of this, because this is an absolutely nasty circle.
they're dead. Like, the teams on the edge are dead. The thing, the problem is the land that is left in that circle right now is flat rubbish, and then down a dip on towards where that little kind of water is and beach, and then a rubbish beach with no cover. Maybe you can survive near where the crates are, but even then, how do you somehow win a game from there? This is going to be absolutely ridiculous.
That's why I think it's going to be GUNZ and RICO Infinity team with the really good spots. I'm just kind of curious. I mean, either they're going to be able to really protect their spots, or absolutely everybody is going to be crashing onto them and somebody's going to be taking it for them. But as of right now, I mean, RICO Infinity team, they're holding that really well, and nobody has even attempted to touch GUNZ inside the compound as of right now.
No, indeed. It's going to be difficult to kind of dislodge them from where they are. Fate is coming down. Just Frozen took a boat to military island. Excuse me? Anyway, we have 12-18 taking the bombardment here from Na'Vi. Not too much surprise there. These guys have been butting heads in terms of this rotation. 12-18 knows right now that Na'Vi is very pinned down in that location. But this off angle from Tixi could be very important as Konina Power does go out on the other side of the circle. And 12-18 might be stuck between a rock and a hard place here. This might be hard for them to get out of.
Yep. Yeah, they're just prone out in those bulls. We can see slowly some of them being taken down at this point. But yeah, they got to go on ahead and focus on the rest of these teams, trying to take them out. And also another thing I'd like to point out, you already pointed out our team all the way there on the southern side now in Military Island, but also World of Wonder. They decided to go on ahead and seem to jump off of that cliff. They're playing in the water right underneath everybody. So, I mean, really, they kind of just left it to zone at this point, which they kind of had to anyway, because this is already difficult. They already knew how hard this was. That's why everybody's committing to these big fights, or at least trying to get a little bit of a better position. But honestly, I already said I don't know what to expect.
I mean, for World of Wonders, it's not even easy to get up that cliff face. No. There is a little spot, I think, where Recent is that he can try and kind of like rock climb up, but now the circle has shifted away. Frozen, I'm sorry, mate, for you, Nick. You're get back in that boat, boy, and see what you can try and make happen.
Get on the boat or start swimming. Make sure you do it a little sneaky like, so nobody spots you out. Maybe you'll be able to get up on the rock and take out the members from World of Wonder. I mean, we'll end up seeing, but otherwise it looks like 12-18. I mean, they're able to continue to play this quite nicely, I have to say, being able to get these reses. But yeah, I mean, we can see them now taking the shots towards Na'Vi. Really, that's their the only obstacle from getting into this next zone. And we're seeing team after team slowly drop out because this zone is just so difficult that really when each of these fights concludes, there's so much third party happening that I'm not surprised that we're seeing everybody go out in waves.
Yeah, big fights going on that right hand side as well. Fate is being bombarded by RICO Infinity. And for Na'Vi, this is a really annoying fight because they want to move. They want to try and get towards that circle. But every single time they bring a 12-18 member low and they do not get the finish and then they're healing behind a rock, it just stops them in the tracks. They can't move until this fight finishes. So, I mean, one member of Na'Vi's down, fell down the rocks. I think it's going to be another unfortunate game for Na'Vi.
Unfortunately, I agree. I mean, that's another location where they can potentially go on ahead and climb on up, but everybody should be able to see them. Like, I mean, or they should be able to spot them out. 12-18, I'm sure, is going to be wanting to push as soon as possible, but it does look like Matic, he's just committed to it. He's now going to be swimming. I wonder if he's just hoping to be able to swim down below, and unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get the res into his teammate either. And yeah, there falls another teammate, 12-18 being eliminated because next Rüya, they were really in a good position to hold the rest of those guys out.
And Na'Vi will fall as well. Just collateral damage, Pyrrhic damage from the war that was going on that side. And now we have Rüya. Actually, I do like their cliff position here. It's ridiculous because you very rarely get kind of finishes on these cliffs, but it's not too bad. GUNZ is going to be coming in once again. They're coming off the back of the win on Sanhok, and they have a great opportunity here because everybody on the cliffs is playing scared right now. Compared to them that are coming in as a 4, yes, there's not that much terrain for them to cover, but if they can deal with Fate, I think they might have a decent shot.
And an entire other team that we really haven't talked about yet either because they haven't quite done anything is also GUNZ. I mean, they have been pulled out of their compound. They're now outside of it. We can see actually a ton of smoke now. So it does look like they're using some utility, but at this point, they really haven't been able to play, right? They weren't in the edges where a ton of fights were happening. They were in the compound safely, but now that they're outside, either they're going to be taken out swiftly because they don't have the hiding cover along the edges, or potentially, since they haven't gotten a big fight yet. Maybe they're strong enough to go on ahead and really do something.
Yeah, the one thing that might rescue them is the fact that I think that they do have 1 or 2 vehicles in those smokes that they moved up with. And I'm actually surprised that they kept the vehicles intact over at that kind of compound that they were in. But maybe if they had smokes and then able to create a little fort forwards, that might save them. But right now, look how barren this area is. Everybody's scoping in, and it's flat with maybe slight kind of descends on this hill, on these hillsides. So it's very, very minute, very minor. Fate taking some pot shots from RICO Infinity. And, I mean, these rocks on the side, they're the best cover right now.
Yeah, and also another person that's been able to survive for a long time is actually the last member up from NASR's Batika. There's the only small little dip is exactly where he's laying inside of. That's why he's just been there. Nobody's been bothering him so far. He's just been chilling out, proned out, waiting for everybody else to fight. And so far, it's been doing well for him. I mean, he's just now outside of this next zone, as you can see. And it also looks like he doesn't have to worry about his north anymore because Fate will be taken out of the game.
Span, if there was ever a hero in this game, for me, it's Frozen. Look at him. What a lad can do with just a bit of boat and a bit of swimming gear, and he's made it over, and he's somehow salvaging some points here for Unique. I think that makes
gotta respect the boat hate.
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, we were criticizing the first military circle and thinking to ourselves, why didn't nobody boat? You know, like, and if somebody could boat in this circle, in this damn circle compared to that one, then, you know, more power to him. Great, I like it.
Exactly. I mean, and he is still alive. So this really is just who's going to be able to survive into these last placement points. Honestly, him down the side of the cliff, if this next zone really goes on ahead and smiles upon them, they might be able to continue to grab those top spots. So we'll just have to wait and see. 7 teams are, in fact, still alive. And we can see one of them is GUNZ. They're just soldier crawling across the ground with the blue zone right on their heels. Are they going to be able to make it in a massive amount of smoke? So they really do have the emphasis on that util. That is so many smokes.
So Rüya and RICO Infinity have a decent amount of vehicles left alive. You can see in the distance RICO Infinity still moving forwards, inching forwards with their vehicles. And that's going to, in my opinion, play a big factor here. If they have that quick mobility to be able to move from smoke to smoke, or have that ability to kind of put up that vehicle fort where there is no cover, that could be big for them here as they're trying to, well, they're going to have to go a long way now to eventually get themselves into a good spot. But
yeah, you're right. I mean, RICO Infinity team, they were here first. So I'm not surprised that they're able to continue to hold that very edge and they still have their vehicles and they're able to inch on in. They were set up first. And, well, it looks like GUNZ Esports is going to be found out. No amount of crawling can save you at all times. They're going to be eliminating some nice shooting coming into play. Next, Rüya Gaming, though, they're also giving RICO Infinity team a run for their money. They were the other team that was able to make it here quite nicely. And it looks like the Circle Gods just went on ahead, smiled down upon them, because now RICO Infinity team, they have to leave the situation while Rüya can just go ahead and hold this.
Orman play as well. Got to be scared of that, especially in these fields. If he's got a good scope on it, it is devastating to have to play against. Smoke's going down. NASR just going to have to move on up a little bit further. Now realizing, well, maybe my laying down in this little dip that was nice is not going to work out anymore. And there you go. You're painting the target. Here comes the nade. Does it land? No.
It's like a hold your breath moment. He's now finally having to move out from that little dip there. And yeah, I mean, you're right. Look, now everybody's trying to do the damage. Oh, that one almost got him around like 10 HP maybe. Left a little bit of a pause to heal on up. But I have a feeling that there's no way that Batika is going to be able to make it inside of this next zone. There's too many people watching them. And also, we were wondering what was going to happen about these few people on the very edge down below this ridge. And it looks like 2 of them are still holding strong.
I was scared that Molly was going to hit that car as he was going past it, but no. Rüya here, going to peek across and find themselves some good shots. RICO Infinity is definitely their biggest competition when it comes to this final circle. I don't know if WoW can even get up the hill, so I don't think they really have to worry about them. Likewise, I don't think Frozen can get up either. If they deal with RICO, they have control of the circle. For all intents and purposes, once RICO is gone, they could dance in the middle of the circle, I think.
They saw him prone out, so they just went on ahead and shot in that area. RICO Infinity team eliminated. That was a really nice hold. I mean, they did go on ahead and identify their immediate threat. They couldn't find anybody else. And honestly, now that they took them out, they kind of have to know everybody else is probably below us. It's just they know that there's 3 people up. Yeah, they're already trying to look for it. I wonder if they know it's 2 teams, though. But yeah, I mean, 6 still alive, 3 teams. I wonder if they're going to be able to catch anybody, or are they going to go on ahead and do a little bit of surprise attack? Honestly, that'd be a bad idea, but you know, crazier things have happened.
Some vert nades, maybe? I don't know. It's going to be difficult. Yeah, look, I mean, they know 100% where everybody is at this point. They're running around so confidently up on the top, and that's an interesting one. All right, I guess we chill for about a minute whilst we wait for these people to bleed out in the blue eventually.
I mean, that's all we can do. Yeah, I mean, I don't think next year they're definitely not going to go on ahead and yeet themselves off that cliff. They're just going to wait, especially as this next zone pulls up to the northern side. Yeah, they're definitely trying. Yeah, but I do have to point out, Unique, he has been a solo this for the longest time. And he's at least grabbing 3rd place, at least.
What a salvage game for Unique. Very well done by Frozen. I mean, of course, he was MVP in CIS due to the fragging power, and will end up falling here if he's not careful. As I need to just peek on over here. Oh, another vert nade. I like the attempt. That one's good. And he's gone.
Yeah. They found the angle that they could spot him out. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Wait, was that a knock from like the dead?
That was a nade from the dead knocking one of the Rüya members. But Rüya take it here. They hold on to those cliff sides. Very, very smart. Very, very well done. They knew that RICO Infinity was absolutely the competition that they had to deal with, and they did so well. So yeah, anticlimactic ending, I guess, Span, but it's one for the books. Very interesting when you see these kinds of circles.
I mean, I was interested to see who on that edge was going to go on ahead and win it. And I kind of put all of my bets on RICO Infinity team, but those few shifts away, definitely putting a wrench into things. But I mean, they still ended up playing that pretty well. But of course, have to do a shout out to Next Rüya Gaming, because they were the other ones that were able to find it, able to go on ahead and defend that territory really well. And we can even see that in their stats: 2154 damage, 11 kills from that game.
Yeah, pretty damn nice. Usually when I'm thinking these kinds of games where you're along these cliff sides and you're hiding away and you're trying to keep yourself alive, I'm thinking maybe a 6, 7, 8 kill game, but 11 kills coming in. Very, very nicely done. I mean, they even got the extra one of Frozen at the end, right? I mean, ultimately, you could just sit, as I said, you could just sit in that center of the circle and dance and not do anything. But they were hunting down those extra kills wherever they could find them. They know that every point is going to matter here in the tournament.
I mean, they really do, especially at this level. Every single point that you can go on ahead and pick up are so important. And that's why also we saw some people earlier on going ahead and deny those points, you know, deny them to Blue Zone, make sure that those people can't get their 1 or 2 few points, because really that entire middle point of that leaderboard is so close. I mean, we even saw last game, GUNZ, they were really low on that leaderboard, and just from one game, they went ahead and jumped all the way up towards that top end. Like, that could happen to multiple teams just from a huge game just like that.
Yeah, and that's why it's so brutal that you have these kinds of circles occur, right? We saw how many of those teams from the north, the east, the west want to converge on this kind of circle, and there is just no room to play that. There is the GUNZ compound, but aside from that, there's the cliffs. And if you're feeling a little bit frozen, you can go for a swim as well. But for now, we're going to go to a short break. We'll see you tomorrow, but we'll go and join the boys on the desk in just a sec.
we are done with day one, and the final game proved us as the analysts to be completely correct on how all of this goes down. But I'm going to get my amazing hand model in Frost to show you one of our fantastic phones that we have here. Because if you guys want to enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G, well then you need to look at Frost's hands right now as he guides his way throughout all of it. There we go.
They're so far away.
Wait, the cameraman done you dirty this time. Yeah. He's like, nope, we've seen enough of his hands for one day. He's not going to have a modeling career in hands any longer. He must deal with just being an analyst on PUBG Mobile. But that's not a bad way to do things. Guys, we have some power. Like, if you're listening right now, Maxman had this problem where he was an analyst. He would talk about a team, then they would be cursed and they would never do well. We talk about teams not doing well, and they come back and they fight back with vengeance.
I mean, it's not the first time that happens when Maxman talks about a team, and Imperium as well. When they talk about teams, they just get cursed. But, you know, we just bring the teams up instead. So we know, you know, if you want to talk, if you want your team to do good, you just tell us to talk about them.
So we just wait for some tweets to come out towards us. Yeah, people hit us up and tell us what teams to look at. I know what we should look at, though, right, is the overall standings we had for this final game and see how the points were distributed throughout as we saw it. NASR Gaming coming up with 26 points, a big win on another. I would say the last two Erangel games not been so kind to these teams.
Well, throughout the whole day, Rüya and RICO is two teams that hasn't been doing too good. Coming into the last game here, I'm pretty sure RICO had like 11 points and Rüya had 14 points.
Yep.
So them getting themselves 26 and 18 points, that's a huge win for them to end off the game like this, the day, sorry, and making sure that they come in tomorrow a little bit more fresh.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you get a very good feeling when you win the last game of the day, when you have like being kind of like on the lower half of the scoreboard the whole day and kind of like haven't been able to execute your strategies as well as you have hoped for. Of course, this team, I mean, this team is it's a pretty new roster actually. There's a lot of experienced players, but they haven't been playing that long together. So maybe they're like finding their way and kind of like maybe they have started to fine-tune those strategies already. So kind of like getting this success on the last game of the evening, they gotta be happy about it. And it's definitely like a good starting point for tomorrow. Get some positive thoughts on your mind, and then you can just, you know, have a fresh look on tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? Having this ending that goes, okay, we've got this, we know what we're doing, we figured things out, we need to continue it going forward onto the next day. But I would say, right, just looking at this last game, most of the teams within that top 8 were names that we hadn't been talking about too much.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about how you should take it step by step, and that's what we see in a team like Rüya. They came in from this game on a 14th place, and I'm pretty sure that they got themselves to a top 10 with this win alone and all those kills.
Certainly needed, right? What we should look at as well as our top players when we come through and see what players were up there throughout this game. And it will be looking at the players in Ragnar, Yekta, Kuda, and Frozen. And sneaky little Frozen there, we saw him take a smart rotation. He exited the circle, went away from everyone, stuck himself around and was like, do you know what? I'm going to play the long game with this one.
And he played that so perfectly because you know that all the teams are going to get congested on the north side where all the land is. So basically what he was doing, he was just dragging it out, going to the south side with a boat, and then he swam back when everybody's already busy fighting each other. They don't have the time to look for Frozen because they know that he's not going to be a threat even if he gets back on the north side.
Yeah, I mean, the circles were just so harsh. There was no other way. I mean, there was hard shifting on the southern side. There was like a 30% of playable area. Everything else was water. Of course, the Sosnovka Island there on the other side. And he was coming from the eastern side. And there was like so many teams who were like trying to crawl their way in, smoke their way in, like do all the magical tricks which they had. Like they only were like, just missing the rabbit from the hat anymore. And he just saw no other way. Took the boat, went to the south, kind of like went a little bit like undetected. And of course, swimming back there, it was definitely a great strategy. And meanwhile, of course, there was like a lot of teams dropping down as well. So it wasn't only about getting there, but also like getting a lot of placement points just by staying away from the action.
Staying alive was the aim of the game with that one. And another thing we've got to look at here is Na'Vi again, not being in the spot they'd want to be in. Okay, yes, you can give them a bit of leeway, I guess, because these circles are hard shifting and very difficult to deal with. But just the start of the day, so high. Yeah. Imperium was ready to write the check to him straight away. $40,000, just take it. Luckily, he didn't.
What did I just say? Whenever they talk about a team, they just curse them.
It's true.
He was going to write that check and what happened?
You are to blame Imperium. They've done it again. These boys, you know, we're just going to have to let them to commentate without actually naming any teams. Just commentate. Just talk about the team names, yeah, talk about the fights that are going on, but don't make any predictions. Don't say anything crazy out there, because you never know what you might be able to do. We want a fair competition, not a cursed competition. Yeah, well, we can be the balance. We can be the counter.
Yeah, I mean, we can like have the positive vibes here. We're just pointing out the teams who are not doing it, and then they just succeed after that one. And then Imperium comes like, yeah, I'm going to just wipe everything down, I'm going to name one team, and then they're going to be like dropping on the scoreboard.
Now, overall, right, it's been the opening day. We've just seen 6 games go through. We've still got 3 more days of all of this, so much can change coming into it. But what would you guys say, starting with you, Froz, just looking at, like, the team that you were most impressed with overall?
I got to say, like, I think that Conqueror and 1218 is 2 of the teams I've been most impressed with. Even though they might not, like, be a #1 after today, but they've shown like a lot of good things, and that gives me hope for what they can bring on for the upcoming days. And if they can just continue that kind of run, that's what you want to see. You want to see a continuous good run. You don't want to see like lots of high ups and low downs, because when that happens, you can have a lot of the low downs, and then nothing's gonna happen. Kind of like what we saw with Navi. Even though you have those high ones that you can ride on a little bit, but eventually you're gonna need to even that out a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta agree on that one, because 1280 especially, they haven't been like going straight for the fights. They have been kind of like not playing completely on the edge. They have kind of like find their niche place, like just a little bit inside of the edge, and they have kind of like triggered a lot of teams there. They have done the work. They haven't been like afraid of doing the work. They haven't played on the side, but they haven't straight gone from the middle. So that's the stability as well coming from there. So definitely, I really like how they play.
They're playing it really smart. Like, they know when they need to fight. When they actually need to take the fights, that's when they take the fights. Because if they don't need to take the fights, they don't want to lose people, and they play a little bit more passive then. But they know that right now we need to go explosive. We need to take care of this team. That's how we're going to move on and be able to maybe win this game. And that's what you see from them time after time after time. Of course, it's not always going to go their way, but they're doing a really good job so far.
Yeah, and the passive moves, I mean, yes, they play a little bit passive, but they don't play the passive play like, you know, completely out of sight. They actually take like plays and they settle down, they wait for the action, and when it's the right time, they will trigger it then. So I really like to play how they play. And of course, when we're talking about the teams who we are liking, of course, Fate, we'll see where they're going to be on the scoreboard, but still like the rotations, reading the circles, finding those like central compounds and the covers. Yes, probably they have been a little bit lucky as well, but I mean, it's not all about luck. There's definitely a knowledge, experience about it as well. On the last game, they were also having a very great compound, but then of course we had the those huge hard shifts on the south, and then they kind of like needed to leave that place, but still they had a very good plays on the other couple circles before the ending.
Now, before we get to the overall standings of today, let's take a look at some of our top 10 damage from the teams that are coming out here and see who's up high. And you would think, right, most of the time that it would be your teams right in the top of it, but not always does it work that way. Look at our 2 CIS teams right at the top, rocking it with a ton of damage in there, but look who's got the most kills.
Yeah, most kills is gonna go to Navi and Fate, of course, 2 teams that we have seen taking the fight. But look at the damage done from 1218. That shows you how much you're actually just poking around. They're making sure that they have the ground to work with, and talking about being explosive when it's needed. When it's not needed, they can just poke people, make sure that they're not getting close to them, not getting into a position to take them out when they need to rotate for the next circle.
Thank you for saying that as well for us, right? Because what that thing is doing as well is you are poking out, and sometimes as well, what people don't remember and people, the viewers at home, may not realize is some of these teams you're trying to keep them away, right?
Yeah.
You might hold a good position and you'll be saying, no, this is my spot, I'm holding my ground, and you ain't going to take it from me.
I mean, very often the aggression goes the other way. They have a great spot. We go there and we take them down, but they're kind of like holding it. So exactly this smart rotation, playing on the edges, knowing their places and holding their ground. And probably when they're poking the teams, dealing that damage, they probably will be giving out a couple of points for the other teams from the kills, actually, because they do so a lot of damage that probably somebody else probably collecting those points from the players that who are all like a little bit soft.
Well, let's have a look back at all of the 6 matches. For anyone that wasn't able to catch all of the games, we're going to show you who those winners were throughout today. And Navi, well, they started things off strong, but then it slowly and surely slipped away from them towards the end. Then Fate picked up our first Miramar game. Conqueror, they were obviously used to be called GODSENT. They've come through and picked up a win. GUNZ Esports, we spoke about them. It wasn't looking good for them at the time. They stepped it up. And then at the very final one, the one you've just saw, next Rüya coming in and doing some damage.
I mean, coming into today, I was expecting more from both GUNZ and next Rüya, but I'm happy to see that both of them were able to take at least one win today. It doesn't matter if the rest of the day didn't go that well, because getting that win, that's going to give you the confidence, and that's what you want to see from those two teams. They were rocking their regions in the PMPL. I want to see them rocking this EMEA Championship League here right now.
Oh, okay, look at that. We got Franz with a bit of a big up for him to see if they can get it going. We'll have to wait and see how it goes for him tomorrow.
Yeah, it has been like a roller coaster ride, more or less, because we see like very high wins and then like, of course, like very low bad results as well. I mean, all the teams have been kind of like varying a little bit. Of course, 12-18 has been the most stable, but still there has been like Navi when they started very high, then we haven't seen much, and the same goes all the way till the end, like the GUNZ. Getting the victory, for example, they didn't really show on the first game. So it's a lot of variation, and I guess more and more teams will be trying to find that stability overnight when we go to watch tomorrow.
One thing I know I'm looking forward to doing is coming to hit up some of these players and talk to them and see how they're feeling after this day, right? I know for Conqueror, like their biggest problem when it came to PMPL, this is the Godsent lineup, they were not so happy with what they were able to do in the early parts of it, considering the power this team has, and then they stepped it up as they adapted. Well, overall, I think they would be pretty pleased with how today went, right? You wouldn't be complaining about this result so far.
No, I mean, it's totally pretty good what we've seen them do. It's kind of going with the momentum that they had towards the end of the finals there as well, where they were actually doing really good. But don't look back too much on what went bad. Look back on what went good and how it went, how they got there, and that's what you want to be focusing on instead. So you kind of keep on doing the same thing that went well for you. That's if you focus on that and keep on doing good. I mean,
yeah,
it's
you gotta look at the positive side, definitely. I mean, and of course the teams who were like ending well, can they carry the good vibes and the good feeling for tomorrow? Or maybe if they do some like of course like research about the teams and we're gonna be watching the games and the broadcast, maybe they'll find something and again change a little, not too much for tomorrow.
Yes, that's what it's all about, right? Don't make too many drastic changes where your team won't know what's going on. But let's take a look at our finals MVP as well. And this man coming from Fate Esports is going to be none other than Ragnarok. He walks away with an average damage to 313, not bad at all. 2.67 kills up in there, and he's generally staying on the server for over 21 minutes. Not bad to be getting into those late games for us that we always talk about.
Yeah, not bad at all. And we know that he has a good knowledge of his surrounding the whole time. One of the big things was, for example, when we're talking about the last Sanhok game there, when they were in Painan, how Ragnar was able to spot Konina Power, taking out one of the players from Konina Power. It was all Ragnarok. He was there by himself doing that. And because of that, they were able to take over the whole Painan and take over the whole game because of that.
Yeah, dealing the damage from the longer distance, because very many times we have seen Fate playing those locations and then the other teams are a little bit far behind from there. Well, not far, but anyway, with a reasonable distance. And then he's just dealing the damage, so he's not really like going that close with the enemies, but he's, you know, playing those tricks and do it from the distance as well, keeping the team and himself safe at the same time.
Now it's time for the magic moment to end the day with, to find out where we're at. It's the overall rankings for day one. We've seen 6 games go on by, and Fate Esports, they may have not started off that strong, but they walk away with a 75-point total, 34 of those being the kill points and 41 being the placement points, with 1 chicken dinner alongside it. And they made their way up to the top above Navi, who started off with what we saw them on 54 points after 2 games. And then look what happened after the 4 games following.
Yeah, but still, so I'm gonna do some quick math here. This is really bad. Never do quick math on live, but 75 points, that should be about 12.2 points per game, which means that that's put them pretty high up. If you take a look at the PMPL Americas that was won by Knights a few days ago, they were averaging 13.8 points per game. And they won with over almost 100 points over the second place. And second place was Ghost Gaming with 10 points per game, which is where Navi is above right now. After 6 games, they have 10.1. So, I mean, it's still good statistics from both of those 2 teams right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having 75 points, Fate kind of like started the first 3 matches today. I think what I saw in the first 3 matches that, yeah, they will get the good places, but then kind of like the fighting, they weren't like triggering that much. But then on the last 3 games, that completely changed and they started to get the kills as well. And that's definitely the combination that you're looking for. So yeah, getting those 75 points, it's a really good one. And of course, there's a lot of teams who can catch them. How they will do it tomorrow. we still have 3 days to go, but still, it's definitely a good start, and they have been improving all the time, even though they got the chicken dinner on the 4th game, but still, the 5th and the 6th game, they were not definitely bad at all.
I'm interested to see as well how the bottom of that table starts to pan out, because at the bottom, right, we saw it just before we went into this final game, but now those teams that weren't there managed to step it up, and look what we're going to see here now, right? Straight away, Slime 4KT, they didn't move around in it, but Rüya, they jumped right on up. World of Wonders have had a couple of joints as well, and RICO at the same time, they've gone from what, they were in 16th? They got 14th?
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all, because if you look at it, they're not that far behind. One decent game and you're going to be up there towards the top 10 again, and that's what you're looking for. One step at a time, and that's all you need to look at. One game at a time. Take that. Don't take like 2 steps forward. Take one at a time and make sure that you don't jump ahead.
And there's definitely a lot of like unlocked potential. I mean, Destiny, we have seen them many times on the middle of the circle. Like, I think at least half the circles, phase 4, phase 5, they have been on the middle. So definitely, I mean, they seem to have the knowledge about the circles, and I think it's only about the small things. I think they can improve a lot.
Yeah, but talking about that, I feel like they need to step out of the center of the circle. Even though they get the circle, they need to do something about it, because right now it's not working out for them, and that's what you got to be looking at then. What is actually happening? Why is it not working out? What did they do when they got that 4th place with 5 kills? They were not just sitting in the center. They were playing more towards the edge a little bit, and that's how they're going to be thriving a lot more. And I want to see those small changes coming into tomorrow.
I'm hoping they didn't just watch the games, right? But they're also going to listen to your analysis. That will just help them, you know, take that through into the game. Save them watching some of it, just for like, listen to Froz's bits there, you know. We'll see what we can take from it. I will say, though, when it comes to this Destiny had a similar start when it came to the PMPL EU West. It didn't look good very early on, and then they did make adaptations. Mihi puts a lot of time into it as the in-game leader of that team. So hopefully he can pull that out and try and see some of the errors of their ways. But also, I feel like for a lot of these teams, it's a huge change from going up against teams within your region that you probably feel comfortable against quite a lot of them, to now you're facing the best in each region, and maybe some of these surprises came through and kind of knocked them for 6.
But you also got to remember, because first of all, they played, all of them except for Slime played in the PMPL league first, and then they played the finals. So they had a lot of games to actually play against those teams. And once again, you have someone like PMPL Arabia, which have 5 spots here. That means that they already know 4 other teams, and that's going to give them an upper hand. And you got to utilize that information, because then it's less teams you need to know about or learn more about coming in here.
And also, at the start of the games, they played very much together with SUDOR. We spoke about that on the studio. And I think on the 3rd game, they kind of like separate their ways, so it hasn't been happening. But they kind of like tried to play there on the edge on the first, well, I don't know if it was intentional, but they ended up playing on the edge at least. And well, that didn't work for them at that point at all. But they need to find a balance, like going to the middle and playing from the side, and what kind of level of, I mean, they could easily, based on the couple of the early games, they could play the similar strategy as 12-18. I think they would be suitable for it, but you never know. So we'll see if they're going to be picking up Frost's tips, and if they're going to be succeeding, do remember it's the good positive vibes from the studio, not from the caster desk.
So it's the studio and the analyst desk that give them the good vibes. The commentators, you know, just hope they don't see your team name, and then you're going to be fine bit. But we are done, guys, for the full day here, starting things off with the EMEA Championship. I would say, right, I'm going to give you guys one closing thought on each of it, but I would say this has already been some very hot action. It's not been so one-sided. We've seen a balance come towards the end. It just excites me more for tomorrow. What are you feeling, Froz?
I'm super excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow and see if we're going to see a lot of changes from teams, because if all of the teams are making changes, that means that everything is going to be changed up for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I got to say that even though we have some teams which have not really been showing up that well, all the regions, they have been showing up. We have seen surprises, and there's like no signs that the surprise is going to be ending. Even the teams, let's say the 4 last teams, they have been showing good moments, good gameplays. They just haven't been able to execute them stably. So I think that if they will achieve that, we're going to have a very good series in front of us.
Well, we still got 3 more days to go here for the PMPL EMEA Championship. Stay tuned and stick with us for all of the action coming over the next 3 days, because you won't want to miss any of it. It's still all to play for. It's still up in the air, and you'll have to be up in the air and crashing down onto the matches tomorrow with us, starting strong at 5:45 CEST. We'll see you then.